Well, isn't this a nice surprise?
Turn wrenches, I don't give those.
Okay, okay, and remind me the name of your employer?
On my check, it's called Pit Stop.
Right,
But it's a chain called Express Oil Change and Tire Engineers.
okay. And they will not compensate you?
No, they will not.
Okay, all right. And you've indicated that your wife does work, but that her pay will not, during this time period, would not cover all of your other bills, correct?
Correct. Her job is pretty much for the insurance part of it.
Right.
And that's where all of her income comes from.
And do you have children?
I have one.
One child. Okay, how old's the child?
12 years old.
Okay. Okay, state any questions?
No questions, Judge.
Mr. McClymonds, any questions?
No, Judge.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Jimenez. Just go back into the jury room for me, please. Okay, so is there any objection to excusing him for cause at this point?
Judge, there's no objection from the state.
I don't have an objection. I just hope that
Right.
we're not going to start
Me
losing
too.
others.
Let's hope that doesn't happen. So,
Judge, is your mic on? I don't think they can hear you.
who's they?
Yeah, text from Colin saying they can't hear you.
Oh, I gotta turn on the CCTV, sorry. You mean the audience can't hear me? They're fine. Okay.
You're automatic.
Okay. All right, so that's good. I'm gonna go ahead and excuse Mr. Jimenez at this time. So we still have one alternate left.
And Judge, there is one other thing. Some of the witnesses that are going to be testifying, which includes victims and eyewitnesses to the case, they do have concern about their image being broadcast, concerns for their safety, and would ask that their face not be shown while
Well, you
they're
just need to tell me
testifying.
who they are when they're about ready to testify. Okay?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. All right, let's bring Mr. Jimenez in.
Hey, Judge, we missed one juror, but he's running into traffic. Maybe about 15 more minutes.
That's fine.
Judge, I'm also hearing it was Fox 13 this morning when they were reporting about opening statements. I think they reran an interview with Mr. Malcolm and Mr. McClymonds talking about the evidence.
Okay.
What is the issue?
It was Fox 13 this morning, aired your interview. And I just have concerns that the jurors overheard any of it, and I just would inquire. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Jimenez, I have spoken with both the state and the defense, and they have agreed to go ahead and excuse you at this point in time due to financial hardship.
No, thank you.
Okay? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yep, good luck, safe travels. Oogie. And who is it we're waiting on?
Mr. Kagawa? Stephen Kagawa?
Okay. But you've heard from him and he's on his way.
Yes, ma'am.
Traffic
About
was-
5 minutes
yeah.
ago, he said he was 20 minutes away, so it should be
Yeah.
15.
Judge, can I go to the restroom really quickly since we're waiting on a jury?
So this HDMI is not long enough to reach here, so I'm just wondering.
Yes, yes. Oh, I'm gonna go that way. No, the door's there. Okay. But thank you.
So while they getting set up real quick right now, let me see, close this. What up, Trikesha? I see you. Appreciate you joining, family. Yes, I am on X, actually. Kinda. I'll be there, but I don't be there that much. But I'm on there. Let me see. Here you go. While they getting set up real quick right now, let me see, close this. What up, Trikesha? I see you. Appreciate you joining, family. Yes, I am on X, actually. Looking for this case where? On X? How they look on? How they do that? I'll make a short after this. I'll make some clips and I'll add them over there. Let me skip past some of this. I did start a little late, so we got a little fast forward time.
To the defense being able to call.
Cool, yep, tag me in. I appreciate that.
I just want to make sure we're clear regarding my ruling regarding the allegations of domestic violence as a potential duress defense. I indicated yesterday that defense could, if they choose, talk about that with the understanding that evidence only comes in if the defendant testifies. There had been a previous motion for order in limine regarding prior incidents of domestic violence between the defendant and Isaiah Chance, and motion to strike defense witnesses Jewel Jordan and Jakayla Robinson. That motion had been granted without prejudice to revisit if that testimony became admissible. So that ruling stays in effect. So if Ms. Andrews decides to testify, and if the state cross-examines her, and it appears that the state is challenging whether or not these allegations of domestic violence even occurred, and then that would open the door potentially to the defense being able to call these other witnesses to support the challenged or the credibility of Ms. Andrews' testimony that she was abused by Isaiah Chance. Okay, but at this point, it's an inadmissible unless the door is opened, and then we'll discuss it before those witnesses can testify. Okay.
Judge, just a brief point on that. So Joelle Jones was listed by the state as well. So I guess the motion that
is as with, I think the motion was limited specifically to discussions that those witnesses had had or correspondence with Isaiah Chance regarding the domestic violence allegations, correct?
That is correct.
That's what it says. So sure, and so it's limited to that as far as what you cannot get into in opening statements.
Okay.
But if there's other relevant evidence that she's going to testify to, then of course it's fair game. There just has to be a good faith basis for you to believe whatever the evidence is, and that's going to come into evidence, be admitted.
Understood.
Judge, the other thing I wanted to bring up to the court's attention was the state filed an in limine motion specifically directed at defendant's self-serving hearsay statement. So if she's not going to testify and counsel doesn't have a good faith basis to believe that, then these other witnesses' statements about what she told them would not be proper opening statements. So.
Well, again, and we discussed this yesterday, and it's the defense call. So the case law is clear that duress is a defense to the state of mind necessary for premeditated intent to kill. And as we've discussed numerous times, however, that defense only comes in if Ms. Andrews testifies. So defense can make the decision whether or not they want to open that door on opening statements or not. All right, I'll be back in a few minutes.
Because we have all the rules.
Oh, we do? Okay, well then we can get going. All right. All right, you guys ready to go? Is that a yes? Ready to go?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, all right, just making sure before I bring everybody in.
Judge, I just want to check the audio on
Sure.
some of these videos and make sure it's where it's at. Is there a remote to the TV? Right here. Oh, okay.
All right, I'll I'll be right back while you do that.
Okay.
So if y'all didn't catch that, they had some arguments about the judge not wanting to let in, or well, the prosecution not wanting to let in evidence about her being abused by her ex, by the person that allegedly shot JULIO FOOLIO. He used to beat her back in the days before all this happened. I mean, he did before. I don't know if he used to, like on a regular basis, but they had some domestic situations before. So that's what they was kind of arguing. The judge was pretty much saying that he can only bring it in if it's relevant, if they find the right entrance for it to make it relative. Let's get past some of this. Who is this lady they showing right here? She got the serious face on. Said, I'm gonna tag you on X. I need to share this to X too. I don't know why I will never be doing that.
That's you don't have his music video. There's no audio focus. You should probably look at the. You should probably look at the power. So.
Break no later than noon on Friday, just so you all.
Shoot, that almost looked like a family right there, don't it? Mama, dad,
All right, good
son,
morning,
and
everyone.
daughter.
Have a seat. Welcome back, members of the jury. Just a couple of things before we get going. It is my understanding there were media reports about this case in the news the past 24 hours. So did any of you watch, read, listen to any news accounts related to this case? Did any of you do any independent research or investigation on your own about the case? Did you talk to anybody about the case? Okay, very good. All right, and just for scheduling purposes, I know we've got a juror that needs to be in a wedding or practice for a wedding at 2 o'clock on Friday, so we will break no later than noon on Friday. Just so you all know, the rest of the jury knows, Friday afternoon you'll have free. All right? Okay, with that, State, do you wish to make an opening statement?
We do, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. You may proceed.
May it please the court?
Yep.
Counsel. He didn't know, because there was no way he could know, that his time here was limited, very limited, that he was in fact breathing his last breaths here on earth, living the last moments of his just barely 27 years of life here on this planet. He didn't know, as he was out with friends celebrating his birthday, that he was being watched, that he was being followed. He was being stalked. Stalked and observed while he was celebrating. Stalked and observed by a group of killers, a group of conspirators who were now executing a very premeditated plot that had been hatched and birthed days before. A plot that had been hatched between them with every single one of their collective evil intentions directed into one common purpose, one common goal: the premeditated murder of Charles Jones. This group's collective hatred and animosity, which drove the conspiracy that existed between them, this evil and despicably wicked conspiracy. He didn't know that now all of their planning, all of their surveillance, all of their advanced coordination was now coming to fruition. Coming into fruition in such a precise way that he only saw his killers for mere seconds as they rapidly closed in on him, dressed from head to toe in all black, like ninjas coming out of the dark. Disguises that included balaclavas and ski masks. Disguises that these conspirators had decided well before this moment that they were going to wear, to use to hide their identities from the ever-present and ubiquitous cameras that permeate our culture. As Charles Jones sat there in the front passenger seat of his Dodge Charger, their plan came perfectly together. He was now the perfect target, caught completely, entirely off guard, completely blindsided. As these gunmen appeared, seemingly, you will see in this evidence, out of nowhere. A perfectly planned ambush, and there's no other way to say it. The evidence will show you clearly this was an ambush, a designed ambush, one that they had carefully planned and now were orchestrating. Unable to run, unable to dive or even duck, basically caged in the front seat of his car. He was basically a sitting duck. And these killers, they didn't hesitate, not for 1 second and not for one moment. They moved rapidly into their pre-planned positions, into their firing locations. And then they immediately unleashed a hellish onslaught, affecting a precisely coordinated violence of action, sending a barrage, a wall of hot lead, crashing into the only barriers between Charles Jones living and Charles Jones dying. Those barriers, the automotive glass, the sheet metal of the front of his Dodge Charger, which were absolutely no match for the high-powered 5.56 and 300 blackout caliber rifle rounds, which were now traveling at him, directed at him at thousands of feet per second, each one of them carrying over 1,200 foot-pounds of energy, directed specifically at Charles Jones. A Glock 9mm handgun was being utilized by one of these conspirators, a handgun that wasn't just a semi-automatic handgun. It had been converted to a fully automatic hand cannon, and now it was running wide open, dumping all 30 rounds of its magazine through the front end and the windshield of that Dodge Charger. All of that gunfire filling the dark early morning hours with booming concussions and bright flashing muzzle flashes as these high-pressured and high-powered rounds flooded the atmosphere in front of that Dodge Charger. Charles Jones. You've heard his name in the indictment. That's his face. Just a few seconds of the mountain of evidence that you will see in this case of what happened that night. Evidence that will show you clearly that these co-conspirators hatched this murderous plot not minutes, not hours, but days before this, formulating in their hearts and minds this agreed upon collective and confederated plan with one common agreed upon goal: death, violence, and murder. A conspiracy motivated and hatched days before, hundreds of miles away from Tampa. A conspiracy that would span through those days and over 500 miles of travel. Reservations were made, uniforms, disguises obtained and selected, gear was obtained, weapons selected, weapons loaded, and weapons modified and made ready. Transportation was obtained, vehicles with specific purposes, and a plot that required advanced planning and logistics to include housing, communications, and transport would materialize and become reality. A criminal, murderous operation. These co-conspirators leaving their homes in the northeast corner of this state, traveling here, traveling to their target. Conspiring to murder Charles Jones, not in his home, not in Jacksonville, not on his home territory, not at his residence, but here in Tampa, while he was on a birthday trip, while his guard was down. And you will see in this evidence the clock-like precision of these co-conspirators, how they worked together as a team in this team effort. Principles. This is a law that you heard a little bit about. You'll be instructed on it at the end of this case after the evidence is given to you by the Honorable Judge Sisko. She will instruct you on the law of principles as well as the law on murder and all the other laws that you will need to render your verdict in this case. The law of principles: if a defendant helps another person to commit or attempt to commit a crime, that defendant is a principal and must be treated as if they had done all the things that the other person or persons did, if we prove this beyond a reasonable doubt, that they first intended that the crime occur and did some act or said something, anything, that was intended to and that did incite their co-defendants to commit this murder, cause them to, simply encourage them to.
Although we just seen the two walk free from the Robert Brooks trial, though.
Assist them or advise other persons to actually commit that crime. Now, incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person to actually commit or commit the crime. For first-degree premeditated murder, we must prove that this defendant intended that Charles Jones be killed. It is not necessary for the principal to know every detail of how a first-degree murder will be committed as long as they intend that it occur. And they did some act or said something that was intended to help or...
Facts, Chan Ma Black is golden. Team effort like the correction officers did. That's a big fact. What up, Chan Ma Black is golden. Miss D56, appreciate y'all.
Did help the murder to occur. But almost more importantly, the principal, the defendant, does not have to be present when the crime is committed or attempted to be committed. But in this case, folks, you will hear that this defendant, Alicia Andrews, was right there, driving right next to that Dodge Charger in the seconds before this murder happened. If the defendant is found by you to be a principal, then she is legally responsible and accountable for everything that her co-conspirators, her co-defendants did. Alicia Andrews, these are her co-conspirators. I don't know if this laser is going to work, if you can see. In the upper left-hand corner, that's Rashad Murphy. Lower left, Davion Murphy. Sean Gaithright is in the upper right. And in the lower right is her boyfriend at the time, Isaiah Chance. These were the 5 conspirators. This was the assault team that took out Charles Jones, that took his life, that snatched it from him in the early morning hours of June 23rd. Isaiah Chance, Sean Gaithright, Rashad Murphy, Davion Murphy. To understand the murderous intent that existed amongst them, and to understand this conspiracy that dwelled in all of their minds and hearts, we have to go back and look at the lives and associations of Charles Jones and these defendants. What did Charles Jones do to these defendants that was so bad that would cause them to confederate, to conspire, engage in this coordinated, planned attack? Charles Jones belonged to and was affiliated with a group known as 6 Block. He was a member of that organization. It exists in Jacksonville. It's known as 6 Block, and it is a street gang. It consists of several members. 2 other gangs in Jacksonville, ATK and 1200, were affiliated gangs. They despise 6 Block. They detest them. They abhor them. And the level of hate between these groups is a mutual hatred. The evidence will show that these gangs have been at war for several years. And when I say war, the evidence will show you this is a war going on in the streets of Jacksonville. The hatred and the dripping animosity of these defendants towards Charles Jones, it ran deep. And the evidence will show you that. In fact, you will hear that in October of 2023, just 9 months before this, before the murder of Charles Jones, he had left his residence in Jacksonville in that same black Charger about 6 o'clock in the morning. He came to a stop sign in his neighborhood, just a few blocks from his house, when a shooter with a high-powered rifle opened fire on his car, striking his car several times and striking him in his lower leg, spraying bullets all over that neighborhood. Mr. Jones at that time was able to drive himself to a local hospital, receive treatment, and be released. That bullet, or fragment of bullet, remained in his leg until it was removed by the medical examiner who conducted the autopsy on his body here in Tampa after his murder. Earlier that same morning, a member of ATK, a man by the name of Tilly, was shot and killed at a high school football game. This shooting of Charles Jones was clearly retaliation, but Charles Jones was not the shooter of Tilly. But that didn't matter. So why was he targeted? You won't hear any evidence to suggest that he had anything to do with that shooting. he was affiliated with 6 Block. And you're going to hear in the evidence that he wasn't just a member of 6 Block, he was a notorious member of 6 Block. Probably the most well-known member of that gang. In fact, he was the public face of 6 Block. The spokesperson, basically. He posted on social media, but most notoriously and notably, he wasn't just a spokesperson for 6 Block, he was a certified celebrity. Charles Jones had millions of followers on social media, if not tens of millions of followers, because he engaged in an activity that you heard a little bit about yesterday from one of your fellow jurors, and he was spot on. That's exactly what the evidence is going to show you in this case. This long-standing pattern of what is called drill rap. And it is an activity that Charles Jones embraced and that he engaged in under the name Julio Foolio, which was in fact his street name, Foolio. Julio Foolio. In this type of rap music, it's not just rap, it's disrespect. It's making fun of and disparaging not only ATK and 1200, the opposing gangs, but disparaging their members by name. Disparaging, and probably most incendiary you will find in the evidence, bragging about the death or deaths of other ATK 1200 members who have been murdered. As I said earlier, make no doubt about it, this is a gang war. Mr. Jones, you will see in the evidence, not only produced this music, he produced music videos. Videos where he would travel to the gravesides of these individuals, or a graveside that was used in lieu of their graveside, and do things during the video like lay on their graves and sing around their graves and use sarcastic lyrics in his songs, pour champagne on their graves, rubbing it in the faces of ATK and 1200. And ATK and 1200 were no better. They did the same thing. You're going to see videos from members of that gang. One young man in particular, Kenyatta Bullard, known on the streets as Young and Ace, who produced not only songs about 6 Block members who had been murdered, in the days after the murder of Charles Jones, he produced a song just within almost 48 hours and put it up, talking about the murder of Charles Jones, the specific facts of it. This created in those 5 individuals, in their minds and in their hearts, a vendetta. This was revenge. Because he ridiculed them, and he ridiculed their gang, which was their family. He ridiculed their friends, which were their family members. They were close, deep running bonds of loyalty in this organization. Because they have each other and they defend each other. They defend not only each other, but they defend each other's honors. And they defend their affiliations.
I just mentioned that in the chat. Y'all see about the Young and Ace. I'll cover some more of that later, but we have talked about Young and Ace. They really want to get him. He like the biggest celebrity out of all this.
This is the murder scene. Let me see if this will work. Home to Suites, McKinley, Fowler, USF is directly across the street. The USF campus lays literally feet away from this hotel complex. Over here you can see it's a Holiday Inn. This is the portico right here where the shooting happens. what you will see in this evidence is that these shooters arrive here, and they come in and they go around the north side of that complex as Mr. Jones is sitting here at the portico with two other cars full of his friends and partygoers, people celebrating. His girlfriend was in the other car. He was a passenger. His friend Xavier Edwards was driving. His longtime friend Gino Norris was in the back seat. They pull in. The shooters come in this way. They go around. They come down here, and they park in this area here. And then they act on foot, and they come around here, surprising Mr. Jones. You saw Mr. Jones' car try to evade the shooting and go this direction. He goes straight up here. There is no road here, but they make a road in their desperate efforts to get away. They go right past this dumpster, and the Charger ends up here. This is Mr. Jones arriving. He's been out celebrating, you will find in the evidence. That is Mr. Jones with that open passenger door. The vapor you're seeing is coming out of the hotel. That's some type of a dryer vent. Mr. Jones in the red stocking cap, pulling up his shorts. He walks in the hotel. As you can see on the timestamp, which is slightly off by a few minutes, this is about 4:30 in the morning. They had been out through the night. They had gone to a couple of clubs. Mr. Jones appeared at one club and performed, and then he went to an after party at another club. He had attempted to make a reservation here, but because they appeared so late, it had been given away. You'll see him come back and get into his car. Video slightly sped up here. That car entering right there, that's the assault team. And as I said, they go northbound around the north side. They avoid driving near this entourage, Mr. Jones and his friends. This Nissan Altima that's pulling up is part of the entourage that was with Mr. Jones. The driver, Tafa McCrae, is a friend of his. You will see his girlfriend get out. And they go inside of the lobby to use the restroom. So Tafa and his girlfriend, Aaliyah Albritton, they walk in to the lobby, and they're actually inside there in the bathroom when the shooting happens. Now, you probably didn't see it, but when Tafa got out of the driver's seat of that Nissan Altima, Camilla Bentley slid right in behind him. That's another friend of Mr. Jones and friends with these folks. She's sitting in that car at the time of the shooting. She takes her round through the arm. This car driving by, that is the spotter car. That is the surveillance and reconnaissance vehicle. This is just before the shooting happens. And you're going to see that car come right back by. It goes down, does a 3-point U-turn, and comes back. And now we're mere seconds away from the attack on the Charger, on the attack on Mr. Jones. You'll see the Chevy Cruze go southbound on McKinley. Down to the lower left, you saw the shooter with the automatic Glock. That's him in the lower part of the photo. So you see in this video, Xavier Edwards desperately trying to get them out of harm's way. But what he didn't know was that up on the top of that screen between that, I think it's a Mercedes and that yellow car, was the third shooter. So what he ended up doing was driving and you'll see it come to fruition here, directly into a vortex of high-powered rifle fire. Now, what you're also going to find in the evidence, and you can see the electrical charging station up here in the upper right, this is the edge of a Tesla that's sitting at another Charger. That Tesla has its, I believe it's called Centurion function on, and it is recording from multiple cameras around the car. And this is one of the recordings. You'll see several in the evidence that picks up the third shooter running down behind that row of cars and taking up position by that yellow car. He is the shooter on the other side of the street that forms that deadly vortex of fire as the Charger goes by. And as the Charger, you will see in the evidence, runs down the side trying to escape down the side of the hotel, this shooter comes running up to this position by the charging station and is opening up fire down the west side facing north of the Home to Suites. That is the headlights of the Charger fleeing up the west side of the hotel, heading north. The third shooter. That's the Charger at the impound lot at the Tampa Police Department. You can see the impacts. Every one of those yellow stickers on the hood, the side, and the windshield are all impacts. That's the Altima that Camilla Bentley was sitting in. It took 2 rounds to the back window. This is Xavier Edwards, who was the driver of the Charger. That's him at the hospital. Gino Norris, Mr. Jones' friend, who was in the back seat. He was shot in the upper right arm. And Camilla Bentley, who was shot in the upper arm. These were the other partygoers. Armani Turner is Mr. Jones' girlfriend at the time. Ms. Randolph, her friend. Robert Howard is an associate friend of Mr. Jones, who was in the car behind the Charger, which was a Hyundai. Tafa McCrae and Aaliyah were the ones in the Altima.
These is kids, man, like 19,
You
20,
could see in that
21.
video that these gunmen acted with suddenness, they acted with speed and fury. And they brought overwhelming firepower. Not one shooter, not two shooters, but three to create that vortex that the evidence proves to you, with high-powered AR-style rifles and a fully automatic Glock 19, bringing all of that firepower to bear in a concentrated area easily, and rapidly, establishing not fire superiority, but fire supremacy, the evidence will show. Firing, as you saw in that last photo from the Tesla video, with absolute impunity and disregard of anyone that may be in that area. The majority of that fire you will find in this case was funneled directly into the passenger compartment of the Dodge Charger. And every single one of the rounds that were fired that night, every single one of them was dripping with the hatred, the malice, and the premeditated intent of all 5 of those conspirators. The evidence will prove to you. Mr. Jones attempted to evade the gunfire. He was leaning up against the dashboard. You may have seen in that photo, on those videos, but you'll see it during the trial. Look for it. His feet are up on the dashboard. He's leaning back. He's on his phone. The evidence will show trying to find a hotel, trying to find lodging for them. He barely has time to pull his feet down. The evidence will show he attempted to jump into the back seat, to go through and across the center console. Before he could do that, one of these rounds smashed into his chest. And that round tore through his heart, through his lungs, and through the largest vein in the body, the aorta, a gigantic artery that supplies blood up and down your body. And when he turned and kind of flipped over to try to crawl into the back seat, he took 2 more rounds to his back. Those rounds ripping through not only the muscles of his back, but into his liver. These shooters, as you've just seen, leveraged surprise. They leveraged it in this attack to make sure that Mr. Jones didn't stand a chance, to make sure he couldn't evade this attack. Not this time. This time he was going to be killed. They took full advantage of this ambush that they had planned.
And you saw in that evidence the determination of these shooters, the assault team in this conspiracy. They didn't stop firing when the Charger went through that vortex. They kept firing all the way up the side of the hotel as the Dodge Charger fled, almost a block away. That last shooter you saw in the Tesla video, opening up fire, rapid fire. And as I said, firing with impunity. This was a perfect ambush spot because Mr. Jones' car was stuck.
He couldn't go backwards because his girlfriend's Hyundai was behind him. To the left was a parked car next to the beams of the portico. On the other side was the hotel. A hotel. And on the other side of the wall in the glass of that hotel was high-density humanity. That didn't stop these killers. That didn't give them any pause for concern. You're going to see in the evidence impacts around that portico, numerous windows that are blown out in the front of that hotel. And not only in the lobby and in the front of the hotel, up and down the west side of that hotel, impacts. Impacts through windows that coursed through hotel rooms where people were sleeping, families. That hotel was packed with people. Parents there with their student children that were there for orientation at USF. People were there with their small children here in Tampa sightseeing. This overwhelming firepower and violence of action had an effect of confusion. Now, it wasn't confusing to the killers because they slipped away into the darkness. They were gone almost immediately. But it had that effect on the victims. Gino and Xavier, when that Charger finally comes to a halt, bullet riddled, they realize that Charles Jones is gone. And they also realize that they both have been impacted. They have both suffered gunshot wounds. They flee out of that Charger, and they flee immediately to the west into the Holiday Inn because now they don't know where these killers are. They don't know if they're there or not. So they flee and they run into the hotel. And you're going to see in the evidence, their flight leaves a thick blood trail and a very obvious blood trail. They run in, they get on an elevator, they go to the 3rd floor. When law enforcement respond, and I'll talk to you a little bit about that, the confusion that was caused, they go to the area where the Charger is. They see the blood trail. They don't know if that's victims. They don't know if that's shooters. They go into the hotel thinking that they're going to be coming face to face with shooters. They go up the elevator, and they go onto the 3rd floor, and they find Mr. Edwards and Mr. Norris laying on the ground, bleeding. Camilla Bentley, you saw in the panic between her car, or the car she was driving, the Altima, and Miss Turner's Hyundai. One's backing up and one's going forward, and they collide going out onto McKinley. Camilla Bentley drives off, but then she turns around shortly thereafter and comes back and picks up Taifa and Aaliyah, who are inside of the hotel lobby. They then drive nearby to Advent Health, where Camilla is treated for her gunshot wound. Meanwhile, Armani Turner, the victim's girlfriend in the Hyundai, she ends up somehow on Fowler going eastbound and comes across a traffic stop being conducted by the University of South Florida Police Department, just a traffic stop. She pulls up, and her and Mr. Howard get out, and they make contact with the police, who are having a hard time understanding them because they were so frantic and so upset. So they follow them. They try to follow them. They actually lose sight of them because she's traveling so fast. Meanwhile, Tampa Police Department are responding to multiple 911 calls of shooting at the hotel. An officer responding sees Miss Turner driving. She drives through the intersection of Fowler. McKinley goes right over the landscaping and into the parking lot. He follows her, not knowing who she is or what her part of this is, and they end up making contact with her. Officers end up driving down to the south end because it's brought to their attention that there are impacts and broken glass all over the south end of the home to suites where the shooting actually happened or began. And the first officer who gets there comes into the scene, and he notices all of these 9mm pistol casings laying in the scene. And he's looking at the impacts, and he's already seen the Charger. And he's wondering, where are the rifle casings? Where are they? Well, you're going to hear in this evidence there were no rifle casings, even though 2 rifles were firing at a high cyclical rate in this attack. They weren't there because these conspirators modified their rifles. They put what are called brass catchers on the rifles to catch the brass, the shell casings being ejected from these AR-style rifles. They modified them, just like they modified that Glock pistol and made it fully automatic. That was confusing. That was beguiling to law enforcement, at least in the beginning, until they started obtaining the video that you've just seen. So how does this conspiracy unfold? How does all of this start? It starts with Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, you see his name on the top of this post on IG, putting out on his IG account this advertisement for June 22nd, which was a Saturday. The murders happened in the early morning hours of the 23rd, going into Sunday morning. And you see Mr. Jones in the middle, advertising he's going to be appearing, Julio Foolio, at Teasers on North Nebraska in Tampa, hosted by Kenny Kay. And he puts at the bottom, my Airbnb pool party, June 21st. And that's when he arrived here. He and party goers arrived here that Friday. They had rented an Airbnb in Holiday in Pasco County. And they ended up on Saturday night leaving the Airbnb because he had started sending out, telling people, send me messages and I'll message you back with the address. And so many people appeared that eventually the owner of the Airbnb pulled the plug and told them to get out. But you see down here at the bottom, my official birthday party, June 22nd at Club Teasers, and gives the address. So he is making it very well known when he puts this promotion out, where he's going to be, what address he's going to be at, and when he's going to be there. This is another flyer that he put up. 8 p.m. to 3 a.m., June 22nd at Teasers. He even puts a photograph here of Tampa. My Airbnb pool party. DM me for address. And my official birthday party at Club Teasers gives the address again. So he's advertising his whereabouts. He's advertising his whereabouts. Now, Miss Andrews, the defendant, sitting right over here at counsel's table, this is a message that she sends, and you see on the top there, oh, that's red. That is her Instagram account. You will find that. You can see on the top right, her registered email to that account, verified Alicia Andrews 72 at yahoo.com. She sends that this message on June 21st, that's Friday, at 10:52 UTC. That's early morning the 22nd, or earlier that day, sorry. UTC, if you're not aware of that, is Universal Time Code. It's Greenwich Mean Time. So you got back up 4 hours. So she's sending that on the Friday night. Hey, could I book a B&B in Tampa? This is 2 days before the murder. To a Kiera Axe Marie. Hey, what's dates you need? Tomorrow, but what day do you have available? How many bedrooms? Like 2. Logistics. This is the beginning. She's trying to find lodging. Trying to find lodging for this operation. Now, a few moments later, a screenshot of an Airbnb message is documented.
Hold on. Shout out to her for taking notes real quick. Shout out to her for that one.
The message is addressed to Rashad Murphy, confirms his reservation at Lagoon Oasis 9703 Gazebo Pond in Tampa, June 22nd to June 24. And in the message of that message there from the owner of the Airbnb, our HOA requires for security purposes that all guests booking with us provide a valid ID, which he obliges and sends his valid ID. Now we go to the 22nd. This is the Saturday. Earlier in the day, before Julio Foolio is going to start appearing at clubs in Tampa. This is the residence of Sean Gaithright, one of the conspirators. That is Mr. Gaithright walking out with a large duffel bag. And Isaiah Chance walking out with bags. And you'll see they start loading that black car, which is a Chevy Impala. That is the car that goes north in the hotel complex. That is the car transporting the assault team. And they load the bags into the trunk. That BMW on the top of the video there is being driven by Mr. Chance. And you see him bringing out another large bag. they're kitting up and they're getting their gear into their transports. You'll see in the evidence that Mr. Chance ends up leaving in that Beamer. He drives and picks up his girlfriend, this defendant, Alicia Andrews, and brings her back to this residence. And then the three of them, Miss Andrews, Mr. Chance, and Mr. Gathright, get into that Impala, and they drive here to Tampa, and they drive to the Airbnb, and there will be zero doubt about all of that, because that Impala, while it's en route, is being picked up on license plate readers. You will see in the evidence their cell phones are tracking, hitting cell towers as they travel in unison all the way down to I-75, coming across from Jacksonville and heading directly into Tampa. When he comes back, Mr. Chance brings his contribution to the assault team. The Glock pistol with the extended magazine. He tucks it into his waistband. You can see the extended magazine sticking out in the trigger guard and the slide and the dust cover of the pistol. Just a more close-up photo of it. And you can see it bulging out of the right side of his warm-up pants he's wearing. So these three, Chance, Gathright, and the defendant, get in that Impala. And they drive. You'll find in the evidence that Gathright in the middle and Chance, the defendant's boyfriend, are very tight. They were close friends. Mr. Chance calls Mr. Gathright his little brother. And you'll see in the video when they are loading up, you'll see more video during this trial of Mr. Chance putting in the codes on the front door of the house that Mr. Gathright lives at. Now, the second car, the one that I pointed out to you, the surveillance vehicle. This is a Chevy Cruze. This car is also picked up on license plate readers after law enforcement determined its involvement in this case. They go back and they find it. And if you can see in the lower left-hand corner, 7:46 p.m., June 22nd, it's on Bruce B. Downs at Tampa Palms, getting real close to where their Airbnb is. And by the way, the Airbnb they book is 1.3 miles from the murder scene. You will see in the evidence that the LPR, the license plate recognition systems that are picking up these two vehicles, show them traveling in unison, hitting on the same license plate readers at the same time, at the same locations as they travel from Jacksonville. That car was obtained by Rashad Murphy outside of the circle of ATK 1200. It was specifically located and utilized in this case as a car that would not be recognized. Now, this is the LPRs for that car, the Chevy Cruze. You can see it hitting where it hits Dolphin Drive. That's the day before in Jacksonville. On the 22nd at 6:01, Highway 441. At 1809 Highway 326, it's traveling through Gainesville. And then at 1947, 7:47 p.m., Bruce B. Downs, Tampa Palms Road, and then at 0342 Hillsborough, and then we get into the surveillance and the time before the murder. The ones at the bottom are the return. That's when they're returning to Jacksonville. This is showing you in these license plate readers the Cruze on the top and the Impala on the bottom, hitting simultaneously on the same dates, 1809, 1947, 1945, 0341, 0342, at the same exact locations. These cars are traveling in unison because they are part of a team. This is the Airbnb that they stayed at on the night of the 22nd, going into the morning of the 23rd. They didn't stay at a hotel that has a lobby with security cameras. They stayed at an Airbnb with one single Ring camera. Now, that's the front door on the right, or on the left, excuse me. You can see the Ring camera. You also can see that that lock has, like most Airbnbs, has a combination lock on it. That's the defendant when they arrive. And that day, she's the only one seen going through that door. You're going to hear in the evidence when she walks in, this is from a video, someone inside saying, "My bad." So they're already inside, but she's the only one that goes through the door that day. The other ones, the evidence will show this is back the back side of that same building, and down the back, and there's the back door. Must have entered, the evidence will show, through that entrance. Later that night at about 1:40, this is going now into June 23rd, 3 hours before the murder of Charles Jones, and less than an hour before they begin to hunt and stalk him at Teasers, where he's appearing. Her phone leaves the Airbnb and starts tracking by hitting off cell towers to a nearby McDonald's at 22nd and Fletcher, 2205 East Fletcher. You can see in the upper right-hand corner, if you've never seen these before, that's the cell tower. This is the area of the cell tower, or the part of the antenna that's being utilized, and it falls within that area. And you can see there Fletcher, Advent Health. That is her in the passenger seat. And there's not going to be any doubt about that in this case, because when she's later interviewed by police, she identifies herself. Because you're not really going to be able to see her face, but she says, "Yeah, I'm in that car. That's me." You can see the driver, Davion Murphy, he's lighting a cigar. You can see a little flame. You're going to watch on this video as they proceed through this drive-through. You just saw her turn to her left. She identifies Mr. Chance as being in the back seat of that car. That's Davion Murphy in the driver's seat. They eventually drive off, but what you're going to find in the evidence is they buy a lot of food. This is not food for one person, it's a lot of food. And that's significant because later she tells the police that they went there because she was hungry and wanted something to eat. She also tells them she doesn't know who the driver is. Can't give an explanation for how he even came to be in that car or how she came to be in that car. Now, this is outside of Teasers. As you saw, Teasers is a club that is on Nebraska, here in the city of Tampa. So, as you saw in the evidence of the shooting, the success of this conspiracy, this plot to murder, this attack, hinged on the element of surprise. It absolutely hinged on that. And they leveraged the surprise that they had, catching Mr. Jones off guard. And to have that type of surprise, they had to act with a coordinated knowledge, and they needed intelligence. They needed intel. They needed real-time information. Where is he? What's his route? They needed to know exactly where he was. They needed to know his positioning, his routes of travel, and like any good operation, the key to success is intelligence, critical intel. Now, to obtain intelligence like that and to do so surreptitiously, secretly, the surveillance has to be done in a surreptitious manner. Without that intelligence, without providing that real-time information to the assault team that's in the Impala, there would be no surprise, there would be no ambush of Mr. Jones, and this conspiracy would fail. It was that intelligence, that real-time surveillance and communication, the locations and routes that were provided by this defendant and her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, operating alone in that Chevy Cruze, while the other three conspirators, the assault team, were in the Impala. And they were doing everything they could to keep that Impala out of the sight of Mr. Jones and his friends, because Mr. Gaithright drove that Impala. It was registered to his mother, but he drove it all the time. He was notoriously known for driving that car. This was a coordinated team effort.
Shout out to Flesh of the God.
In order to remain secretive and to not alert the target that they were conducting surveillance, they utilized several different techniques. Number one, they parked away from the club, and they utilized disguises. That you heard some about yesterday in jury selection, about COVID masks. You're going to see in this video, June of 2024, they're both wearing COVID masks. Now, interestingly, because it was suggested yesterday that there's many reasons people could wear COVID masks, it's the only time in this evidence you will ever see a mask on this defendant's face. You won't see it on her face when she returns back to Jacksonville through an Uber. You won't see it on her face any other time when she's entering into the Airbnb around her four co-conspirators. But they kept their distance, and you'll see that in this video, from the victim and his entourage. They attempted to blend into the background. They needed to get close enough to be able to conduct surveillance, to gather the information they needed, but not so close that they would be detected. They had to avoid that. So first they used an unrecognizable car, and then they used disguises. But what you're going to find, and remember the law and principle, she doesn't even need to be there to be part of this conspiracy or to be a principal. She's there. She drives there with Mr. Chance, and they park in the north end of the parking lot of Teasers. And she doesn't stay in the car. She gets out and she walks with him. You're going to see that. You can kind of see their images in the upper right-hand corner. This is a video. I'm going to play it in a minute. You're going to see him hand her phone to her and her put her code into the phone to open it so they could utilize it to convey what they were watching and seeing. And again, they're out in the parking lot. She was there with them in the field, shoulder to shoulder, in the thick of it, on the ground, in the action. So they're wearing these masks, and it's not just like some costume mask. Obviously, a COVID mask is not going to necessarily draw that much attention, but it is going to hide their identities. Mr. Chance has a hoodie up on his head, along with the COVID mask. They are clearly trying to disguise themselves. But again, she didn't stay in the car, she got out. And there was a reason for that. Because instead of allowing Mr. Chance to walk around in this dark parking lot with a hood on and a mask on by himself,
Objection, Your Honor. Argument.
walking,
Again, this is opening statement, members of the jury. It's just a chance for the lawyers to tell you what evidence they believe will be admitted in this case. But again, it is not the actual evidence, all right?
But instead of allowing him to walk around in that parking lot by himself, a single man with a disguise on, she went with him because now they would be a couple. They would fit in. They would be non-threatening. So she acted not only helping in conducting the reconnaissance,
Overruled.
she acted as camouflage. She acted as a disguise in and of herself. Now they're a couple. Now it's not just a single person who may be seen as threatening or may draw attention. This is just a couple walking around in the parking lot in a club where a lot of people are milling about in groups. In groups. She provided that by being there in the field with them. She provided that cover and that camouflage. And she provided, obviously, a second set of eyes to watch. Both of them surveilling and watching Mr. Jones and his entourage. And then, as I just mentioned a minute ago, she provided the comms, the communication, her phone. Now, you're going to see in the evidence, Mr. Chance's phone is tracking all the way to Tampa from Jacksonville. And it's tracking at that Airbnb. It's hitting off a nearby tower, but it's her phone they're utilizing, you will find in the evidence. Now, you're going to find in this evidence that they were not utilizing the calling function of that iPhone or even its Apple text message app, the two ways that most people communicate. They're using some kind of a special application to be able to communicate that's undetected. But at some point, they have to break radio silence because the person they're communicating with, Sean Gathright, is not answering. He's not picking up his phone, so they actually send a text through the Apple text message app. Pick up your phone. And that's right around this time, just a few minutes later. You see the defendant opening the phone for Mr. Chance, and you can see their COVID masks. One is wearing the blue COVID mask that was so prevalent in 2020, 2021, and she's wearing a black one. This is Mr. Jones and his friends arriving at that club. And you can see the time there. 2:22 in the morning. That, again, is several minutes off, but it's about that time. 2:21, and there they are, and you see Mr. Chance on the phone in the parking lot at the same place. Now later, after Mr. Jones has gone into the club and been in there and done his thing in there with his friends, he's now leaving. You can see Mr. Edwards' head up there. It's 2:46 or about that time. 2:46, 59, almost 2:47. And what happens at 2:47? This car up here in the upper right, that's on that road, which is Nebraska, is pulling in to the north end of the parking lot of Teasers. This was an extremely well-orchestrated conspiracy, coordinated. He's walking out of the club on the other side of the club, and out of the blue, the assault team vehicle is pulling into the club. That is tight surveillance and intel. Now, in this photograph, it's 2:48. This is Mr. Jones' Charger You can see the lights starting to light up because they're already inside the car and they're getting ready to leave. That's the Impala that has come in on the north side, gone down the west side, and is now passing in the front. Out of necessity, passing in the front. So this is just an aerial view of teasers. You can see Nebraska over here to the right. You can see this little road here, South Castle. The defendant and her boyfriend come and they park here in the north end. They get out, they walk around, they come around this way, they stand here. The entrance is over here. So they're way down here. You kind of saw that in that photograph, which would put them down there to the west. They conduct surveillance. They walk back up here. They get back into the car. And then they drive out onto East Castle. The assault team comes in the red arrows, comes in on the north end. We just watched it. They come down this way and they go down Castle. And as you can see, before I move on, a lot of folks standing around out there. A lot of people. Potential witnesses. Now, from there, when Mr. Jones leaves with his friends in the 3 cars, they travel to another club, an after party. This is Truth 18 on Bush. The Dodge Charger, the Hyundai, and you'll see the Altima come up. Down here to the lower left, you can see some of the party, Miss Bentley, Miss Albritton, Tafa McRae in the light blue. And up on the top there where you just saw the flashing lights, it's Armani Turner and Miss Randolph getting out of the Hyundai. And there's Mr. Jones in the lower right with the red hat, very recognizable. So they go up to the second floor of this strip mall where this club is. That's Gino Norris in front walking up, his friend. And again, this is for an after party. And you'll see Mr. Jones will start live streaming with his phone. Again, advertising his location. This is from another location, and you can see the Chevy Cruze up in the top part of the screen. And now, in the top of the screen, the hooded individual, the defendant, and Mr. Chance conducting more surveillance. Walking as a couple, so they're not threatening, they don't stand out. With her phone to his ear. And now they walk back again past the club. Mr. Jones and his friends leaving. The Impala on the top of the screen. That's across the street. You'll find in the evidence that the victim and his entourage go down the parking lot, they do a U-turn, they come back out, they end up heading east and then doing a U-turn and going back west. The Impala just crossed the street, now to back up at that stop sign in the upper right-hand corner. And you'll see it'll just sit there for a while. Mr. Jones and his friends coming down the stairs. A lot of people milling about, a lot of cars, the evidence will show. And then finally they leave or start to leave. And they come back. Charger followed by the Hyundai. Followed by the Altima. On the top of the screen, Mr. Jones' Charger is going to do a U-turn and go back westbound followed by the Hyundai and the Altima. There goes the Cruise, heading the same direction. Now, this is the intersection of McKinley. Well, let me let it play through. This is the intersection of McKinley and Fowler. This is the Home to Suites and Holiday Inn complex in the upper right-hand corner. Directly across the street is USF. There's an Embassy Suites there. That is Mr. Jones' car doing a U-turn and going back on McKinley, and you'll see it turn into the hotel complex, followed by the Hyundai and the Altima. And as you can see, there is no car visible except for those oncoming lights now coming up the northbound side. That is the Chevy Cruze. It goes eastbound. No other car on McKinley can be seen. It's not even in sight. The Chevy Cruze ends up going eastbound, then comes back westbound, turns northbound. There it is, into that parking lot. And now, several minutes later, comes the Impala, which, this is the assault team, does a U-turn, you will see, goes southbound on McKinley, following the path of Mr. Jones and his entourage, and pulls directly into that hotel. That car wasn't anywhere to be seen when Mr. Jones and his entourage were going in there. But the Chevy Cruze was there with this defendant and Mr. Chance, providing critical intelligence to them with this defendant's phone. Once it pulls in, you'll start seeing cameras from different locations within the complex mounted on the Home to Suites surveillance system that'll pick up the Impala's path as it travels. So the Chevy Cruze, at one point after the Impala goes in, blows through a red light on Fowler to get over there and turn in to the hotel. By that point, the Impala is all the way around on the west side, you will find in the evidence, of the hotel, and setting up for the attack. But now the Cruze has to come, the evidence will show, to drive by and confirm where is Mr. Jones. The red marker is the Impala and its path. It comes in, it goes northbound, it goes westbound, it goes southbound around the Holiday Inn, down across the south end side of the Holiday Inn, back to the east, and then it parks. First it goes down, you can see that red arrow next to the Home to Suites on the west side. It kind of pulls down there and has to back up and pulls in. When the blue markers is the Chevy Cruze, when that pulls in and pulls around and does the three-point turn, you're going to see in the video evidence right here, they pass within feet of each other at the same time. And of course, the Impala never goes around or reveals itself past that point, keeping out of sight of Mr. Jones and his entourage. This is a camera mounted on the east side of the Home to Suites, pointing to the southeast, and it is picking up the Impala now, pulling into the complex and going northbound on the east side of the hotel. This is going to go to a camera facing north-northeast, showing it passing, still going northbound. And then it turns back to the west. This is a camera that's mounted on the north side of the home to suites that picks up the Impala as it passes and turns towards the west. And now the Impala is on the west side of the hotel. There's this pool and this patio area here that's on the west side of the hotel. Going around this way would be the portico. This is the west side of the hotel. The charging stations are right here. And you can see the Impala comes and stops. It does not go around that southern end of the home to suites. It's avoiding the southern end at this point. And here comes the Chevy Cruze passing directly past in the car that's not known by anyone, the victim. Goes to the north where the Impala is. Goes right past the Impala. Does a 3-point U-turn and comes back. This is another camera picking up the Impala and the Cruze. That's on the Tesla, part of its security system. You'll see the Cruze kind of do a little turn there, back up, and come back to the south. I don't know if you saw that or not, the Cruze is turning around, but the Impala is pulling into a spot over here at the same time as it passes back by.
Objection, Your Honor. This is cumulative.
Overruled. This is opening statement. Go ahead.
So now the Cruze is coming back, doing one last pass, and now we're within seconds of the attack, the murder itself. You can see individuals at the top of the screen moving. You're going to see them run by the front of the Tesla, getting into position. There's the third shooter, Davion Murphy. And now they come around the pistol shooter, Rashad Murphy, and the shooter on the top of the screen right there is Sean Gathright. You see the collision between the Altima and the Hyundai as they're trying to get out of there. You see Mr. Murphy come out of hiding and Mr. Gathright opening fire. You'll see Mr. Gathright and Mr. Murphy running back to the north. And you saw this, there's the muzzle flashes of Mr. Davion Murphy's rifle. And you saw the Charger going to the north. That's the Charger picked up by the Tesla cameras heading north. There goes Mr. Rashad Murphy, there goes Gathright, and there's Davion Murphy. And you can kind of see the blocky image of the brass catcher on the side of that rifle. Another view from the Tesla of Davion Murphy running back to the Impala. This attack was relentless, as you saw. They weren't going to stop. They were going to make sure that they killed Mr. Jones, that he was not going to live, that they were not going to go back to Jacksonville without him dying. And you saw that relentless attitude of these defendants as they were shooting. This is the Airbnb. That's a photograph of, well, actually, this is a video. So this is the night they get there. This is Saturday, the 22nd. The defendant entering. There's no volume on this, but when she walks in, someone says, "My bad." Mr. Chance having maybe a celebratory drink. This is the next day around 2:30, 3. You can see he has to keep knocking. The person getting in that silver car is an Uber driver who they have called. That is how they returned to Jacksonville. the defendant, Mr. Chance, and Mr. Murphy this time returned to Jacksonville. Now they're unloading, bringing out all of their kit and their gear, their weapons. There's Mr. Davion Murphy. Now they're getting sloppy because it's the next day, and all of the conspirators are visible. There's Mr. Murphy trying to go back in. Mr. Gathright walking out with gear. They don't they don't leave the way they came. They flee from this murder separately and in a different format. That's Mr. Gathright. He leaves independent of the others in the Impala.
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel is narrating the evidence, stuff that's not even been introduced, Your Honor.
Well, because it's opening statement. He's just telling the jury what he believes the evidence will show. So I'm going to overrule the objection.
You can see Mr. Gathright goes over to the side, to the back, and that's how they got in the day before. The evidence will show Mr. Gathright, Sean Gathright, whose house they all started at with the Impala. He leaves, but he doesn't go back to Jacksonville. Mr. Gathright drives across I-4 to Polk County, to Auburndale, to his grandmother's house, where he switches cars. He leaves his Impala at his grandmother's house, and he takes her Toyota 4Runner, and he drives that to Orlando, where he goes out that night to a club, and he posts a photograph of him drinking Don Julio tequila, which is a diss to Charles Jones. Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, was known in all of his social media to drink Don Julio. That's where the name came from. He was notorious for that. This Mr. Gathright drives over, switches cars, goes to Orlando, then he ends up in Jacksonville. That's Mr. Gathright being picked up on a flock license plate reader system. This is him coming. This is on June 22nd. You can see 7:39. He's in Hillsborough County. So 6:23, he's eastbound on I-4 at 4:13. Eastbound on I-4. This is the Sunday after the shooting. 6:25, southbound Florida 559 and Fred Jones Parkway in Polk County. This is Mr. Gathright arriving at his grandmother's house in Opal Avenue in Auburndale. You're going to see him walk in. You see the Chevy Impala, the assault car, sitting in the driveway. Law enforcement go there later. They get this video of Mr. Gathright switching cars. You're going to see him wiping down the Impala before he leaves. And there he is leaving in the 4Runner, saying goodbye to his grandmother. That 626 date in the upper right-hand corner is wrong, 623. The defendant and her boyfriend, Mr. Chance, and Mr. Rashad Murphy, who had come there in the Chevy Cruze with his cousin, Davion Murphy. Now Rashad Murphy traveled with them in that Uber. There's the Uber receipt, $187, 3 hours, 25 minutes, 208 miles from Gazebo Pond to Chipperfield Lane in Jacksonville. You see the route on the left, they go up 75 and they cut through I-10. Heading up to Jacksonville. The Uber driver in this case will testify to you that he picked up 3 people at an Airbnb in Tampa and dropped them off at Sean Gaithright's house in Jacksonville. That this defendant and Mr. Chance sat in the back.
rules of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
What?
Hold on. Let me send some love back to NJB Nene showing love real quick. Appreciate the support, family. Dropping the 5 gifted plus the 5 spots, saying sending some love. Y'all show NJB Nene some love and drop her some NJBs and some coins in the chat and all that. Had to go ahead and show you some love. Appreciate you, family. Today's stream sponsor. Much love. Appreciate that. Y'all show her some love.
Back seat, and the whole way they're on their phones, and they're not wearing a mask. This is them arriving at Sean Gaithride's house. He's in Orlando or in Auburndale at his grandmother's house. Again, Miss Andrews is not wearing a mask. She's unloading along with Mr. Chance, and you're going to see Rashad Murphy here with some kind of a hat on, like a beret, with the same bags that were loaded up into the Impala. He's handing something now to the defendant. Down on the right through that crepe myrtle plant, you can see Chance in the driver's seat of the car. Mr. Murphy wearing the same jeans that he was wearing when he got arrested 2 days later in Gwinnett County, Georgia, northeast of Atlanta, driving the Chevy Cruze. He was with his girlfriend, Charmaine Steiger. They had picked up a hotel that morning, early in the morning. Law enforcement pick up the tag on flock cameras in Norcross, Georgia, and Gwinnett County. In Gwinnett County PD, you will hear from 2 officers from that agency who will tell you, the first officer being the one who arrests Mr. Murphy, that he came into contact in the hotel parking lot, pulls in behind the car, the Chevy Cruze. Mr. Murphy pops out of the driver's seat. He's yelling at him at gunpoint, "Show me your hands, show me your hands." Mr. Murphy doesn't hesitate. He takes off running. The officer chases him and tases him and knocks him down, where other officers stick guns to his head, and then they cuff him, wearing the same torn-up jeans or type of jeans that he's wearing in the photograph from Jacksonville 2 days earlier. That's a photograph of Mr. Rashad Murphy in a Walmart on June 21st that you will see in the evidence in Jacksonville, where he bought a burner phone, and he's wearing the same clothes or clothes that are consistent in appearance to the Glock shooter, the person with the Glock switch shooter. You can see he's carrying it. You can see the similarities in the belt. You can see the similarities in the shoes. And you can see he's carrying it in his left hand, which is confirmed through investigation. He is left-handed. The defendant's phone, 904-405-6748. This is a tower hit at 4:40 at the murder scene. She identifies herself as being in that Chevy Cruze, but you don't even need her own words. You can see it in this evidence. She's in that Chevy Cruze, providing the critical last second intelligence to the shooters, to the assault team, as they drive out of the parking lot. Those shooters, when they came around the corner, and the evidence will show, directed their fire directly at the passenger side of that Charger. They knew exactly where Charles Jones was. Now, this is 7/6. This is a couple weeks later. This would be what? 13 days later. This is the defendant, and she's messaging from that Ooh, That's Red Instagram account with Tarnishe. He keep telling me to wait a week. That's why I've been sitting. She's talking about Mr. Chance, and she's sitting at his house. The person she's messaging, just have them bring you tomorrow. Okay, why wait a week? Down at the bottom, to make sure no police sitting around before I go there. Did you get your phone? No, the lady said, the detective said we have to wait, but if until his charge dropped, but that's weird, it was only resisting arrest. So Mr. Chance had been arrested for resisting arrest, and they had obtained during a search warrant of that house, they had obtained the defendant's phone, and this is about her getting her phone back. Ms. Tarnacia responds, oh, July 6th, well, let them keep that phone. And ooh, that's red, this defendant texts back or messages back, yes, that's what I said, laughing my ass off, LMAO. It was a whole different one. Oh, well. Okay, now this is later, July 9th. Police here looking for you. The defendant messages back. Where are they at now? Waiting. Outside. Oh, okay. Oh, never mind. She texts back, WYM. I don't see them no more. And then the defendant, not text, messages back. They somewhere waiting, probably. So what is that all about? Why is she saying it's a whole different one? She's saying that because 2.5 days,
Overruled, go ahead.
2.5 days after this murder, after getting back to Jacksonville, you're going to find from the evidence that this defendant goes and gets a whole new phone. And she gets rid of the phone that she's had for years.
Your Honor, sidebar, please.
Okay. Continue.
All Jews are good.
Okay, thank you. Everyone have a seat. And Mr. Harmon, you may continue.
Please report. So the defendant disposes of her phone that she has had for years, the same phone that she and Isaiah Chance were utilizing to convey intelligence and information on the whereabouts of Charles Jones to the assault team, a phone that to this day has never been found or located. You will hear in this evidence that this defendant did everything that she could in the days after this murder to protect herself and to defend and protect the conspiracy that she was part of. On July 9th of 24, two detectives, homicide detectives, Aaron Campbell and Juan Ramos, the lead detective in this case from the Tampa Police Department's homicide unit, travel to Jacksonville and they meet with this defendant at the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. You'll see a video recording of their interview of her. The first thing they do is read her rights, and they ensure that she understands her rights, and she says she does. And then they start interviewing her, and she immediately starts lying to the police. Lying to them.
Argument, Your Honor.
Again, Mr. Harmon, just, you need to phrase it that you believe the evidence will show.
Okay.
Okay? Overruled.
And the facts in this case and the evidence, that video will demonstrate to you.
Sure. We'll move, strike the word lying.
Okay.
Rephrase, Mr. Harmon.
Yes, Your Honor. The evidence will show that she makes statements to the police that are false, multiple statements. The evidence will show she lies to them over and over and over in this interview. She lies about her knowledge of these gangs. She lies about her knowledge of who Julio Foolio is. And you're going to see in the evidence that not only does she know who he is, she's known who he is for years. She has animosity towards him. You'll see that in the evidence.
Going to show that anything that I may have said, they exacerbated it.
But she lies about simple facts that are easily rebutted. Namely, she lies about knowing this guy, Sean Gathright, the individual whose house she left from to come to Tampa, the individual who was driving the Chevy Impala that she was sitting in for almost 3.5 hours driving to Tampa on the 22nd. The individual who was best friends with her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance. She's shown that photograph. I don't know who that is. I don't know. I don't know who that is. And you will see in the evidence that these lies are nonchalant lies. Her demeanor with these homicide detectives. They show her video. They show her all this video. And in the middle of this litany of lies that's coming out of her mouth, there's a couple little kernels of truth. Namely, she identifies herself in the teaser's video in the parking lot with Isaiah Chance wearing the mask. She identifies herself in the Truth 18 video. She identifies herself, like I said earlier, at the McDonald's in the Chevy Cruze. But she doesn't know who Davion Murphy is. They ask her, well, who is this guy? How did he end up driving this car that you're in? I don't know. Now, on the 26th of June, this is in Jacksonville. This is Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. They pull that 4Runner over, Sean Gathright driving, and they pull him over for a traffic infraction. They get him out of the car, and they end up searching that 4Runner. And inside of the 4Runner, they find several items. Glock magazines, a Glock extended magazine, components for AR-15 rifles, including a brace, magazine holders, ammunition, and a box full of empty .223 and 5.56 shell casings. Now, you're going to hear in the evidence, if you're not already aware of this, that a 5.56 rifle, an AR rifle, can shoot .223 ammunition. They're almost interchangeable. And there's multiple empty casings in this box. They also find these two boxes, each containing 50 rounds of 9mm ammunition. Max Tech. On the top of the cartridge casings, on the head stamp, where the primer is MXT for Max Tech. That is the exact same ammunition as the 9mm shell casings found in the crime scene. All of those shell casings found, and there was 31 of them found outside of the home to suites. They're all Max Tech, all the same ammunition, the same as these is ammunition found in Mr. Gathright's vehicle. And I'll come back to that. These shell casings, .223, 5.56, those shell casings are later provided to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, which is a statewide agency here in the state of Florida that maintains crime laboratories throughout the state. We have one right here, a regional laboratory here in Tampa, and there's one in Jacksonville, and they're both involved in this case. And they are submitted to the firearms section, to firearms analysts, who analyze those shell casings, comparing them to the shell casings from the October 7th attack on Charles Jones, where he was shot in the leg. And they are fired from the same weapon. The analyst will tell you. They were fired from the same weapon. She will tell you that was shell casings. She examines them microscopically and compares them and looks at markings that are left on the shell casings. Markings that are left by the breech face of the gun, by the extractor ejectors inside the firearms, and by primer shear, as it's called, when the primer goes off. And by primer, talking about this little dot here in the middle of the gun, where the firing pin hits, causing a very
Look at them bullets, though. Man, that's crazy. Woo.
teeny explosion that then ignites the gunpowder inside the shell casing, the gunpowder that sits behind the bullet, and pushes it out. She examines all of those areas, and she came to the conclusion those were fired from the same gun that was used to attack Charles Jones on October 7th in Jacksonville. Sean Gathrights' house. There's the forerunner. A search warrant is executed on that house in the days after this murder. And one of the things they find in the sink in water is all this torn up packaging. And when they start looking at the packaging, it's all firearm related. That is a 6 Sauer Romeo 05 package. These are Magpul, which is a firearms manufacturer of components for AR-15 rifles, also manufacturer of magazines. They find basically an arsenal within this house. And what they determined from their search is that Sean Gathright, was the weapons man on this team. He is the man that provided the AR-15 5.56 caliber rifle and the AR-15 300 blackout rifle in this attack. There are ammo boxes full of 300 blackout and 5.56 ammunition. In this safe, they find multiple weapons to include rifles and brass catchers. That is a brass catcher. It has a wire structure with netting or mesh, and it's designed to be fitted onto a rifle where when the shell is ejecting, like I said earlier, the casings remain in that mesh.
Bruh.
And in this mesh, this detached brass catcher, they found 2 9mm shell casings that somehow worked their way in there. Those shell casings are Max Tech ammunition, the same kind of ammunition that's found in this defendant's, Mr. Gathwright's, forerunner. Those shell casings are submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, to the firearms section for analysis, and they're analyzed, and they're compared to a shell casing from our crime scene, and the firearms examiner will tell you they were fired from the same weapon, a Glock firearm. That weapon was not recovered in this case. It was never found. They find this rifle, 300 blackout, with, and you see it on the opposite side, this firearm is also located, this 5.56, and that brass catcher, as I said, had been detached already. There are multiple magazines located, and loaded magazines. Those are loaded with 300 blackout 30 caliber rounds. Ammo boxes, this is back at the sheriff's office in Jacksonville, where this ammunition was inventoried after collection from Mr. Gathwright's house. And you can see all of the different type of ammunition he had. Now, July 27th, that individual sitting in the rain, kneeling there at gunpoint, is Isaiah Chance. Officers arrived at that residence, his residence, and placed him under arrest for the murder in this case. And there is the defendant being brought out of the same house where she was with Mr. Chance. Davion Murphy, this is after his arrest months later, after being dragged out of an apartment in Jacksonville, Florida. Now, why am I showing you this photograph of the defendant? This is the defendant. This is Miss Andrews. In the interview with the officers, in the very beginning of the interview, the officers are asking her about Isaiah Chance, her boyfriend. Isaiah Chance's street name, gang name, and social media name is Gudda, or Gudda Man, Gudda, and they're calling him Gudda. And this is the defendant's response in the interview. Why are you calling him that? Why are you calling him Gudda? Like, you're idiots. Why are you calling him Gudda? Saying those words. Saying those words.
Okay, again, Mr. Harmon, just keep your statements
That's
as
a
far as
misstatement of the evidence, Your Honor.
Pardon me?
That's a misstatement of the evidence.
Okay, well, when the jury, again, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as I told you, what the attorneys say in the opening statement is not the evidence, and you're not to consider it as such. They're just telling you what they believe the evidence will be. You will be the ultimate decision makers regarding the evidence and any weight that it carries, okay? All right, go ahead.
The evidence will show that as those words are leaving her lips, tattooed on her body, underneath her clothes, is the name Gudda. Not only on her chest, but on her neck. Over the next week, the state of Florida, through the evidence that we will present to you, we will drag this conspiracy out of the darkness of the early morning hours. We will drag it into this courtroom for everyone to see, for everyone to know its evil and sinister and murderous nature. It will be exposed, and there will be no masks for this defendant to wear to hide from the state's evidence. The truth in this case, the truth will be clear, crystal clear, at the end of the state's case. There will be no Uber drivers waiting to whisk Miss Andrews away to avoid your verdict when you find her guilty. Guilty of conspiring with these 4 men, and guilty as a principal to first-degree murder. And folks, the state's evidence will let every single one of you know deep in your hearts that that is the truth, that she conspired in this wicked and despicably evil, cold-blooded murder. That she followed this man, watched him, encouraged her co-defendants by her actions and words, tried to find lodging, that she assisted in every way, and then, after the fact, did everything she could to defend this conspiracy. At the end of this case, there will be no doubts in your minds. There were discussions in the last couple of days about proof beyond a reasonable doubt. The state's case will prove to you clearly, beyond any doubt, that this defendant, Alicia Andrews, as she sits over here in this courtroom right now, is guilty of conspiring and committing first-degree murder.
All right, defense, do you wish to make an opening statement at this time?
Your Honor, I apologize for interrupting the state earlier, but the state can talk the ears off a donkey. This continued filibustering has got to stop.
Shout out the flesh of the gods. Tell everybody. Well, I still fight through the devils, man. Like they be trying their best to hold me back, but y'all got to give the people what they want, bro. You know what I mean? The people want some real, man. It's time for the real people who ain't pretending to be in position.
Well, family. So they still on break from that, but I do got some more stuff I could play. But real quick, let me send a shout out to our stream sponsor real quick, Classic Doug. Send a shout out to our stream sponsor, NJB Nene and Chad My Black is Golden. Always a stream sponsor. Appreciate y'all, family. Much love, much love. Y'all show them some love. And so I'll keep this running in the back so we can hear them when they come back. But they still on break from whatever that break was they just took. But I got something I could play in the meantime. Appreciate y'all being here. Let's keep it running. Same case, same trial, but just a little before this.
and cross-examine or elicit from this witness that it is not, in fact, a gang. We just need to ask pertinent questions to that, okay?
Okay. You said, that you read the statute. The statute says that in order for it to be classified as a gang, the primary activity has to be criminal acts, right?
Commission of criminal or delinquent acts, yes.
And are you saying that ATK's primary activity is to commit criminal acts?
That's what would make them a gang.
But I understand that, but are you saying that their primary activity is to commit criminal acts?
I'm not real sure what you're asking. I explained that they committed criminal acts, which would make them a gang. I don't know what other activities other than criminal, because I'm law enforcement, so I investigate criminal activities.
All right, so
I don't know the other activities that they do.
You know that they make music, right?
I mean, yeah, I guess you could call it music.
When you say you guess you could call it music, what do you mean by that?
I mean, I guess it's a form of music.
All right.
I guess you could call it music.
When you say you guess you could call it music, what do you mean by that?
I mean, I guess it's a form of music.
All right. So you just don't like the music, but they create music, right?
Hold on, bro. What you mean? I guess you could call it music. I guess you could call it music. What? If you don't knock that off, man. All right. Let's keep it going.
Okay, listen, Mr.
Knock that shit off.
Listen, and I'm looking at the statute here, and I'm looking at the most recent version, and this is the one that was effective February 13th, 2025, correct? That's the most recent version you guys are aware of?
Judge, I'm trying to pull it up on Westlaw right now.
I'm looking at it right now. This is what Westlaw shows to me. This is the most recent version. And it states at 907-041 5K.
That's the pretrial detention. Are you talking about the gang statute or the pretrial?
No, I just want to get us focused on what I'm going to be considering. That's why I'm backtracking on this, okay? So I'm looking at 907-041, the version of the statute that was effective February 13th of 2025, subsection 5K. Quote, a party may motion for a pretrial detention order to be reconsidered at any time before a defendant's trial if the judge finds that information exists that was not known to the party moving for reconsideration at the time of the pretrial detention hearing, and that such information has a material bearing on determining whether there are conditions of release or bail that will reasonably assure the appearance of the defendant as required and the safety of any other person and the community from harm. So that is the standard I will be applying. So all of this stuff, all of this historical stuff about ATK and all candor is not going to move the ball. You need to ask this witness about anything that has occurred since that either wasn't known at the time of that hearing by counsel representing your client, or something that has changed subsequent to. Okay?
So I guess two issues. I think you mentioned that was from February of this year?
Yes.
They make laws after that, the legislature. And
I know, but do you have the more recent version? I'm just looking at Westlaw, and I'm just telling you what Westlaw is showing me, that the most recent version is February 13th of 2025.
I mean, I can show you what I have. I'm not sure what you're looking at, but I can show you what I have.
I'm looking at Westlaw. That's what I'm looking at. 907.041. They have this as the most recent version. If I'm wrong.
And Judge, that's what I had made representations to the court as well. Like, I had looked at all versions, and the latest one had just moved it to a different letter.
Okay.
But the state cited a whole different subsection, so that wasn't the latest.
I know, but are you, as an officer of the court, are you telling me that whatever it is you're relying upon as far as it being the most recent version of the pretrial detention order, are you telling me that this language no longer exists? Is that what you're telling me? That's what you're telling me?
Yes, so I can show you my computer right now, the LexisNexis.
Well, do you have can you print it up?
I didn't print it.
Okay. So at this point, Mr. McLyman, we're not just going to go back and completely reopen all of the testimony from the first hearing. We're not going to do that. So I need to hear about anything that wasn't known previously, or something has changed as far as a situation that has changed since the hearing that would require me to reconsider Judge Sabella's ruling.
So
Because that's what you're asking me to do, is
Well-
undo something from a previous judge.
No, well, I filed a motion that has two components to it. An Arthur hearing request and a request to reconsider the pretrial detention order. If I'm asking you to reconsider the pretrial detention order, and if the statute that the state is relying on says what the court is saying, then I would have to go into that framework. For my
Okay.
Arthur hearing, I don't have to show any change in circumstance. I'm traveling under a completely different procedural rule, 3.131, and the first sentence in Article 1, Section 14. So I don't have to show this change in circumstance or anything like that for the Arthur hearing. That's what I asked for
I know, but
in my motion.
Judge Sabella entered his order, he didn't even address Arthur.
But that's the point. That's why I'm having the Arthur, that's why we're having the Arthur hearing now. She's still entitled to an Arthur hearing.
But I tell you what, let's deal with 907.041 first, and then if need be, we'll get into the Arthur factors. But I'm not going to relitigate all of the facts that were elicited at the pretrial detention hearing. We're not relitigating that. I'm just telling you right now, we're not doing it.
All right, so I guess I can ask my questions. My questions are geared towards both issues, Arthur hearing and pretrial detention, but if I'm only allowed to ask questions as to the pretrial detention, then
Of this witness, let's stick with this witness, okay? And so
The evidence is going to show that anything that I may have said, they exacerbated it.
about is his knowledge of the ATK gang. All I really want to hear about from this witness is if something has changed, if there's something about the ATK gang that was not known at the time of the original pretrial detention hearing, I'd like to know about that. If there's anything that's changed since this hearing about the ATK gang, whether in fact it's a gang or not, I would like to hear about that. Other than that, it's irrelevant.
you testified at the pretrial detention hearing for Alicia Andrews last year, is that correct?
Yes, I believe it was last year.
All right. And during that hearing, did you testify about Isaiah Chance's relationship with younging ace Kenyatta Bullard?
I don't recall.
All right. Did you testify about whether younging ace paid or has paid for any legal fees for any of ATK's gang members?
Have I testified to that? I don't recall.
At the pretrial detention hearing.
I don't recall. I asked for my transcripts from the pretrial detention, and I didn't receive them, so I don't exactly recall what was said over a year ago.
All right. So, are you aware that Isaiah Chance and younging ace had a relationship at some point in time? Is that your understanding?
I don't know what you would say by relationship.
I mean,
I would say maybe acquaintances or something like that.
all right. So they knew each other and they communicated with each other.
I ain't what I do. What you tell me what I do?
I'm not sure if they had communicated with each other.
So how were they acquaintances in your view?
They would be associates and friends of the same people.
So you're not aware of Isaiah Chance and younging ace having any sort of fallout before the incident in this case, before the shooting?
Fallout?
Hey, Michelle B, thanks for joining us, family. Appreciate you.
Fallout, like not getting.
I'm not aware. I'm not aware of them two directly. I'm aware of Isaiah Chance and ATK having a fallout. Yes.
Before the shooting in this case?
Before the murder of Charles Jones, yes.
All right. And what do you know about Isaiah Chance having a fallout with ATK before the shooting in this case?
I'm going to object again.
Isaiah.
Wait, hold on.
Judge, I'm going to object again as to relevancy. Like, we're just going on questions that have nothing to do, that weren't known at the time when this original pretrial detention work was heard.
So the state, the theory of prosecution.
So in the top left corner next to Woody right there, that's youngin ace. I think that's one of the big ones they've been trying to get. I don't know, he might need to leave the country. But the same thing, he was involved with the Queso trial too, with the Queso murder. If y'all was tapped in with that with us.
I understand that.
Well,
that
he wasn't
Alicia-
involved, but he paid for his lawyers. But I think the prosecutors wanted him involved.
Andrews is the girlfriend of Isaiah Chance, who was either a member of or affiliated with ATK, right?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. And so the fact that there had been a fallout between Isaiah Chance and ATK before the shooting, is that new information or is that old information?
Judge, I believe that's old information.
Okay, so it was known at the time of the original pretrial detention hearing.
Yes, Judge, I think that we are still covering similar ground to what he's testified to previously.
You mean the detective who hasn't yet seen the transcript of what he testified to?
Yes, Judge.
So he's guessing.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, so detective, do you recall, I don't know if you recall or not, when you testified at the pretrial detention hearing of Alicia Andrews, do you remember being questioned about the fact that there had been a fallout between Isaiah Chance and the ATK gang before the murder of Charles Jones?
I don't recall the fallout, but I do know when the fallout was. And that, I don't know if I was questioned about it prior to this or not.
Okay, so when was it?
November 23.
Okay. Okay, Mr. McLamick, go ahead.
Okay. Do you know what the fallout?
What up, Tac Cloud? So this right here is Youngin Ace, the main one that they keep talking about. I was talking about, that's Youngin Ace, the one that paid for some Queso's attorney fees. I got a soundbite of him saying it. He said it in his most recent song that he went broke paying for Queso's lawyer fees. So he not denying that he paid for those lawyer fees. But yeah, this him right here in the small screens on the side, just so y'all know who that is. What up, Tat Tat Tat? Lord Tat Tat Tat.
That was for.
I don't know direct facts of what it was because I haven't been told. I have my own personal opinions as what the fallout was for.
Okay. I mean, you're the expert for ATK that the state's listed. Could you give us your opinion, whether it be expert or, I guess, your personal opinion?
Yep. It would be after the death of Antonio Tilley, who was close with Isaiah Chance. ATK did not pay their homage and respects of what I would assume Isaiah Chance thought they should have.
Okay. All right. Under the pretrial detention standard, I have no further questions.
Okay, Cross?
Yeah, Your Honor.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, if we're not, I guess I would just make an objection for the record. I had other questions for the Arthur hearing issue. If he's excused, I won't be able to ask those questions. So
Well,
there's the issue.
you can proffer. What else were you going to get into? The whole background of the case?
Well, not the whole background. I have a few sections. This is not the trial, so I'm not going to go over everything with him.
Yeah.
So,
I'm going to sustain your objection at this point, and at the end, you can, if you want to create a record, you can by proffering. But okay, thank you. With that understanding, Detective, you are excused. You can leave the Zoom.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Have a good weekend.
You too. All right, who's going to be your next witness?
it'll be Ms. Robinson.
Okay, and I believe this is one of our witnesses. I'm going to ask the media to not broadcast her appearance. Ms. Robinson, come forward.
Do you solemnly swear affirm that the testimony about to give you the truth, no truth, but the truth, so help you God?
Register.
And for the purposes of this hearing, you can just refer to her as Ms. Robinson, okay?
Miss Robinson, can you tell us how old you are?
23,
And where do you currently live?
Jacksonville, Florida.
Do you know who Alicia Andrews is?
Yes,
Who is she to you?
I'm a close friend.
All right. And how long have you and Alicia been friends?
7 years.
When you know what year you met?
Around 2018.
All right. And in 2018, were you in high school?
Yes.
Was Alicia Andrews in high school?
Yes.
All right. And would you consider yourselves to be best friends?
Yes.
All right. Then and now, or just then, or like, what is your relationship with her right now?
Best friend.
All right. So, do you also know who Isaiah Chance is?
Yes.
All right. And how long have you known who Isaiah Chance?
Since Alicia's been dating him.
All right. Were they dating in high school? Do you remember?
Maybe around 2022.
Okay. And when Alicia and Isaiah Chance got into a relationship, were you around their relationship? Were you in the vicinity? Or did you see them hang out at all? Did you see them interact?
No.
All right. At what point did you begin to see them interact?
What do you mean? Interact?
Like talk to each other on the phone or in person or anything like that? Go out on dates?
I never really seen that.
All right. Have you ever met Isaiah Chance?
No.
Have you ever spoken to him?
Yes.
All right. On what form or what mediums have you spoken to him on?
Twitter.
All right. Any text messages, anything like that?
Yes.
All right. Did Isaiah Chance and Alicia Andrews have anything, any physical altercations between the two of them in the beginning of their relationship?
What's the relevance of this?
Again, the state's theory of prosecution here, the motive for why Alicia Andrews is even involved in any of this stuff, is because she pretty much just loves Isaiah Chance so much that she would go and help him plot and complete a murder.
Okay.
That's the relationship that the state is putting forward. That's the only motive that they have in this case as to why Alicia Andrews is involved.
Okay, for the purposes of this hearing, I'll go ahead and let this witness testify as to this, okay? But again, keep in mind, it is binding case law. There is no defense of duress in the state of Florida, but I'll allow you for the purposes of this hearing to go ahead.
I understand, Judge. That we're not arguing any duress defense or asking for any instruction on that. So, were there any physical altercations between Alicia and Chance when they first started dating?
Not around the first time they started dating, maybe further into the relationship.
When you say further into the relationship, what do you mean?
Send me pictures via Instagram and text message of her being choked, of her eye, of him punching her, and bruises.
Okay. That's pictures. That's not any words, right?
Yes, correct, pictures.
All right. But did you also get text messages from her about these bruises and things,
Yes.
injuries?
Yes.
All right. All right. Can you tell me what that document is I just handed to you?
The document that you did hand to me was Alicia stating that
Hold on, don't tell me what's...
I think that's what's taking them so long on the sidebar. They might have went and took a break also, but what's taking them so long on the sidebar is that argument he making right now is that they don't want him to be able to talk about the beating. They don't want to say like he beat her or abused her or anything like that. They don't want to be able to use that for a defense, and they don't want him to use that in his opening statements. So that's why they was arguing about this before, and the judge turned it down, but we'll see. She adjusted that at the beginning of today, too.
Said, yeah, just tell me what the document is. What is it?
basically of Isaiah choking her and me stating that he needs to stop putting his hands on her.
So you're telling me what's in it, but tell me what is that you're looking at?
Oh, an image of me and Alicia messages and Isaiah.
Okay. Is it a screenshot?
Yes, it's a screenshot.
All right. And where does the screenshot come from?
Text message and Twitter.
From whose phone?
From mine.
All right. And is that screenshot has been altered in any way?
No.
Is it an accurate depiction of the screenshot that's in your phone?
Yes.
And is there? I'm asking the court to admit this into evidence.
Well, I'm listening to her testimony, and so you want now to admit the screenshot? Do you have something on paper?
It's on paper. I handed her
Okay.
the document.
Any objection, just for the purposes of this hearing?
No objection, Judge.
Okay, that's fine. Go ahead and admit it. Defense 1?
Yes.
Have you marked it?
Not yet.
It'll be defense 1.
All right, so on the left of that document, can you tell me, or can you just read it to the court?
Yes, I can.
Well, first tell me, who's the conversation between on the left?
Between me and Alicia.
All right, go ahead.
So the message between me and Alicia is she stated that Isaiah did choke her. She stated that, bruh, excuse my language, bruh, this bitch almost killed me. And I stated, who? She said, Zay. And I replied, what did he do? She said, I couldn't breathe. I said, he choked you? She said, yes, he covered my mouth. I couldn't breathe. 10 more seconds, I would have been dead. All my blood was rushing to my face. And I replied, he is weird. What is wrong with him? Is he being insecure? She said, I sent it to you. It's red as fuck. He's trying to kiss me and hug me. No, something is really wrong with you. And I replied, see, you gotta stop him.
All right, so do you remember when that was, that exchange between you and Alicia?
February 10th, 20, you gotta stop him. And I replied, see, you gotta stop him.
All right, so do you remember when that was, that exchange between you and Alicia?
February 10th, 2024.
I'm sorry, what was that date?
February 10th, 2024.
All right, and do you know if that was like, the first time that you heard anything, or was it like down the road, like in relation to the other times that they got into any physical altercations? What is this?
Around the time frame that was kind of in the beginning.
This was the beginning?
Yes.
All right. And did you have any other conversations with Alicia about this incident?
About this incident, no.
All right. Can you tell me what happened after this incident? Did you tell her to call the police or anything like that?
No, I did not.
All right. Why not?
Because that wasn't my place.
All right. And now on the right, could you read that text message and tell the court who it's from or who it's between?
The whole thing?
Yes.
Is this a composite exhibit that you're going to do? Is this a different date?
So
is this a different text exchange from February 10th of 2024? Is it the same day? What is it?
The way that it's a composite, the way that it's printed out, judges, there's two side by side, and I guess it should have been printed on the other page. So it's two different dates, Judge.
Okay, so just for the record, we're now moving on to a new date?
We are.
What date is that? What's the new date?
I'm gonna tell her to give the date.
Okay, thank you.
So on the right, could you tell the court who that message is between?
Me and Isaiah.
All right, Isaiah Chance?
Yes.
And do you remember the date on that?
Around March 4th, 2024.
Okay. Could you read to the court what that message says?
He stated that we both were wrong, I understand, but she pulled the first trigger. She threw the first punch, hypothetically speaking. Yes, physically it's going to hurt. It'll fuck you up, but come on now. Emotionally, that hurt. Intentionally wise, my scars and cuts and bruises run deep and won't never go away. Open forever. I can't even look at her the same. I told her that and be telling her that I wish it was something or somehow she can make it up. I see she's apologetic and hurt, but I'm hurt, but that she can't fix that, but what time and few scratches and bruises. Man, that shit gonna go away. Physically, I'ma still be forever stuck with it. Mentally and emotionally, never forgetting. So at the end of the day, who is really losing? Me.
All right, and did you respond to him?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, that's fine. So
I said it. Still say that's not right. If you love somebody, you don't put your hands on her.
Okay, very
He
good.
stated, "Girl,
All right,
what?"
then let's
I said,
bring
"Y'all
our
got."
jury.
We got action, family. Look like we back coming live. Coming back live.
All rise.
Well, isn't this a nice surprise?
All jurors are in jail.
Okay, very good. Welcome back, members of the jury. We're ready to proceed. Does the defense wish to make an opening statement at this time? Okay, Mr. Malcolm, you may proceed.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there was no evidence whatsoever that Alicia Andrews killed Charles Jones. No evidence whatsoever that Alicia Andrews wanted Charles Jones dead. No evidence whatsoever that Alicia Andrews did anything to help that group of men kill Charles Jones. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you're not just here to deliver a verdict. You are here to right a wrong. And so are we. There are a few things that you should keep in mind throughout this trial. 1, on the weekend Charles Jones was killed, Alicia Andrews was on a weekend trip with her boyfriend with only one agenda: to be with her boyfriend. 2, Alicia Andrews is not in a gang. 3, with the exception of her boyfriend, Alicia Andrews did not know any of those men in that group, and none of those men in that group knew Alicia Andrews. As a matter of fact, if there was some conspiracy, Alicia Andrews was not in the loop because she was not in the group. 4, Alicia Andrews is not a part of the drill rap culture, nor the drill rap scene. 5, Alicia Andrews did not have any physical evidence on any weapon displayed by the state. You would not find DNA, fingerprints, no physical evidence whatsoever linking Alicia Andrews to this case. 6, Alicia Andrews did not have a motive. In other words, there is no evidence whatsoever to support this case of conspiracy or first-degree murder against Alicia Andrews. I'm sure you're wondering, if there's no evidence against Alicia Andrews, then why are we here? We're here because of the perception of the facts of one man, Detective Juan Ramos. But ladies and gentlemen of the jury, perception is not reality. Detective Juan Ramos is the lead detective on this case. Let me tell you a bit about him. Detective Juan Ramos had only worked homicide for about 4 months when he got this case. Became a homicide detective in February. This murder happened in June. His first time as a lead detective on the case, and he lands perhaps one of the biggest homicide cases that the Tampa Police Department has seen in a while. Not by any merit, not by something he did to deserve it, simply luck of the draw. The Tampa Police Department handles 40 to 60 homicides a year, and they put their detectives in rotation. And so, luck of the draw, Detective Ramos gets this case. He shows up to the scene, speaks to a couple of his fellow officers, and begins to talk to witnesses.
gather some information about evidence and what have you, but his first big break in the case came when he got some intel from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. The Jacksonville Sheriff's Office advised him that perhaps a man named Rashad Murphy and a man named Isaiah Chance might have something to do with this homicide. His second big break came when he ran a bullet through, and I say a bullet, the ATF gathered 30 of the 31 bullets left. He had one bullet, luck of the draw. Ran this one bullet through their system that kind of, and it's a shell casing, not a bullet, a shell casing. It has a fingerprint, once the firing pin strikes the casing, it leaves like a fingerprint, a distinct marking. And he gets a hit that alerts him to the fact that there were other fingerprints matching 5 shootings in Jacksonville prior. So now he has the idea that the shooters might have come from Jacksonville. After that, he proceeds to gather intel like information from license plate readers. Then he starts looking at cell phone data records. Then he uses that information to piece some other things together that leads him to a few spots in town. An Airbnb, a McDonald's, a strip club called Teasers, and a club called Truth 18. And you saw some of the video footage. When Detective Ramos first gets this Airbnb video, he sees Alicia Andrews at the front door and surmises that because he sees no one else go in, Alicia Andrews must have let them in the back door. But perception is not reality. He sees Alicia Andrews at the McDonald's with no mask, and then sees her at the club, in the parking lot of the club Teasers with the mask, and surmises that she must have had the mask on to cover her face at Teasers because she didn't have a mask on at McDonald's. But perception is not reality. Again, he sees Alicia Andrews with her boyfriend at Club Truth 18 walking with the mask on, surmising once again because she didn't have a mask on at McDonald's, but did have a mask on as she walked towards the club. She attempted to conceal her identity with that mask at Truth 18. Ladies and gentlemen, perception is not reality. It's just some human decision. Reality, however, is immovable. And we're going to talk about Alicia's reality in just a moment when I tell you what really happened. But with all of this intelligence, all of this assumption, all of this surmise, Detective Juan Ramos goes and gets Alicia Andrews and brings her into an interrogation room. And he begins to present to her what he calls evidence and tell her what his perception of the evidence is, as if it is reality. Well, it's simply not. What really happened in this case is Alicia Andrews was on a weekend trip with her boyfriend, ex-boyfriend. But before we talk about the trip, let me tell you a little bit about Alicia. Alicia, high school graduate, did really well in school, well enough to apply to college and get accepted at Bethune-Cookman University.
Judge, can we approach?
Yes, come on up.
Well, he came out swinging, huh? He had the whole act with it. Came out with his Johnny Cochran performance. Oh, hold on, I got the thing on the back. Did his whole Johnny Cochran performance. He had the punchlines and everything. What was the punchline? Chan had said it earlier. What was the punchline he said? Let me see. She wasn't in the loop because she wasn't in the group. He came out and smacked the table and all types of shit. I thought he was about to do the whole opening statement just sitting there at the table. I was about to say, oh, he tripping. I guess he had everybody like, all right. He got their attention. They listening now. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Michelle B, Chan My Black is Golden, Trakesha, appreciate y'all family. Ali, NJB Nene. Let me see, quick shout out to the stream sponsor NJB Nene. Put some respect on her name.
The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
What?
Appreciate you, family. Oh, don't do me like that. Appreciate you, family. Y'all show NJB Nene some love. Let's see, we could play some of this while they getting their background on.
History, and that is not how love is showed. She said, he stated, you don't get it and you never is because you're a female.
All right. Is that the end of those?
Yes.
All right. I'm sorry. Let me ask you to explain. When it says here, she threw the first punch hypothetically. When you got this message from Isaiah Chance, was your understanding that Alicia?
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Alicia's reality. High school graduate, good student. Applied to and was accepted to Bethune-Cookman University, right there in Daytona, not too far from home. But chose not to go, to stay close to home, and instead went to tech school, become an esthetician, does hair, not hair, but eyelashes, makeup, nails, skincare, that kind of thing. She was a substitute teacher whom parents trusted with their children, even children who had some special needs and disabilities. This was Alicia. While in school, Alicia Andrews. The state reminded me that I have to use her first and last name.
Objection, improper.
Yeah, I'm going to sustain the objection. So that's the general rule in court, last names only, okay, for everybody. All right, thank you, Mr. Malcolm.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Alicia Andrews, while in school, befriended the sister of Isaiah Chance. They ran in the same social circles in high school, and through that process, Isaiah Chance became familiar with her, and she with him. And he reached out to her via direct message, and they developed a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. And, I mean, you know, Isaiah Chance, tall, slender, handsome fella, captivating, charismatic. Alicia liked him. He liked her. So she thought. She would learn through their tumultuous, on-again, off-again relationship that perception is not always reality, and Isaiah Chance just really wasn't the guy she thought he was. You heard about the tattoos, sure. Young lady, liking a boy in high school who, to her, was just a rapper. Not a gangster, not some street code name. Gutter was Isaiah's rap name. So Alicia Andrews got her boyfriend's rap name tattooed on her. a tattoo that she wasn't supposed to have, just like the relationship with Isaiah Chance. But it happened. As time moves on, Alicia Andrews learns that not only is Isaiah Chance more than not nice, sometimes he could be threatening, controlling. Sometimes she'd have to suffer serious consequences if she upset him. She learned that in the most serious ways. So, fast forward to 2023, Alicia Andrews and Isaiah Chance on again, off again, on again, off again. Now, could be that Alicia's pregnant. This is during that on again, off again time period. They decide to take this trip. There's a big fight, a lot of fuss right before, and there's this makeup time. Isaiah says, hey, let's go to Atlanta. She didn't want to go that far away from home. Then he says, let's go to Tampa.
Your Honor, I'd object and ask to approach.
Okay, what's the legal basis for the objection?
Lack of good faith basis to make this statement, and you said.
Come on up.
There's a big fight, a lot of fuss right before, and there's this makeup time. Isaiah says, hey, let's go to Atlanta. She didn't want to go that far away from home. Then he says, let's go to Tampa.
Your Honor, I'd object and ask to approach.
Okay, what's the legal basis for the objection?
Lack of good faith basis to make this statement, and you said.
Come on up.
They objecting because he said, let's go to Tampa. Because he said what he said. It's like a hearsay or what? Was it like a hearsay objection? Let's go to Tampa. You can't say what he
Something
said.
works with. Isaiah doesn't follow this young. So Tampa it is. Isaiah doesn't follow this young lady on Instagram. I'm not sure if you know how the Instagram thing works with direct messages, but when you DM somebody, if you're not a follower, direct message someone, if you're not a follower, the message just sits in the request, kind of waiting for the person to approve the message you intend to send. So Isaiah Chance doesn't follow this woman who does half-offs for Airbnbs and asks Miss Andrews to reach out to the woman whom Miss Andrews does follow and ask her to see if she can hook up an Airbnb for the weekend. Miss Andrews does. Gets on a Instagram and says, hey, half-offs, ask for availability in response. She says, or ask for a time in response, and she says, let's do it this weekend. She says, how many rooms? She says 2. Now, there's some assumption on Mr. or Detective Ramos' side that because Alicia Andrews asked for 2 rooms for this romantic getaway, as he claims it to be, was some indication that she intended for this other group of guys to come to the Airbnb with them. In reality, Miss Andrews and Isaiah Chance were kind of on the outs. Didn't know if they were going to be on the in or the outs. So they got 2 rooms, bigger, more comfortable, some space for this trip that was to be a trip of reckoning and maybe reconciliation. Ultimately, though, Alicia Andrews and the friend or follower does not book the Airbnb. Somebody else does. Alicia Andrews did not know that somebody else books the Airbnb. She was out of the loop. Nonetheless, Airbnb booked on the way to Tampa. Isaiah Chance, and you saw the video, before he picks up Alicia Andrews, stops by Sean Gaithwright's house, where he packs up all of these bags. Alicia Andrews never sees what goes into the Impala. She's not a part of that packing process, not in the loop. Isaiah Chance goes and then picks up Miss Andrews, brings her back to where they pack the bags, and then they head down to Tampa. Miss Andrews believes that they're about to hit the road, come straight from Jacksonville to Tampa, but they make a stop at this gas station. And Alicia Andrews sees her boyfriend get out and dap up some people and what have you, and the next thing you know, they're on the road again. Now, mind you, Sean Gaithwright's in the driver's seat. Isaiah Chance is in the front passenger seat, and Alicia Andrews is in the back seat, on her phone, TikToking, FaceTiming, or whatever it is they do on a road trip. Once arriving in Tampa, get to the Airbnb, just her, Isaiah Chance, Sean Gaithwright. While the 2 men in front get out of the car, Miss Andrews is in the back still on her phone. The gentlemen get out of the car, go inside the Airbnb. Miss Andrews then later gets out the car a few minutes after, goes to the front door. You saw it in the video. Knocks on the door and waits for someone to let her in. Now, when Detective Juan Ramos sees the video of Miss Andrews at the door, he perceives that Miss Andrews must have been the one who let the people who let her in the Airbnb because they don't see anybody else go in before her. Not the case. And the evidence will show you that. Alicia Andrews knocked on the door for the first time ever, approaching the Airbnb for the first time ever, let in by someone who was already in the Airbnb. She did not walk in the Airbnb and unlock a back door to let people come in to avoid being captured by the Ring camera. And we'll talk about that a little bit more. Once inside the Airbnb, Miss Andrews goes upstairs, takes the laundry off the bed, the linen off the bed, puts it in the washing machine downstairs, and goes back upstairs. And so she's washing the bed linen and upstairs on her TikTok, on her phone, TikToking or whatever it is, talking to her sister via text message and talking to Mr. Chance's mother about how to operate the washing machine. And so she's upstairs the entire time before they leave to go to McDonald's. Alicia Andrews does not know who's coming in and out downstairs, doesn't know that there's a Rashad Murphy coming by, a Davion Murphy showing up, no clue. When it's time to go to McDonald's, though, she finds out. When it's time to go to McDonald's, She comes downstairs, and Mr. Chance gives her the keys and says, hey, go get in the car. And of course she does. She goes and gets in the passenger seat of the silver Cruise that you saw in the video, expecting that Mr. Chance would join her in the driver's seat and take her to get food. However, that's not what happens. Mr. Davion Murphy, big guy, listed at about 5'9", 215 pounds, burly looking fella, a little gruff, comes outside and makes Mr. Chance get in the back seat, and he hops in the front seat, and he drives the Cruise to the McDonald's. And you see Davion Murphy in the driver's seat, Alicia Andrews in the passenger seat, and Isaiah Chance is in the back. Now, in the interrogation room, Detective Ramos tells Alicia Andrews that she must not be wearing a mask at the clubs to conceal, she must be wearing the masks at the club to conceal her identity, because she's not wearing the mask at the McDonald's. But the reality is, Alicia Andrews thought that it was just going to be her and her boyfriend. No reason to wear the health mask, the medical mask. Then she didn't know that Davion Murphy was going to bum rush the ride and take control of the driver's seat, let alone did she expect Isaiah Chance to let him do so. So she's caught without her mask unexpectedly. Davion's in the video, you see him smoking and puffing, and Alicia wants to say something, but she can't, because she's afraid to say something to this guy who just bogarted the Cruise, made her man get in the back seat, and took over. She won't say anything. Not because she was trying to hide herself. She didn't say anything because she was scared. Not because she wanted the guy to smoke in her face, because she was scared. They get back to the Airbnb, and a few hours later, they head out again. Go to Club Teasers. Now they're in the Cruise again, and Isaiah Chance is driving. Now the state asserts that because Isaiah Chance is driving and Alicia Andrews is right next to him while Isaiah Chance is on her phone, Alicia must have heard everything Isaiah said. They got that from Juan Ramos. But that's a bad assumption, because there's...
Anyway, again, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this are just the opening statements. The attorneys are telling you what they believe the evidence will be. That's all that it is, their belief. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Malcolm.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's a bad assumption, because there's no way of knowing. Although the cell phone data shows that that line was open and there was communication between the two phones, there's no way of knowing whether Isaiah Chance was the talker or the listener. And even if Isaiah Chance was the talker, there's no way to know whether he was using explicit language that Alicia Andrews could understand. So when in the interrogation room, Detective Ramos asks Alicia Andrews what Isaiah Chance was saying, and she says, I don't know. It was the truth. She didn't know. And there is no evidence whatsoever to the contrary. When they get to the club and they get out, Detective Ramos assumes that Alicia Andrews allows Isaiah Chance to use her phone. That's not the case. When Isaiah Chance says, give me the phone, she knows it's in her best interest to give him the phone. And so she does. Isaiah Chance uses Ms. Andrews' phone all the time.
The evidence is
Whatever.
going to show that anything that I may have.
Nothing new, nothing strange whatsoever to Miss Andrews. Give me your phone. Here's the phone. So he asked for the code to unlock the phone, and Miss Andrews gives him the code to unlock the phone. Nothing new, nothing strange, nothing suspicious about this at all. And you see them walking, and conspicuously you'll note that though there's an assertion that all the defendants in this murder conspired together, coordinated together, one stands out. When you see them in the video at Truth 18 and teasers, you see that Isaiah Chance is dressed in all black, face covered with the health mask, hoodie on. You see Alicia Andrews not dressed in all black, mask on, face completely exposed. When you see the video of the shooters at the hotel, all dressed in black, from head to toe, Rashad Murphy and Sean Gaithright. Everybody's coordinated, dressed in black, covered from head to toe. Isaiah Chance, Rashad Murphy, Davion Murphy, Sean Gaithright. All of them except Alicia. She wasn't in the loop. Then they walk up to the club. You see them go out of camera, then go back to the car, and they leave. Now, the state says that everywhere they went, they were following Charles Jones. As a matter of fact, the state even said Alicia was driving. Said that twice. Alicia Andrews doesn't even have a driver's license. Doesn't even know how to drive. Never drove. Was never in control of the situation. She was a passenger in a car. Her boyfriend drove, in her mind, to get some food and to go to a few clubs in Tampa. She had one agenda, to be with her boyfriend. No mission to do anything to Mr. Charles Jones. Be with the boyfriend. But the state says, and Detective Ramos said it too, that Alicia Andrews, if she wasn't a part of the conspiracy, should have stayed in the car. Could have stayed in the car. But at the same time, the state tells you that Mr. Jones died in the car, caged. He was a sitting duck in a car. So of course, when Isaiah Chance gets out of the car in the middle of the night, Alicia Andrews knows better than to just stay in the car. She came with her boyfriend, intends to be with her boyfriend, gets out with her boyfriend, and walks to the club with her boyfriend. She didn't stay in the car like a sitting duck, because bad things can happen to you when you sit in the car in the parking lot. That's it. That's all. No evidence whatsoever suggesting that Alicia Andrews was on some surveillance mission. As a matter of fact, there's no indication that Isaiah Chance needed her help to survey anything. When walking, you'll see Alicia Andrews is farthest away from the club. Both clubs. No indication whatsoever that Alicia Andrews was on some kind of surveillance team, surveillance mission. She wasn't even dressed like the rest of the alleged conspirators. Alicia Andrews tells Detective Ramos this, but he says, no, what are you doing there? You must be stalking. You must be surveying. And she tells him that that's just not the case. I'm with my boyfriend. She says it over and over again, I'm just with my boyfriend. As a matter of fact, in that interrogation room, every time Detective Ramos asks her questions about herself, she's forthcoming and truthful. He tells her she has the right to remain silent. She doesn't exercise that right. She tells him exactly what he wants to know when he asks her questions about her. For example, in the interview, Detective Ramos asks, "Is that you in the car?" Without hesitation. She says, "Yeah, that's me." Another truthful statement. "Do you know the guy who drove you to McDonald's?" No, she doesn't know him. Just showed up at the Airbnb that night. "You guys went to some clubs?" "Yeah." "Couldn't get in though." And the reason why they didn't go in is because they didn't like the price. They asked the bouncer how much, didn't like the price, didn't go in. "Do you remember the clubs that you went to?" "Not really." "Is that you and Zay as they walk through the parking lot?" Isaiah, they call him Zay. "Is that you and Zay?" "Yeah." "Is he using your phone?" "Yeah." "Who is he talking to on the phone?" "I don't know." "At the McDonald's, was Isaiah in the back seat?" "Yeah." Every time Detective Ramos asks Ms. Andrews a question, she's honest, forthcoming, not trying to hide anything. It's just the truth. However, Detective Ramos doesn't like the truth. He gets upset, starts yelling at Alicia, starts cussing at Alicia, starts telling Alicia that she's going to die in jail, starts telling Alicia that her parents are going to die and she'll never get to see them, tell Alicia Andrews that she'll never be able to see her baby again, all because his perception doesn't fit her reality, and he won't let her reality change his perception. But the reality is Alicia Andrews had one agenda, and this group had an entirely different agenda. You'll see. You'll see that there was no instance in time where Alicia Andrews did anything to contribute to this conspiracy. As the state spoke to you, it spoke quite a while. Never once did they say that Alicia Andrews did anything like touch a gun, touch an extended clip, touch a brass catcher. None of that. You won't find any physical evidence, no DNA, no fingerprints. You think that being a part of this big conspiracy, at least one time, ex-boyfriend or somebody in the group said, "Hey, hold this gun. Hey, give me that magazine. Hey, what about the brass catcher?" Not one time. No physical evidence, no DNA supporting any assertion that Alicia Andrews had anything to do with this conspiracy. It's almost as if Alicia Andrews was not necessary for the trip. Plain as day. It's true. These guys did not need Alicia Andrews to commit murder. No. Alicia Andrews did not know these guys intended to commit murder. No. No evidence whatsoever, except for Alicia Andrews came to Tampa to be with her boyfriend. The group, all of them in the group, made their phones go ghost, except Alicia Andrews. All of them wore all black attire. Not Alicia Andrews. If the state's right, all of them went in the back door of the Airbnb. Not Alicia Andrews. All of them brought guns to the party, except Alicia Andrews. It was Alicia Andrews the entire time who had one agenda and one alone, that to be with her boyfriend, never in a group of guys who conspired to kill Charles Jones if the state is right. I want you to stay focused throughout this trial. While the state spoke, it talked a lot about Rashad Murphy, Davion Murphy, Isaiah Chance, Seth Gaithright, or Sean Gaithright, whichever one. But the styling of this case is the state of Florida versus Alicia Andrews. Stay focused. And you will see, ladies and gentlemen, that there is not one single shred of evidence that supports the state's claim that Alicia Andrews conspired to kill Charles Jones, let alone did anything to further such conspiracy. You'll listen to the evidence in this case, and you'll look for it. You'll look for it. You'll look to see the action that Alicia took to further this conspiracy. You'll hear the evidence in this case, and you'll look for it. You'll look to see evidence that Alicia Andrews knew something about this conspiracy to kill Charles Jones, but you won't see it. What you will learn is that Alicia Andrews had absolutely no knowledge that these four boys conspired to kill Charles Jones. And the reason she had no knowledge is because she was not in that group. She was never in the loop because she was never in the group. Despite all of the evidence, all of the technology, cell phone records, license plate readers, DNA catchers, fingerprints, agencies like JSO, Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, Gwinnett County Police, Tampa Police Department, ATF, all of these agencies, all of this technology, none of it will render one shred of evidence to prove that case. It's kind of like what Isaac Asimov said when he said that the saddest aspect of life right now is that science gathers knowledge faster than society gathers wisdom. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, listen to the evidence in this case. Be the wisdom, right the wrong, and render the only verdict that the facts and the law in this case supports. That Alicia Andrews, not only beyond a reasonable doubt, is not guilty. Alicia Andrews is innocent. Alicia Andrews is innocent. Alicia Andrews is innocent. And render a verdict of not guilty. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Malcolm. All right, state is going to be your first witness.
The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
What?
They getting right to it, huh? Aaliyah Auburn, first witness. Shout out to our stream sponsors. Ali, appreciate you for the 5 gifted. Y'all show her some love in the chat. And shout out to NJB Nene and Chad My Black is Golden. They getting right to it, bringing in the first witness.
Sturdy, can you approach real quick with defense counsel?
Oh, they got a sidebar, of course. Of course, they got a sidebar. Shout out to our stream sponsors. Appreciate you, family.
Actually, go ahead, raise your right hand. Actually, don't do that.
No, they getting right into it. She changed her mind.
Step over here, and then I'm going to send the jury out momentarily. Okay, I'll be right back, I promise. It'll be real quick.
All right.
Oh, never mind. I guess they is kicking the jury out. She was talking to the girl that was probably walking up.
Okay, very good. All right, the state has requested there are certain witnesses, due to the nature of this case, that do not want their identities broadcast over, or to be filmed. So this would be one of those witnesses. So I would ask that any of the media in here do not broadcast the witness's identity, including taking still photos of her, okay? All right, very good. So, actually, I'm gonna have the jury come back in, and then we'll swear you in and.
She had to call the jury out for that?
That's fine. That's fine. Ms. Albright, go ahead and have a seat right here in the witness stand. We'll just wait. And then as soon as the jury comes in, I'll have you sworn in front of the jury.
It's gonna be a couple minutes, Judge, a couple, still waiting.
Okay?
Well, so they're not gonna be showing this witness. They first witness, they not gonna show her face, but I guess in her name. But she will be talking though. I'm sure we'll still get the audio. Trikisa said yes. Yes, they would have been. That would have been ideal. What Michelle said? Michelle said, wish he had some type of demonstrative just so that some of what she said. I can't see. I'm reading the wrong one because that's hard on. It's showing like half the text at a time. Wish he had some type of demonstration just so that some of what he said would stick in the jury's head. Demonstrative. Demonstrative.
It's right here. Almost ready.
The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
What?
And not, in fact, a gang, we just need to ask pertinent questions to that, okay?
So, okay. You said, you read the statute. The statute says that in order for it to be classified as a gang, their primary activity has to be criminal acts, right?
Commission of criminal or delinquent acts, yes.
And are you saying that ATK's primary activity is to commit criminal acts?
That's what would make them a gang.
But I understand that, but are you saying that their primary activity is to commit criminal acts?
I'm not real sure how what you're asking. I explained that they committed criminal acts, which would make them a gang. I don't know what other activities other than criminal, because I'm law enforcement, so I investigate criminal activities.
Right. So
I don't know the other activities that they do.
You know that they make music, right?
I mean, yeah, I guess you could call it music.
When you say you guess you could call it music, what do you mean by that?
I mean, I guess it's a form of music.
All right. So you just don't like the music, but they create music, right?
Hold on, bro. What you mean? I guess you could call it music. I guess you could call it music. What? If you don't knock that off, man. All right. Let's keep it going.
Okay, listen, Mr.
Knock that shit off.
Listen, and I'm looking at the statute here, and I'm looking at the most recent version, and this is the one that was effective February 13th, 2025, correct? That's the most recent version you guys are aware of?
I'm trying to pull it up on Westlaw right now.
I'm looking at it right now. This is what Westlaw shows to me. This is the most recent version. And it states at 907-041-5K.
That's the pretrial detention. Are you talking about the gang statute or the pretrial?
No, I just want to get us focused on what I'm going to be considering. That's why I'm backtracking on this, okay? So I'm looking at 907-041, the version of the statute that was effective February 13th of 2025, subsection 5K. Quote, a party may motion for a pretrial detention order to be reconsidered at any time before a defendant's trial if the judge finds that information exists that was not known to the party moving for reconsideration. Raise your right hand, and the clerk right here is going to swear you in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Okay, and you got to make sure that you speak into the microphone so that you can be heard. I can tell you're a little bit soft-spoken, so, all right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your full name for the record.
Aaliyah Albritton.
Miss Albritton, what city do you live in?
Jacksonville.
Jacksonville, Florida?
Mm-hmm.
How long have you lived in Jacksonville, Florida?
My whole life.
How old are you now?
22.
I'm going to ask you about some events that occurred the weekend starting on June 21st of 2024, that Friday. Do you remember that weekend?
Yes.
And on that weekend, did you have any travel plans?
Yes.
And at that time, back in 2024, you were still living in Jacksonville, is that correct?
Yes.
Where were you going to go that weekend?
To Tampa.
Who were you going to go to Tampa with?
My friend, two of my friends.
And what was your friends' names?
Taifa and Camille.
Okay. And when you say Taifa, are you referring to Taifa McCrae?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's already been marked for identification, States Exhibit 27. Have I already shown you this photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize the person in this photograph?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate picture of the way Taifa McCrae looked back in June of 2023?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd introduce into evidence States Exhibit number 27.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, admitted.
Ms. Albritton, is that a photograph of Taifa McCrae?
Yes.
Do you actually recognize the outfit that he's wearing? And I'm going to scroll this up a little bit so that you can see all of it. Do you recognize that?
Yeah.
Is that what he was wearing that weekend?
Yes.
Let's go back to the Friday, June 21st of 2024. You said that you were coming down to Tampa with two friends. Is that correct?
Yes.
Who was the other friend that you had mentioned that was coming to Tampa with you?
Camille.
And is her last name Bentley? Would that be Camilla Bentley?
Yeah.
How do you know Camilla Bentley?
I met her through somebody. I met her through one of my friends.
How long had you known Camilla Bentley before June of 2024?
Probably a year.
What was the nature of your relationship with Camilla Bentley?
We were just friends. We just hang out time to time.
And what about Mr. McCrae? How do you know Typha McCrae?
I know him through a friend also.
How long had you known Mr. McCrae?
I've known him a few years.
And what was the plan when you came to Tampa? What were you guys going to do together?
We were just gonna hang out, have fun, go to some clubs. That was really it.
Have you ever heard of a person that was a rapper in Jacksonville by the name of Julio Foolio?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what his real name is?
Yeah.
What's his real name?
Charles.
Okay. And do you know his last name as well?
Jones.
Is there any relationship between your friend Typha McCrae and Charles Jones, the victim in this case?
Yeah, they're cousins, if I'm not mistaken.
Did any of your plans in Tampa involve Charles Jones, the rapper known as Julio Foolio?
Yeah.
What was going to happen in Tampa that weekend of June 21st of 2024?
I think he had to perform somewhere, or he had like to show up at a club or something like that.
And going back again to that day on Friday, who were you traveling to Tampa with?
Typha and Camilla.
How were you getting to Tampa? How did you get to Tampa?
Typha's car.
Where did he pick you up at?
Camilla's house.
And did he drive both you and Camilla Bentley to Tampa?
Yes.
When did you get to Tampa, Florida?
Friday night, I think. Friday night, probably like 9, I think.
Where did you stay when you got to Tampa?
Airbnb.
Had you been to Tampa before then?
Yeah.
Did you know, were you familiar with the area at the Airbnb that you were staying at?
No.
Could you today even say what the address of that Airbnb was?
I have no idea.
Can you tell us what type of Airbnb it was?
A house, and I think it had a pool. I think it had like 2 or 3 bedrooms.
Was there anyone else staying at that Airbnb in Tampa with you besides Camilla Bentley and Typha McCrae?
Yes.
Who else was staying at the Airbnb?
A few of Typha friends, Foolio friends.
Okay. What about Charles Jones, Julio Foolio? Was he there as well?
Yeah.
Were you also staying at that Airbnb the whole weekend? Was that the plan?
No, they had booked a different house. So it was 2 different Airbnbs.
You said 2 different houses, so one Airbnb for Friday, is that correct?
Mm-hmm. And 1 for Saturday.
And 1 for Saturday. Did you go to another Airbnb Saturday night?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
The following day?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you know the address of the Airbnb that you stayed at the following day?
No.
And we're now talking about the Saturday, June 22nd of 2024.
Yeah, I don't know neither of the addresses. I don't even remember where they were at.
I want to ask you who all went to the second Airbnb.
Everybody.
And when you say everybody, are you referring to all of the people that you previously have stated were at the Airbnb on Friday?
Yes.
So can you just list them for us again, who they are?
Typha, Camilla, Foolio, and I think like 2 of his friends, 2 of Foolio friends.
So there were additional people there besides your group and Charles Jones?
Yeah.
Were there any parties or celebrations that were planned for that Saturday on June 22nd of 2024?
Yeah.
What was going on?
Foolio had a pool party.
Was there, when you say you had a pool party, was it just for the people that you have now mentioned, or were other people coming?
No, it was a whole bunch of people there.
How many people would you say was at that pool party at the time when most people were there?
The house was full, so probably like 50 people, maybe 30 people.
And did you recognize some of the people in the party?
I knew a couple of them.
And where were they from?
Jacksonville.
And of the ones that you knew, do you know what their names are?
Their nicknames.
Nicknames. I want to ask you a little bit about the nicknames, okay? You said that you have grown up in Jacksonville your whole life, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you said that you knew Charles Jones as Julio Foolio, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Were you familiar with what he did in Jacksonville?
Yeah.
Okay. And did he post a lot of music to social media?
Yeah.
And what was he known for in Jacksonville?
Rapping.
Rapping. Are you familiar with the term drill rapping?
Yeah.
And I want to ask you, were you familiar with what gang that he was associated with or a member of?
Yeah.
And what was the name of that?
I don't know the name. I just know it goes by like side of towns.
The side of town, so there are different areas of the town that gangs are associated with? Okay. So going back to that party, did you see any other rappers or people that made music at the party?
No, I kind of stayed in the room. I didn't really interact with everybody.
Why were you at that party?
Because I was staying there.
Okay. Who were you more associated with the group in Jacksonville?
Say it one more time.
Were you friends with Charles Jones? Did you hang out with him at the party?
I didn't really hang out with him, no. I don't do big crowds of people, so I just stayed in the room.
And Tafa McCrae, is he the person that you considered your friend in that group?
Yeah.
And other than Tafa McCrae and Camilla Bentley, was there anyone else there that you were very close with?
No.
At some point, what did you do during that day at that Airbnb?
Saturday?
Yes, ma'am.
Like during the day?
Yes.
I went to the mall and the liquor store. Nothing else really.
And then what time did the party at the Airbnb start?
At nighttime, sometime probably like 8 or 9, 10 maybe.
What happened at the Airbnb at some point?
It got shut down. We got kicked out because I guess whoever the owner of the Airbnb was didn't want to party there or something like that. It was too many people on the Ring camera. I think that's what they said.
And who shut down the party?
The police came.
Prior to the police coming, even though there were too many people there, was there anything unusual that happened at that Airbnb where Charles Jones was celebrating his birthday?
No.
After the party got shut down, where did you go?
We went straight to the clubs after that.
And were those the clubs where you said that Charles Jones had some kind of promos?
Yeah, I'm not sure. We went to a few clubs, so I'm not exactly sure which one we went to first. I think it was like the second or third one where he had to like come at.
Okay. And so do you know the name of the clubs?
No, I don't remember the names of none of the clubs.
Who did you go to the clubs with?
Camilla and Taifa.
And what vehicle did you go in?
Taifa's.
Was there other people in your group from the Airbnb going to the clubs at the same time?
I think so, yeah.
What about Charles Jones? Was he going to the clubs?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Do you know who he was in a car with?
Two of his friends, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. And do you remember what kind of car that he was driving?
Charger.
Okay. And what color?
Black.
And then do you remember whether or not Charles Jones had a girlfriend that was at the Airbnb?
Yeah, she came that night.
On Saturday, June 22nd of 2024?
Mhm.
What was her name? Do you know her name?
Monty. I'm not sure if that's her real name or not, but.
But you remember that his girlfriend did show up, is that correct?
Mhm.
Did she also go in a separate vehicle to the clubs?
Yeah.
Do you remember how many people were in her car?
I think she had one of her friends with her.
And did the cars go together to the club or separately?
Well, the first club we went separately because I think we left before them because they had to like get all their stuff. But we eventually ended up meeting at the club.
Okay. And how long would you say that you were at the first club?
I really don't remember.
Had you been doing any drinking that night?
Yes, I was.
How much had you had to drink, would you say, before you went to the clubs while you were at the pool party?
A decent amount.
And let me ask you this, did you feel like you were intoxicated at all?
I was definitely intoxicated.
Could you still walk on your own?
Oh, yeah.
Did you still understand what was going on?
Yeah.
And again, prior to leaving to the clubs, had there been any sort of incidents, fighting, or any kind of thing that would give you concern?
No.
And you said that the first club, the whole group went, is that correct?
Yeah.
And there were 3 vehicles?
Yeah.
Were there other people from Jacksonville that eventually went to that club as well?
Yeah, I'm not sure which club they came to, but yeah, it was other.
And you already said, I think, that you don't know how long you stayed at that
Yeah,
club.
I don't remember. We went to, I think, over 3 clubs. I don't know how long we were at each club.
At any club, whether it was the first one, second one, did you have any issue in the clubs?
No.
Did you see whether or not Charles Jones had any issues with anyone in either of those clubs?
No.
And at some point, what happened after you guys were done in the clubs?
We had to find somewhere to stay. We didn't have nowhere to stay anymore.
Well, what happened? Where did you go?
A hotel.
Do you remember what hotel you went to?
Home to be, I think, Holiday. It was 2 connected to each other.
You said Home to. Could it be Home to Suites? Does that sound right?
I think so. Yeah.
And then Holiday Inn, is that correct?
Yeah.
How many cars went to the hotel?
3.
Is it the 3 cars that we've already talked about?
Mm-hmm.
What happens when you get to the hotels?
I had to use the bathroom. I went and used the bathroom, and that's when all that happened outside, I guess.
When you said you went to go use the bathroom, had you guys checked in at that point?
No, I don't think we were able to get a room there. It was either booked or it was too late to get it or something.
And were you still in Typha McCrae's house? I'm sorry, Typha McCrae's vehicle?
Yeah.
And who else was in the vehicle at that point?
Camille.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, States Exhibit 22B6. Did I ask you to look at this CD prior to coming to court today?
Yeah.
And did I also ask you to put initials on there so you could recognize it at a later time?
Yeah.
And does this exhibit, States Exhibit 22B6, does it fairly and accurately depict the front of that hotel, Home to Suites, where you were at on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd introduce into evidence States Exhibit 22B6.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, admitted.
evidence is not the evidence of evidence.
What?
You said that you went to several clubs, is that correct? How long would you say it took to get from one club to the next club?
I don't remember.
And at the second club, do you remember how long you were at that club?
No, I don't remember how long I was at none of the clubs. I don't know how far they are from each other. I don't remember none of that. None.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to take a look at the monitor.
And if you need to step down, because it's a little hard because the screen is kind of parallel with
Oh yeah,
you and I.
I can
so-
see. Can you see?
Yeah, I can see. I just want to make sure you can see. And then if you have to point something out, Miss Albritton, you are welcome to walk over to the screen and point out something if necessary, okay?
I'm going to pause it right there. Can you tell me, do you recognize the vehicles that are being depicted in this video?
Yes.
Okay. And I am going to ask you to step down for just 1 second, just so you can point to what vehicles and who are in each vehicle, if you know who's in the vehicle.
This is Julio's car, Monty's car, Honda, and this Cypher's car.
Okay. And when you say Monty, that's the girlfriend, is that correct? Does Armani Turner, does that sound correct, ma'am?
I don't remember.
You don't know her name, okay, we'll call her Monty then. And in the black Charger, that is the vehicle that you said Charles Jones is in, is that correct? And then the very vehicle in the back is the vehicle that you are in with Tafa McCrae?
Yes.
Who's driving?
Okay.
You can go ahead and have a seat, I'm gonna play some more and have you watch it.
What up, what up? No one, I see you. Emmanuel Bacon, I see you. Appreciate y'all joining. Ronnie O'Neal trial. Is it the same one for Ronnie O'Neal?
The evidence is going to show that anything that I may have said, they exacerbated
that might be her back there. That might be her back there.
So Ms. Albritton, at some point, there's a period of time where Charles Jones' vehicle and his girlfriend's vehicle is back, and Tafa McCrae's vehicle is gone for a little bit. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
What's going on when Tafa McCrae's vehicle is not following directly behind Charles Jones and his girlfriend's vehicle?
Monty was just driving a little crazy, so he didn't want to be close to her car, so he just stayed back.
And can you tell us who is getting out of the vehicles now?
Me and Typa.
And was there, could you see where another person got into the driver's seat?
In the video?
Yes.
No.
Hold on 1 second, I'm gonna.
The absence of evidence is not the evidence of evidence.
All right, I'm going to ask you to take a look at when Mr. McCrae gets out of the vehicle. Do you kind of see somebody get into the driver's seat?
Oh, yeah.
Who is that?
Come here.
Your friend, Miss Camilla Bentley? Okay. And where are you going at this point?
To use the restroom.
Okay. How long are you in the restroom?
A couple minutes.
And what happens when you're in the restroom?
Nothing. As soon as I walked out the restroom, I just heard stuff outside.
What did you hear?
Shooting.
And when you heard shooting, what did you do?
I had stayed next to the lady at the front desk.
And had you seen, when you went to the restroom, where did Mr. McCrae, Typha McCrae, go?
He used the restroom too.
When you got out of the restroom, did you see him at all?
Yeah, like we walked out at like the same time.
And you said you started, did you hear shooting while you were in the restroom or when you came out?
The restroom was like in a deep hallway, so I didn't really hear it till I got out of the hallway.
And when you heard the shooting, what was Typha McCrae, was he already out of the restroom?
Yeah, we heard it at like the same time.
And what did he do?
He didn't do anything. We stayed in there and we heard it stop, but then it kept going. So when he heard it stop, he was finna walk out there, but it started going again, so he didn't go out there.
So I want to ask you, you said at some point you heard shooting and it stopped, and then it started again, correct? Do you know how much time elapsed, or can you estimate?
A few seconds, probably like 10 seconds, 10, 30 seconds.
And while you heard shooting, did you or Mr. McCrae try to go outside into that parking lot where Charles Jones was parked?
No.
After the shooting happened, what did you do?
I called Camilla.
And why did you call Camilla Bentley?
Because I knew she was outside in the car, and it wasn't no cars out there, so I just called to see where she was at.
You said there were no cars outside, so at some point did you go and look to see
No,
where
I
the
could
cars
see it
were?
through the door. It was a clear door.
I'm going to go ahead and stop this. And you said that there was somebody working at the hotel, is that correct?
Yeah, a female.
And did she also hear the shooting?
Yeah, she had said something about if it was somebody's people outside that they were shooting.
And you said you could see out of the window at some point and there was no vehicles, is that correct?
Yeah, the sliding doors was clear. So.
At some point, without going into your conversation, did you get in touch with Camilla Bentley on the phone?
Yes.
Okay. And again, without going into the conversation, how soon would you say you got a hold of her after the shooting had occurred?
As soon as right after it happened.
Right after? And how did she sound?
In distress.
And then what did she say to you?
She told me she was shot, and yeah, she had said she had left, and I think she was telling me kind of where she was at, and I had just told her to come back and get us.
Did she do that? And at that point, what vehicle was she in?
Typhus.
What happened when Camilla Bentley came back to the hotel, and what happened when she came back?
She got in the back seat and we left.
Before leaving that, you said you looked out there. Did you see Charles Jones' vehicle again at that point?
No, I didn't see his vehicle after that, no.
What about Armani, his girlfriend? Did you see her vehicle at all? And you said that Camilla Bentley then got in the back seat, is that correct? Who was driving at that point?
Taifa.
Where did you all go?
To take Camilla to the hospital.
Do you remember what hospital it was?
No, I have no idea.
What happened once you got to the hospital with Camilla Bentley?
Taifa and Camilla went inside.
Right. Where did you go?
I stayed in the car and I parked the car at some apartments, I think right next to the hospital.
And do you remember the name of the apartments?
No, I have no idea.
Why didn't you go into the hospital?
I didn't want to see any police. I didn't want to come in contact with any police officers.
Why was that?
Because I'm on probation.
You're on probation back in Jacksonville?
Mhm.
Okay. So why did Typha McCrae stay?
I told him to stay.
Why did you do that?
I didn't want Camilla going in the hospital by herself.
And what happened once you got to that apartment that was close to the hospital?
I got picked up.
Picked up by whom?
One of Taifa's friends.
What happened to Typha McCrae's car?
It just stayed in apartments.
And let me show you some photographs. I'm going to show you states 29A through D. Do you recognize all of these photographs?
Yeah.
And do these photographs fairly and accurately depict Mr. McCrae's vehicle as well as the location that you left the vehicle?
Yeah.
At this time, we would introduce into evidence States Exhibit 29A through D.
Any objection?
No objection.
They're admitted.
Oh, I see. Yep. Ms. Alburton, can you tell us what's in 29A?
Taifa's car.
Okay. And which one?
The Nissan.
Okay. The one in the middle, is that a Nissan Altima?
Yeah.
And then I'm going to show you 29B. Do you see some damage in this picture?
Yes.
Prior to this night, had there been any sort of damage to the side of the vehicle?
No.
You don't know, do you know, were you in the vehicle when it was damaged?
No.
I'm going to show you 29C. Is that the back of Mr. McCrae's vehicle?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you see the two bullet holes that are in the back windshield?
Mm-hmm.
Had that been there prior to what happened, the shooting at Home to Suites?
No.
I'm going to show you 29D. This is a close-up. Did you see that on the back of the vehicle when you left it at that apartment complex?
No.
Now, I want to talk a little bit more about why you didn't want to speak to the police. At some point, were you concerned with some of the stuff that is going on in Jacksonville?
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
A lot of people just don't get along.
And when you say a lot of people don't get along, are you again referring to these rival neighborhood gang groups?
Yeah.
Some point when you were younger, did you date someone who was associated with a rapper by the name of Young and Ace?
Yeah.
What is Young and Ace's real name?
Keontae.
Okay. Is that Keontae Bullard?
Mm-hmm.
And who were you dating that was related to Mr. Bullard?
Trayvon.
How is Trayvon Bullard related to Keontae Bullard?
They're brothers.
When did you date him?
In 2018.
And did something happen to him?
Yeah, he passed away.
When did he pass away?
June 5th, 2018.
And how did he pass away?
He got shot.
Was that a part of this rival gang war?
I'm assuming.
And when you say that he, at that point back in, you said 2018, was there even a group called ATK back then?
No.
And going back to Young and Ace, what was it known as back then?
Young and Gang.
And is there music and rap music that is associated? Do you need a Kleenex or a tissue? You're okay? Okay. Is there music and nicknames and rap names associated with the music that these gangs are putting out?
Yes.
And what did your boyfriend's brother, what did he go by?
Ace.
And is that, you said back then, the group that hung out with him, his gang, was called what?
Youngin Gang.
At some point after the death of your boyfriend, did you continue to hang out with his brother and his brother's group?
I kept in contact, but I didn't really hang out with them.
Were you interested in all of that back and forth that was going on between Youngin crew and the rival neighborhood gang?
Overall, go ahead.
No. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Ace, damn, she done brought his name up like 3-4 times. Damn, they is really
And so
trying to bring Young and
your
Ace in here
boyfriend
crazy.
back then, he was associated with the group that was against Charles Jones' group, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that some of the concern that you had with people finding out where you were?
Yeah, I just didn't want to be a part of none of the media stuff.
Is there a lot of social media that goes on with these two rival groups?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, States Exhibit 34. Do you recognize that individual?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate picture of that individual?
Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, at this time, we'll introduce into evidence States Exhibit number 34.
What you talking about, Willis?
Okay, admitted.
Ms. Albrecht, who is pictured in States Exhibit 34?
Charles.
Charles Jones. And you said that his gang, his rapper nickname was Julio Foolio, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that it? Yes, Ms. Albrecht?
Yes.
Okay.
Had you listened to any of the music that he had put out?
No, I don't listen to his music.
Okay. And during that night when you were with Mr. McCrae, were there any concerns at all for your safety or the other safety of the people that were with you?
I really didn't think nothing of it because we was out of town. So, and nothing happened the first night, so I didn't really think nothing of it.
After this happened, did you ever, what did you do after you got picked up by Mr. McCrae's friend?
I was just in the car with him, but I ended up going back to the hotel where it was at, and because I guess the boy knows Monty and them, they was talking.
Okay. And again, you say Monty, are you referring to Charles Jones' girlfriend?
Yes.
Okay. Did you at some point know what happened to Charles Jones?
Taifa had, yeah, when I talked to Taifa, he told me.
So you had additional communication with Taifa McCrae after his friend picked you up?
Yeah, I was checking on Camilla, so I called him.
When you went back to the home to suites, what did you see when you went back there? Was it, and what time was it when you went back there?
It was daylight now. It was just the police had it roped off and stuff.
Who did you see when you went back to that location after the police had already roped off the area?
Monty. I don't know the other people.
Charles Jones' girlfriend?
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever give a statement to law enforcement while you were in Tampa?
No.
At some point later on in the investigation, did a detective, Juan Ramos with the Tampa Police Department, call you to take your statement?
Yes.
And at that time, did you provide him with a statement?
Yeah.
Was that the only statement that you provided to the Tampa Police Department?
Yeah.
Lady Justice is.
Your Honor, may I have
The
1 minute?
evidence is going to show that anything that I may have said, they exacerbated it.
Your Honor, at this time, we pass the witness.
Okay, cross.
Good afternoon. Do you know Alicia Andrews?
No.
No? Have you ever seen Alicia Andrews before?
No.
You know of Alicia Andrews?
No.
And so you never met her before?
Nope.
The night of Charles Jones's murder, you were hanging out with him?
I was, yeah.
Okay. You're in the video where he's in the Charger next to the vehicle that you're parked in, correct? All right. And are you a part of Charles Jones's gang?
No.
So you're not a part of what they call 6 Block?
No.
Are you a part of any gang at all? All right. Do you know if Alicia Andrews is a part of any gang?
No, I don't know her.
Okay. You listen to rap music?
Yeah.
All right. But you said you don't listen to Charles Jones's rap music?
No.
So no Julio Foolio in your playlist?
Nope.
All right. Is there a reason why?
It's not my type of music.
All right. But you know the substance of his music, is that correct?
Yeah, I've seen it on social media.
All right. And the music that he raps about, they call it drill rap?
Correct.
And that music is him talking about what they call opposition, ops?
Yeah.
All right. When Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, talks about his ops, is he talking about them in a derogatory manner?
Yeah.
He talks about them being dead, is that accurate?
Correct.
He talks about them being kidnapped, is that accurate?
Yeah, I think. I don't know about that part.
Does he talk about them being shot?
Correct.
And he made fun of these things?
Yeah.
All right. And because of that, did people not like him?
Yeah.
All right. And these people that did not like Julio Foolio, did they talk about that around Jacksonville?
Yeah.
Did they talk about it on the internet?
Yeah.
All right. It's pretty common.
Yeah.
You've seen music videos of Charles Jones, Julio Foolio making fun of dead people before?
Yeah.
All right. I have a sort of a strange question, but try to follow me. You stayed in an Airbnb when you came from Jacksonville to Tampa, right?
Correct.
And you didn't book the Airbnb. Is that accurate? No. All right. When you stayed in the Airbnb, did you stay there because you didn't want to stay in a hotel that had cameras in a lobby?
No.
All right. So you were not at the Airbnb to sort of hide your identity. Is that accurate?
No.
All right. Did you pay or contribute any money to the Airbnb?
No.
The names of the clubs that you all went to on the night of Charles Jones's murder, you said you do not remember the names, right?
None of them. No.
You don't remember where they were at?
Nope.
You don't know how far they were from each other?
No.
You believe there were at least 3, though?
Yeah, like we went to 4 clubs the first night and the second night.
Okay. All right. Is one of the reasons why you don't remember the clubs or where they were at because you're not from Tampa?
Yeah, and I was just riding. I didn't really care where we went. I didn't look up no place to go. I didn't pick where we were going either.
All right, so you weren't driving the car?
No.
You were just a passenger?
Correct.
You were just going along for the ride?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes? Just for the court reporter? Okay. Do you know anyone in the group of people that you were with called Fat Boy?
Called who?
Fat Boy?
That was supposed to be with us?
Yes.
No.
All right. Even though you don't listen to Julio Foolio's music, Do you know about the issues that Julio Foolio has with other people in Jacksonville?
Kind of, sort of.
Kind of, sort of. You know that the people, you said earlier, people just don't get along, right?
Correct.
All right. And that's because you don't live under a rock, right?
Correct.
And you see things that, whether it be on social media, right?
Mhm.
Or whether it be on just in your personal conversations, correct?
I don't talk about it.
You don't?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Let me ask you this. You dated Youngin Ace's brother, is that accurate?
Yeah.
His name is
Trayvon.
Trayvon?
Mhm.
Okay. Trayvon, when you say brother of Youngin Ace, is that his blood brother?
Yes, same mama. I think they have different dads though.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did Youngin Ace get along with Julio Foolio?
No.
So, Trayvon, did he get along with Julio Foolio?
No.
All right. And you're hanging with Julio Foolio, who did not get along with Trayvon. Is that correct?
Yep.
All right. Trayvon was shot.
Yes.
Did Julio Foolio ever rap about Trayvon being shot?
Yeah.
Did Julio Foolio ever make fun of Trayvon, your former boyfriend, being shot?
Get your money.
When the vehicle, I guess there's a car. You saw the video that the state played earlier. Is that correct? You're. Give me 1 second.
Daddy, I like when you scrambling and scraping for shit. No, I like that.
Are you in the freak off?
I'm so high right now, y'all. I'm about to go sleep on y'all, man. I'm so high right now, y'all. I'm about to go sleep on y'all, man.
Man down. Level 30. Hip in distress.
An inmate at Fulton County Jail.
FBI, open up!
So this vehicle here that we see on the right, that's the vehicle you're in?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. That vehicle, it comes from, I guess the backside of the hotel?
Yeah, it's two different entrance ways.
All right. Do you remember coming in and making the right up front, up here? Let me show you. You remember coming in and making this right? And going around the hotel to get to this side?
And I guess.
You guess? Did you go this way? Straight?
I don't really remember, but seeing the video, we went right.
Okay. It makes sense that you would have went right to come around the hotel. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Now, is there any reason in particular that you went around the building to come to the spot here where you're at?
I wasn't driving.
So you didn't make that decision?
No.
All right. So you don't know why the vehicle is faced in the opposite direction?
No.
All right. Just some. You mentioned knowing what ATK is. Did you say that?
I said I don't know what that is.
Oh, you don't know what ATK is?
No, I don't know what that means. I wasn't. No.
Oh, so sorry. Not the meaning of ATK, but that Youngin Ace is a part of ATK. Did you say whether you know that?
Yeah.
Okay. ATK and 6 Block, do those two groups get along?
No.
All right. Charles Jones, just for the jury, is a part of 6 Block, is that correct?
Yeah.
and Young and Ace is a part of ATK. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And to your knowledge, Alicia Andrews is not a part of either of those gangs, correct?
I don't know. I don't know her.
All right. Did you see Alicia Andrews at any of the Airbnbs that you had either Friday or Saturday night?
No.
All right. Was Alicia Andrews inside of any of the clubs that you went to Friday or Saturday night?
No.
All right. You mentioned being on probation. Are you on probation now, or were you on probation during this time period?
I'm still on it.
You're still on probation? All right. Has your probation officer given you any trouble about this issue, being out of town?
No.
All right. No further questions.
Ain't your money.
Going back to these drill rap videos, in particular the song of Charles Jones about your boyfriend, is that When I See You? Is that the song that you're talking about?
I guess, yeah.
Okay. And that's one of the music or drill rap videos that you don't like, is that correct?
I don't care for them.
Does the other side, does Young and Ace and ATK, do they do similar rap videos about Charles Jones' 6 Block group?
I don't know. I don't listen to neither, honestly.
Okay. But you are aware of the back and forth, is that correct?
Yeah.
And how long had you dated Young and Ace's brother, Trayvon Bullard?
6 months.
6 months. And then when you were in Tampa, who were you hanging out with again? Mr. McCrae, is that correct?
Yeah.
How long had you been friends with Mr. McCrae?
I've known him years.
Okay. And were you invited by Mr. McCrae to go to this event?
Yeah.
Do you know how long it had been advertised, or how long Charles Jones had planned to go to this appearance in Tampa?
No.
Do you know whether or not it was posted on social media?
I think. I don't remember.
You don't remember? Okay. And you said that you didn't know Alicia Andrews. Did you ever know or hear of a person by the name of Isaiah Chance?
On Instagram.
Okay. And did he also have a nickname, a gang nickname, a rapper nickname?
Yeah.
What was that?
Gutta.
Gutta? Okay. And when we talk about these groups, now that you said that Charles Jones is a part of 6 Block and Young and Ace developed into ATK, is that correct?
Yeah.
Those are the rival groups?
Yeah.
Would Isaiah Chance, Gutta, would he be friends or enemies with Charles Jones and 6 Block?
I wouldn't know. I don't know.
You don't know what side that he's on?
No, I've never really heard of him till this occurred.
Oh, okay, all right.
Bruh.
The truth is that you are a liar.
Ms. McCrae, when you were in the bathroom, did you have communications? Ms. McCrae, when you were in the bathroom, did you have communications with anyone?
No.
I have nothing further, Judge.
Okay, very good. May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. You're free to go.
I thought she wasn't supposed to say
Thank
her
you. Have a good
name.
Okay, thank you.
I had to rewind. I thought she said Mr. at first. That's why I rewinded it. But I thought that she wasn't supposed to say her name.
All rise.
The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
What?
Well, we'll set this over here. We'll keep it running so we'll know when they come back. But I still got some more to play for you. You know what I'm talking about. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to our stream sponsors, NJB Nene. Shout out to Ali. Chad My Black is Golden. No one in the building. I see you, family. Appreciate y'all. Emmanuel Bacon. Lady L. What up, though? I see you, Lady L. Trakesha. Michelle B. Appreciate y'all hanging out. All right, I got some more. And when they come back, we'll be back with them.
It's speculation, Judge.
Sustained.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you know what Isaiah Chance meant when he said she threw the first punch, hypothetically?
Well, that hypothetically means she's speculating.
No, the message says the word hypothetically in it. So I'm not telling her to give me a hypothetical.
Well, I don't need her to guess what Isaiah Chance meant. So
I'm not asking her to guess. I asked her if she knows, yes or no. If she doesn't know, then
well, do you know?
No.
Do you know if Alicia to hit Isaiah Chance?
No.
Do you know if Alicia to be a violent person?
No.
And do you know if Alicia is affiliated with any gangs?
No.
No, she's not?
She's not.
Okay. I have no further questions of this witness.
Okay. Cross.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Robinson, you don't know or have not personally seen any sort of abuse between Alicia Andrews and Isaiah Chance, is that correct?
That is correct.
You've not personally witnessed any incident of the two of them interacting where either one of them have hit one another, is that correct?
That is correct.
Your sole knowledge based on the abuse that is claimed in this case is based on communication from Alicia Andrews herself, is that correct?
That is correct.
And each of these incidents that you have spoken about, the last one to your knowledge occurred in March of 2024, is that correct?
That is correct.
And Alicia Andrews, despite whatever history she has with Isaiah Chance, she continued to date and see and live with him well after that time period, isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And you're aware that she traveled with the defendant to Tampa the weekend of this homicide, is that correct?
That is correct.
And not once during your relationship, and you have said you are a close childhood friend with Miss Andrews, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you have never once called law enforcement and reported any sort of claim or abuse that Isaiah Chance has done to your friend, your good friend Alicia Andrews, is that correct?
That is correct.
It has never gotten to the point where you yourself thought her life was in imminent danger, is that correct?
Yes, but that wasn't my place to call the police on.
Well, certainly if you had thought that she was going to be killed, you would pick up a phone for your good friend, wouldn't you, ma'am?
Yes, I would.
You would call, you know her parents, don't you?
Yes, I do.
And certainly if you thought she was in serious danger or jeopardy, you yourself would call her mother and let her mother know. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yes.
And you have not done that once in this entire relationship between Alicia Andrews and the defendant, co-defendant Isaiah Chance. Isn't that true, ma'am?
That is true.
All right, I have nothing further, Judge.
Okay, redirect.
Yes. Regardless of what you did in response to what Isaiah Chance did to Alicia Andrews, do you know that Alicia Andrews was abused by Isaiah Chance?
Yes.
All right. And then the state mentioned that Alicia was still living with Isaiah Chance. Alicia did not live with Isaiah Chance at any point in time?
No, she did not.
All right. Where did she live?
With her parents.
Okay. No further questions?
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You are free to go. All right, and your next witness?
Zoom. Back to Zoom.
Okay, and do you know, I don't see a name on here that corresponds
I can ask Mr.
Keep swerving. Go out like that. We been there black when we like who better? They been there black when we. Someone fuck with you because you can't order my food. Hello?
Just a little sample of how they act when they together. This is Queso and Youngin Ace, and I don't know who the other cat is.
I'm hanging out the window, bitch. Hanging out the window. Fuck that nigga. Yeah, he caught a face shot back to the face. He thought he was gonna fuck me up. He don't like to really hang out like this. He was stop. I'm still gonna let me hang back out the window. I bet I laugh.
You do drive-bys.
Who do drive-by?
That's how you know how to hang.
Got crazy. That nigga say we do drive-bys. You better ask how the last nigga died. This ass nigga, look. I tell you right. This ass nigga, man. No crash my car, bro. Oh shit, stop it. Bro, y'all niggas tripping. You almost crashed that bitch. That's why y'all can't get. That's why I only in my car with y'all. These niggas almost crashed my shit, bro. But that nigga Ace wrong. That nigga Ace wrong. That nigga wrong. But that nigga grabbed the brake. That nigga let that bitch crash. But that bitch gonna hit the straight the back of they shit, bro.
He grabbed my foot.
He didn't grab your foot. You stood up.
What you talking me for?
You take that shit so serious. So you old bitch ass. Man, this nigga almost crashed the car. This some Matrix shit, man. Matrix little boy or something. That's how I get out. That's why I'm came to spend. I did Matrix shit, bitch. Woo! My mind elevated. My shit so fast. You get the buzzer from right here. You can walk down. You hit me from right here. You structure right there. I bet I got the gym. I'm so raw. That shit. Police can't catch me either. I'm so raw.
Who the fuck see your fans texting me and shit, getting my number, dog?
Case don't make your face go. Keisha got all the hoes, y'all. Keisha got all the hoes, y'all.
You got
He's so scared. You got him. Nigga went down.
Queso got 3 babies on the way.
I'm drink.
He don't even know them hoes.
Queso.
Andrews,
Hold on, I haven't let them in, but because you didn't want their face, so again, I'm just gonna ask that once I let these people in on Zoom, that any of their faces not be shown, and then if you tell me who's who, and that person will remain in the Zoom, the others will be put in the waiting room. So Podium does have its,
Yes, sir.
okay, but I don't think it's got sound.
Just went off. Just off. Stay right there.
There's a phone number that's trying to connect from the 904 zip code. I don't know, is that Jacksonville? There's an iPhone and another phone number.
Maybe I could try to ask Mr. Andrews or Miss Mills, if either of you are on the Zoom platform, can you unmute your microphone?
Okay, if you all can hear me, I do need either Miss Mills or Mr. Andrews to please unmute themselves and at least acknowledge you can hear me or hear counsel. Yeah. Not hearing anything. Wait.
The heck was that?
No more Zooms. No more Zooms in this case. I am horrified. Horrified.
It said nigga. What the hell was that?
Horrified. Disgusting. Okay, so that would be
Judge, can I take a 2-minute recess?
yes.
She's like, hell yeah, we all need a reset.
Whoa.
Nigga.
She said no more
Zooms. No more of that at all. We gonna cut that out all the way. What the helly? ¿Qué punetas? It said nigga. Dang, they still on mute. Y'all hit that like button, hit that subscribe, tap in, share with a friend. I don't know, I gotta skip past some of this silent section. They didn't cut off the whole audio from that.
Well, isn't this a nice surprise?
Be their number.
I did. My proposal is that we don't allow everyone to just change their names on Zoom to the correct name.
No, I'm not opening up that Zoom again. So they can appear telephonically if the state doesn't object.
Judge, I don't object.
So.
Is there a number they can call into?
Yes. There is. Unfortunately, I don't know it. But if you give me their number and let them know that I will be calling them, then, you give me their number and then, because it's loud.
No, write it.
Okay. Very good. Welcome back. And state, call your next witness.
Shout out to Flesh of the God. Tell everybody. Well.
They smell like a bag of bullshit!
Just going this way.
Okay.
Just raise your right hand, be sworn in by the clerk, right?
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Bill.
Okay. So, Mr. Norris, I can see you're upset. So, it's very important, however, that you be able to retain your composure. So, do you want to take a moment in order to kind of gather yourself?
I'll be straight.
Pardon me?
I'll be straight.
You'll be straight?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, you're good. Okay, that's fine. All right, thank you. You can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Norris, you might want to try to get closer or pull that microphone towards you so you're not having to lean over.
There you go. I think.
I know you're soft-spoken. I just want to make sure we can hear what you're saying. Okay. Good afternoon. Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter? Okay. And Mr. Norris, where do you live? What city do you live? Traveled here, I believe, yesterday or this morning to testify in this case?
It was, I got like 2 days ago.
2 days ago. Okay. I know we got delayed in jury selection. Where can you tell the jurors where you work? You work at the post office?
Yes.
Okay. What do you do for the post office?
I'm a mail handler.
A mail handler? Okay. Mr. Norris, how long have you lived in Jacksonville?
My whole life.
Okay, so you were born and raised there? Did you go to high school there?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Did you know Charles Jones, the victim in this case?
Yes.
And back in the summer of 2024, how long had you known him?
I don't know, about 10 years.
About 10 years? Do you remember how you met him?
Not exactly. Not exactly.
Okay. Now, your friendship with him back in June of 2024, was it just that, a friendship?
Yeah, like cousins.
Like cousins? In this case, at some point, you were interviewed by the police. Did you refer to him as your cousin?
Yes.
Maybe? Okay. I'm going to call your attention back to that summer of 2024. It would be June of 2024. Do you remember coming here to Tampa from Jacksonville?
You talking before everything happened?
Yeah, coming down here for that trip?
Yeah.
When everything happened in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And did you come down here with Charles?
Yes.
And did you actually drive with him?
Yes.
And were you driving in his black Charger, his Dodge Charger?
Yes.
Do you remember what you all were coming down here for?
Celebrate his birthday.
Okay. Do you remember how old he was turning?
That's 26.
26?
Yeah, 26.
Was there someone else that traveled in the car with you and Charles?
It was Robert.
Robert Howard? Okay. On the way down here, did Charles Jones and Robert Howard, did they switch off driving? Each of them driving for a part of the trip down?
Yeah.
Okay. When you all came down here, do you remember coming down on a Friday?
Yeah, I think that's the night we got here.
Okay. And did you end up staying at a Airbnb or a house down in St. Petersburg?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next day would be Saturday. Did you all leave there and go to another Airbnb, another house?
Yes.
Now, when I came out to talk to you a minute ago, you were sitting next to Miss Randolph out there. Do you remember her being there?
They got there that night. The night it happened, they got there that night.
That night, okay. All right. And do you remember a woman named Armani Turner also coming?
Yes. They rode together, they got there that night.
They rode together, okay. Now, that Saturday, the house you all are at, do you recall that being in Holiday up in Pasco County?
No, I don't know exactly. I don't really know. I don't know this place like this. So I don't know.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, do you know Tampa very well, or the Tampa Bay area?
It's my third time being here.
Okay, so this would be the second time you've been here?
Third, because I came here before y'all rescheduled the last trial.
That's right, we did. You're right. That night, that Saturday night, did Charles Jones throw a party at that house?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember him inviting people over direct messaging over Instagram?
Yes.
Okay. And did a lot of people show up?
It was people, about 20-some people.
Okay. And at some point, did someone call the police to come out to that house?
I think the owners did.
Okay. And did the party kind of get shut down?
Yes.
And did you all have to leave the house?
Yeah, we was already leaving to go to the club, so everybody just got all their stuff and left.
Okay. So you were already leaving to go, but you just grabbed all of your stuff and left? Was the plan that you were going to go to the club and come back and stay at the house, was that the original plan?
No, we were going to probably find like a hotel or something to sleep.
Oh, okay. Over close to the clubs?
Yeah.
All right. So let's go to that. So you all leave the Airbnb and you go to some clubs in the city of Tampa. Do you remember that?
Mm.
Do you remember one of those being a place called Teasers? Does that sound?
I think that's the club he had on his flyer. Yeah.
Okay.
That's the first club we went to that night.
First club, yeah. All right. And did Ms. Turner and Ms. Randolph and some people come in another car?
Yes.
Mr. Norris, are you okay? Are you cold, or you want to take a break?
I'm good.
Okay.
Okay. Just let us know if you need to take a break, okay? So do you also remember another car with a girl named, what's her name? I can't remember. Ilea, I'm sorry, Ilea and Tafa McCrae. Do you know those two people?
Tafa, that's my cousin.
Tafa's your cousin? Okay. Do you remember them also being there?
Yes.
Okay. So 3 cars, and you all go to this club. When you get there, do you remember kind of standing there with everyone, and then Charles gets out of the car?
At Teasers?
At Teasers, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember going in the club?
Yes.
And when you all went in the club, did Charles Jones at some point do something, make an appearance or perform or something inside the club?
We went in, but we went in there alone. We went to the other club because it was like the court was like boring, so we went to the other club.
Sorry.
Yeah, I couldn't hear that either. If you could try to speak up.
I said we went in, but like the club was like boring, so we ended up going to the other club.
Okay. All right. So you go into that first club, Teasers, and that's a strip club. There are strippers in there or women that are dancing?
I think so.
Okay. But there's a lot of folk.
I was high every day for a whole year, and I was at anything. I was at anything to get out of here. I was at anything.
Okay. You leave there, and then you all drive over to another club?
I think Truth 18.
Truth 18, okay. Do you remember that club, the Truth 18 one, being up on a second floor, and you had to go upstairs?
Yes.
And did you all end up going into that club too?
Yeah.
At some point, do you leave Truth 18 and start driving to a hotel?
Yes.
All right. So let me talk to you first of all about Teasers and Truth 18. When you're in those 2 clubs, any issues with your group or anyone else?
No, there wasn't no issues. That whole week, it was going good till the shooting happened.
Okay, so it was going good till the shooting, okay. So you didn't have any beefs, no one had any beefs with anyone, any fighting, arguing, anything going on in those clubs?
No, sir.
Okay. When you leave Truth 18, you all end up driving to a hotel. Do you remember pulling up in front of the hotel where the entrance is?
Yes, that's when he went there to see about the rooms, and they came back saying we couldn't get the rooms, so that's why we were sitting there trying to find another hotel.
Okay. So that's what Charles Jones was doing? He was looking for a hotel on his phone?
Yes.
All right. Now, do you remember being in the back seat behind Charles Jones?
Yes, I was in the back laying down, then I was up like when he got back, but I fell asleep a little bit after.
Okay. So you fell asleep after that, after he came back to the car, or you started dozing?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember being woken up at some point, or woke up?
Yes, I think when the car hits, I don't remember exactly what it hit, but the car hit something that woke me up.
I'm sorry.
The car hit something and woke him up. Before the car hit something and that woke you up, did you hear any gunshots?
No, I didn't hear any of the gunshots.
Okay. And you think you were asleep at that point?
Yes.
After the car hit something and woke you up, can you just tell the jurors what you saw inside of the car at that point?
First thing I saw was Foolio laid up. So I was really thinking like it was a car accident. First thing I looked up, saw the...
Sorry, I can't understand.
Okay.
You didn't hear the gunshot?
Slowly and clearly.
Wait, what?
I know know it's difficult. So what happened when something hit the car? What did you see?
You said you saw Foolio laid out?
Yeah, first thing I saw was Foolio laid out. I thought it was a car accident until I looked up, saw the bullet holes, and I saw Zay covered in blood yelling.
Okay. So you thought it was a car accident, and then you looked up, saw the bullet holes, and you saw Zay. Is that Xavier Edwards?
Yes.
You saw him covered in blood?
Yes.
All right. So let me talk to you about Xavier Edwards. I don't know if we talked about him yet. So Xavier Edwards was also there at the clubs with you all?
Yes.
And he was driving the Dodge Charger coming from the clubs to the hotel?
Yes.
Okay. And he's covered in blood. Is he saying anything at that point?
Yes, he was yelling.
What was he yelling? And you can say exactly what he said.
If he was like yelling like fuck, like I don't mean exactly everything. I just remember him yelling fuck.
Okay, so yelling fuck.
Yes.
Okay. Well, did he appear to be upset?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, do you all leave the car and go somewhere?
Yeah, he ended up me to come on, and that's when we went inside the hotel.
You all went inside the hotel?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at that point, when you're in the car and you get out of the car and start going into the hotel, do you know that you're wounded?
No.
Okay. Do you know that Xavier's wounded, though, because you can see blood, right?
Yes.
And you've seen the bullet holes in the car, so you know that something happened with gunfire.
Yes.
All right. So you all go into the hotel. Do you remember, Mr. Norris, were you all running or walking fast, or how were you going about going in?
We were running and trying to get help.
Running and trying to get help?
Yeah, it happened so fast, I didn't think to grab my phone or nothing. So we were trying to get help, and nobody came out, so we eventually went to the third floor because we didn't know if they would have came back, tried looking for us, so we went to the third floor.
You left your phone in the car?
Yes.
Okay. So when you get in there, if I understand what you're saying, you all went to the third floor. You got on the elevator?
Yeah, we was on the first floor trying to get help first, then we went thinking like, just leave from right here because we don't know if they would have followed us in there or not. So we went to the third floor.
Okay. So you didn't know if the shooters, whoever did all this, would be following you?
Yeah, I ain't know, so.
When you were trying to get help on the first floor, were you trying to knock on doors or open doors?
Knocking, yelling out for help.
Yelling out for help?
Yeah.
Okay. So you all get on the elevator, you go to the third floor. Do you get off the elevator on the third floor?
Yeah, we got out the elevator, and he didn't, like, felt like he was finna pass out and land against the wall. And he told me to check his head, see if he was shot, and that's when I realized I got hit. When I looked down at his head, I saw a hole in my arm.
Okay. So he wanted you to look at his head because he thought he had been hit. Xavier Edwards thought he had been hit in the head.
Yeah.
And then when you tried to do that, you saw this hole in your arm?
Yes.
Where were you shot?
I was shot right on my arm.
Okay.
Close to my shoulder.
Do you still have a scar from that gunshot wound?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have the witness show the scar to the jury?
Yes.
Mr. Norris, if you can stand up and just kind of move about, so turn around so that these folks over here can see your arm. Okay. Now, you can go ahead and have a seat again. Thank you, sir. Do you obtain Xavier Edwards' phone and try to call for help?
Yes, he had realized he had his phone, so he told me to call for the police to get an ambulance, so I called.
Okay. And at some point, did police officers come off the elevator?
Yes.
And when the police officers came off the elevator, did they come down the hall towards you all?
Yes. We were like directly in front of the
You were right in front of the elevator?
Yes.
Okay. Did the police at some point try to help you with your wounds?
Yes.
And did they call for fire rescue, for EMT or paramedics?
Yes.
And did those paramedics come up to the third floor eventually and assist you and Mr. Edwards?
Yes.
Do you remember being taken out of the hotel on a stretcher?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so let me approach first. Can I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stage 68A, and just ask if you recognize what's in the photograph.
Yes.
You recognize that? Okay. Do you recognize that as Charles Jones' black Charger?
Yes.
Okay. You okay?
I'm good.
You sure?
Yes.
We can take a break if you need to.
I'm good.
Okay, all right. And then I'm going to show you these photographs. This is states 25A and 25B and then 25C. Do you recognize the photographs?
Yes.
Are those photographs of you in the hospital, Mr. Norris?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, I tell you what, I'm just gonna have the jury step up momentarily.
All rise.
There's tissues right there.
They're like paper towels.
All right, Mr. Norris, I know this is difficult, and I know it's challenging looking at photographs of yourself in the hospital, but it is important, since you are testifying, that you be able to testify without being too emotional. So we'll just take a breather here and give you a chance to kind of collect yourself. Are there any other? Are you objecting to these photos coming in? Do they need to be authenticated through?
No.
Okay, they can come in.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, good enough. There's nothing wrong with getting emotional. If you need a break, we just take a break, okay? Everyone here understands.
Man, that was damn near like a victim impact statement. Damn, that was crazy. He started crying on the stand. That's gonna tear the jury up. Just period. Like, it don't even matter if she did it or not. That's gonna affect the jury for sure. That's for sure gonna have an effect on the jury. What they saying in the chat? Let me see the chat. Everybody's talking about it. Yeah, okay. Crazy stuff though, man.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All rise.
Thank you.
All jurors enter.
¿Qué puñetas? ¿Qué puñetas? ¿Qué puñetas?
5A is an alpha through C is in Charlie. We would tender 68A is an alpha. And then we would tender states 26A is an alpha through E is an echo.
Okay, any objection to these exhibits being admitted?
No objection.
Okay, admitted.
Your Honor, I'm going to publish, Mr. Norris, you don't need to look at these. They're going to be up on the screen, but I'm just going to publish these briefly. This is stage 25. A, publishing on the overhead Elmo. States 25B and states 25C. Publishing state 68A. Mr. Norris, do you remember how long you were in the hospital here in Tampa?
Just a couple hours. They could patch me up. They said I was okay, but I had to wait on my parents to get here.
You had to wait for your parents? Did your parents come down from Jacksonville to pick you up?
Yes.
When you got back home, were you working at that time?
No, I was out of work for about a month or two.
Okay. Were you working at Sam's at some point?
Yes, I was working at Sam's around that time.
Around that time? Okay. Were you able to go back to work?
Yes.
Mr. Norris, do you know Alicia Andrews, or did you know her before this incident?
No, sir.
Did you know an individual named Isaiah Chance before this happened?
I could probably tell on social media.
You knew who he was from social media?
It was,
Did you know him by the name Gutta or Gutta Zay?
yeah, we had followed each other on social media.
Followed each other? Okay. Did you know either Rashad or Davion Murphy?
No. No.
Okay. And did you know a man by the name of Sean Gathright?
No.
Okay. And you've become aware of these people now since this case happened, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Okay. You have one moment here, Ryan?
Yes.
What's crazy though?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, Cross.
Talking. What's crazy is that he was crying in response to his own photos though. He was crying. Look at. I guess that is shit. After getting shot up, I guess that would be some. I mean, hey, all right. I guess I understand it. But damn. Just to
How you doing, Mr.
relive
Norris?
all
I'll be
that, I
quick, all right?
guess.
You know what 6 Block is that correct?
Yeah, song stuff, yeah.
You heard of it?
Yeah, like song, they said like song stuff, yeah.
Song stuff? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I still out here like songs and stuff.
Okay. Was Foolio a part of 6 Block?
You say it in songs.
I can't hear what you're saying.
I say he used to say it and still like speak on it in songs.
So Foolio would speak about 6 Block in songs?
Yes.
Is it a music group?
I think just, I think 6 meant like something to him. I don't know exactly what it was.
You don't know exactly what it was? Was it a neighborhood?
No, I say like something. It was something that meant for him, but like I never knew exactly like what it was.
All right. Do you know? Are you involved in anything called 6 Block?
I don't get into anything.
I couldn't hear you. What'd you say?
I said I don't get into anything.
You don't get into anything? Is that a no?
No.
All right. So you're not a part of any rap groups?
No.
Have you ever been involved in a music video before?
No.
You've never appeared in any music videos before?
It got at the repass. At the repass, they end up getting me in the background, like recorded. So that's in the music video, but like just damn music videos, no.
So I can make sure I heard it correctly. You've been, somebody got you in the back of a music video before, you said?
Yeah, like at a repass, they were recording video at a repass.
At a repass?
Yeah.
Which repass?
Foolio repass.
Okay. So is that the repass was made into a music video? Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
What you talking about, Willis?
Do you know what ATK is?
I hear about that songs.
You hear about it in songs? Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right. You're not a part of any gangs. Is that what you're saying?
No.
All right. Do you know who Alicia Andrews is?
No.
Is Alicia Andrews part of any gangs?
No, I don't know her from Can of Paint.
You don't know Alicia Andrews from a can of paint? Is that a no?
Yeah, I don't know her.
All right. Was she at the Airbnb the night that you were in Tampa?
No, I never saw her before.
All right. So she wasn't at the clubs either, Teasers or Truth 18. Is that correct?
No, I never saw her.
So you can't speak to whether she knew that Julio Foolio was going to die. Is that correct?
Objection.
What's the legal basis for the objection?
Calls for speculation.
Well, that is true, so, but you can answer if you know.
Do you know whether Alicia Andrews knew that someone was planning to kill Charles Jones?
No, I don't know that.
You said you do know someone named Gutta Zay?
Yes.
All right. And you followed that individual on social media?
Yeah, it was somewhat cool. We were like talking stuff. It was no more than that.
I didn't hear what you said.
I said like we were like somewhat cool. Like we'll talk on with him like no more than that.
Okay. You said you would talk to Gutta Zay on social media sometimes. Is that accurate? Okay. To your knowledge, did Gutta Zay have an issue with you?
No.
You were cool with Gutta Zay?
Like, yeah, we were straight.
All right. And to your knowledge, did Gutta Zay talk to anyone else in your friend group?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure? All right. Robert Howard, is he your friend?
Yes.
And do you know if Robert Howard spoke to Isaiah Chance to Gutta Zay?
I'm not
Objection,
sure.
Your Honor. Relevance? He's not asking anything can reference time.
So
Okay, sustain the objection. Ask him more.
Who was in the car with you? It was Robert Howard and Julio Foolio in the car with you the night of the murder, correct?
You talking when the shooting happened?
Yeah.
No, Robert wasn't in the car.
Robert was in a different car?
Yeah.
Robert rode in a car with you at some point that night, right?
Earlier that day.
So earlier that day, Robert Howard was in the car with you and Julio Foolio, is that correct?
Yes.
But at the time when you all were at the hotel, Robert Howard had switched. He got out of the car that you was in with you and Julio Foolio and he got into another car, correct?
No, not at the hotel.
Not at the hotel, but before you got to the hotel, Robert Howard got out of the car, right?
Yeah, I ain't get that come. We were leaving from the B&B.
When you were leaving from the DMV?
The B&B.
The B&B. So when you left from the Airbnb, you're saying Robert Howard was in the car with you at that time?
No, he was in a different car.
Okay. But sometime that day, Robert Howard was driving the car, the Charger that Julio Foolio was in?
Did he drive that day? I'm not sure if he.
All
I
right.
don't remember if he drove that day.
Okay. Do you know if Robert Howard ever spoke to Gutta Zay before?
I don't know.
All right. No further questions.
Hey, redirect.
Yes, sir. Mr. Norris, when you went to Teasers and Truth 18,
No.
you all got out of the car
No.
and you walked into the clubs, correct?
Yes.
Overruled, go ahead.
All right. Did you circle around the parking lot and walk around the parking lot at either of those clubs?
Not. I think but Truth 18, we sat there for a minute because he was trying to book the room.
You stood by the car?
Yes.
Okay.
We stood out there a minute before we walked up there because Foley was trying to book a room, book the hotel rooms.
All right. But you didn't walk out towards the main street and go up and down the sidewalk or anything like that? Okay.
Where are your police reports?
That would be the right front, the right left, excuse me.
The
right left
music
side.
video that you said you got caught in the background in, is that what happened? You got captured in the background?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you about that. You said it was a repass video.
It was there, and they were recording videos, and I just got caught in the background on them.
Okay.
One or two. It was like 2 videos.
Was that the repass for Charles Jones?
Yes.
And a repass, so the jurors who don't know what that is that like a celebration of life?
Yes.
A celebration after he had died?
Yes.
And there were people there videoing?
Yes.
And you got caught in the background?
Yes.
And were there a lot of people at that celebration?
Yes.
Nothing else, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Norris. You are free to go, okay?
Brad.
Okay. All right, who's going to be your next witness?
Dosha Randolph.
Okay.
What did that have anything to do with Alicia Andrews? What are they trying to? Well, I guess they still got to prove the case too. But damn, that didn't have nothing to do with her. Like that was a waste of time. 403.
I don't know what I said, but I was high every day for a whole year, and I was saying anything. I was saying done anything to get out of here. I was saying done anything.
Michelle B said PTSD kicking in. That boy got on the stand crying. Trakisha, yeah, you missed it right before you came in. That same dude, he broke down crying. He got it together for the defense, though. He wasn't crying for the defense, but when prosecution was up there, he was sobbing like a mug.
Do you swear to affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, you can have a seat, and I can tell you're soft-spoken too, so it's very important, Ms. Randolph, that you speak into that microphone so we can hear you, okay?
I might have to scoot up a little.
Okay, you may proceed.
Please state your full name for the record. And Ms. Randolph, where do you live?
Jacksonville.
I'm sorry.
I'm having trouble hearing you, so you got to speak a little louder.
Jacksonville.
How long have you lived in Jacksonville?
My whole life.
Your whole life? Okay. And you are very soft-spoken. Can I ask you to get a little bit closer to the mic? Thank you. You said you've lived in Jacksonville your whole life, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you, did you have plans to travel to Tampa in June of 2024?
Mm-hmm.
I'm specifically going to ask you, June 22nd of 2024, did you come to Tampa on that Saturday?
Yes.
Who did you come to Tampa with?
Money.
Monty? Is that Armani Turner?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, just please make sure you say yes or no as opposed to So, thank you.
Do you know who Charles Jones is?
Yes.
Had you met Charles Jones before that weekend?
Yes.
Approximately how many occasions had you met Charles Jones?
Well, I know him since 6th grade.
Since he was 3?
Since 6th grade.
6th grade, I apologize. What was his rapper name?
Foolio.
Foolio?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And back then in June of 2024, did he have a relationship with your friend Armani Turner?
Yes.
Do you know how long they had been dating at that point?
Well, they had just got back together for a couple months, but they used to date back in the day when we was kids.
Okay. And this weekend, you said you traveled with Armani Turner from Jacksonville to Tampa. Is that correct? That weekend of June 22nd of 2025?
Yes.
Who was driving?
Money.
What kind of car did she have?
A Hyundai.
Was that a gray Hyundai?
Yes.
Was there anyone else with you and Miss Turner in the gray Hyundai?
Yes.
Who else was with you?
Xavier.
Xavier?
Yes.
And are you referring to Xavier Edwards?
Yes.
Did all three of you travel down from Jacksonville to Tampa on that Saturday?
Yes.
Where did you go in Tampa?
To the Airbnb.
An Airbnb. Okay. I'm not going to ask you the address, but it was an Airbnb, is that correct?
Yes.
What was going on at the Airbnb?
Nothing. Everybody was just chilling.
You say everybody. Approximately how many people were at the Airbnb?
I don't know, more than 10, more than 15.
Of the people you've already mentioned, Armani Turner, was she at the Airbnb?
Yes.
Okay. And what about Charles Jones?
Yes.
Did you know anyone else that was at the Airbnb?
Yes.
Who else did you know that was there that night?
Gino.
Gino Norris?
Yes.
How long would you say, well, let me ask you this. Approximately what time did you get to that Airbnb where Charles Jones was on that Saturday, June 22nd of 2025?
Like 11:45, 11:50.
When you say 11:45, are you talking AM or PM?
PM.
So at night, it was already dark out?
Yes.
What happened when you got to that Airbnb in Tampa?
Nothing. We just walked in, seen all the people, spoke to the people we knew, and we was just in the kitchen, and we was just posted up in the kitchen.
And how long, did anything unusual happen at that Airbnb?
No.
Were there any fights or any kind of incidents at the Airbnb?
No.
At some point, did the police show up at the Airbnb?
Yes.
What happened when the police showed up?
Nothing. Me and Monty talked to them and told them we was down here for her boyfriend's birthday and nothing was going on. They said they got a call about a fight and we let them know nobody wasn't fighting or anything, and they said, okay, enjoy your night, and they left.
And at some point, did you all leave the Airbnb?
Yes.
Before we talk about that, you said that you were there for Armani's boyfriend's birthday. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was it his birthday? Was it Charles Jones' birthday that weekend?
Yes.
Was he scheduled to appear at some nightclubs that weekend as well?
I'm not sure.
Do you know whether or not, did you go to nightclubs that weekend?
We went to 2 clubs.
Do you remember the name of the clubs that you went to?
No.
What time do you think that you went to the first club?
I don't know.
Okay, so you got there after 11:45 p.m., is that correct?
Yes.
Would it have been after midnight going into June 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
So you were at the Airbnb for more than 15 minutes?
Yes, because we stayed, helped clean up, changed, and everything like that. He waited for us to change, and we helped him pack up, and then we left to go to the first club. I think it was like an hour away or something.
Okay. And I want to talk about how everybody gets to the first club. How do you get to the first club?
In the car that I came in.
Armani Turner's car?
Yes.
That's the gray Hyundai, correct?
Yes.
Who is in the car with you in the gray Hyundai going to that first club?
Me and Monty, I think. Or me, Monty.
Armani Turner?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anyone else in the car with you that you can remember?
I think Robert had got in then, or he got in after the first club. I don't know, but I know me and Monty was together the whole night. So.
Okay. And you said it may have been Robert, is that correct? Are you referring to Robert Howard?
Yes. Sorry.
But did you also say that he may not have gotten in at the first club, but maybe at the second?
No, like on the way to the first club.
Okay.
I don't remember, but I know I was in the car with Monty. But after we left the first club, on the way to the second club, I know he was in the car with us. When we left the second club, I know he was in the car with us.
Okay. So you were in a car with Armani Turner when you went from the Airbnb to the first club?
Yes.
Did other people from the Airbnb also go to the first club, but in other vehicles?
Yes, they was already there.
They were already there? You met them at that club?
Yes. When we left, it was only the car Charles was in and the car me and Monty was in. We followed each other there.
And so you're following behind the car that Charles Jones was in, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember who was in the car with Charles Jones?
Everybody else, I think, like him, Gino, Xavier, Robert.
Okay. So you believe Gino Norris and Robert Howard and Xavier Edwards were all at that point with Charles Jones in the car?
I think so. I don't.
And you went to the club?
Yes.
Any instance or any incident that occurred at the first club?
No.
And you said you went to another club, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's talk about, are you still in the same vehicle with Armani Turner when you go to the second club?
Yes, I never changed vehicles.
And at this point, does Robert Howard go from Charles Jones's vehicle into the vehicle with you and Armani Turner?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not there is another vehicle that Camilla Bentley is in?
I don't know who that is.
Okay. So were there some people in the group that you didn't know?
There's a lot of people I didn't know.
But did your vehicle stay with Charles Jones's vehicle?
Wherever he went, we went.
And at that second club, do you know approximately how long that you were at the second club?
No.
Was there any issue at the second club?
No.
What happened after you left the second club?
We got in the car to go to the hotel.
You're in the same vehicle the entire time?
Yes.
Who's in the vehicle with you at that point?
Me, Monty, and Robert.
Okay. And you said that Charles Jones was in the vehicle, is that correct, in the other vehicle?
In his car, yes.
Okay, and who was with him at that point when you're leaving the second club to go to the hotel?
Gino, Xavier, and himself.
Gino Norris and Xavier Edwards?
Yes.
So when you get to the other club, when you get to the hotel, what happens?
He go inside for like 2 minutes. He come out.
When you say he, you said he goes inside. Who are you referring to?
Charles.
Charles Jones?
Yes. When he come out, he texts Monty and say, no, he called her, text her one day, forgot. And he was like, they said they gave his reservations away. So we like, okay, we finna look up some hotels. So we all just get on our phone and we start trying to find hotels that's near. And he said one of his other friends told him they went back towards where the Airbnb was because everything in that area was already booked up. So we was just on our phones trying to find a hotel that was close by because it was already late.
So what happened at that point?
We was in the car on our phones listening to music, and then we heard gunshots. So then we was looking like, Then I cut the radio down, and we heard them some more, and it sounded like they was closer, but we couldn't tell what direction that they was coming from. And we like, oh no, we getting shot at. And Monty put the car in reverse, and we just, yeah.
Okay. So you said Armani Turner, she put the car in reverse, is that correct?
Yes.
And did anything happen in the parking lot when she put the car in reverse?
Yes, we, I think it was his cousin car. They went in drive, we went in reverse, so we kind of hit each other. And then we just both ended up getting out of the parking lot. And when we got out of the parking lot, we seen a car, which we thought was Charles' car. So we made a U-turn, and when we made a U-turn, we realized it wasn't his car. And we ended up going down the street, and we seen the police, and we hopped out and was trying to tell them, like, oh, we just got shot at, but they wasn't listening, so we hopped back in the car and made another U-turn, so they hopped in their car, and they chased us, and they called for backup, and we led them to where we found Charles' car at.
Okay. So you said that you ran into law enforcement, is that correct?
Yes.
And did all of you, Armani Turner and Robert Howard, all get out of the vehicle at that point?
We got out. Me and Monty got out when we seen the police, and we was trying to talk to him. He wasn't listening. We hopped back in the car. Okay. Me, Robert, and Monty got out. When we came back to the hotel and all the police was with us, and we didn't see his car, we rode around until we seen it. And when we seen it, everybody hopped out the car.
Okay. And what happened when you hopped out of the car?
The police had hopped out and told us to stop moving, and told us to back up. And from where I was, I could see like in his car because I was on the passenger side. So like, I seen him.
And you said his car. At that point, did you notice Charles Jones' car in the parking lot when you came back to the hotel?
Yeah, we had pulled up right in front of his car.
At some point, those police officers that you ran into on the roadway, did they come back and follow you to that location?
When we got back in the car and pulled off, they pulled off with us.
Okay.
And they called for backup. And I guess the other officers met at the hotel, and they told us basically we was running from the police and not do that again.
Okay. At some point, did they take your interviews and realize that Miss Turner's boyfriend had been the one that was shot in the other car?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And did you provide an interview to law enforcement?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, States Exhibit 2E. Did you recognize this, Ms. Randolph?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate picture of where Armani Turner's car came to a stop after it came back to the hotel after the shooting?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we'd introduce into evidence States Exhibit 2E. Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted. Ms. Turner, can I ask you, I'm sorry, not Ms. Turner, Ms. Randolph, can I ask you to step down and point out to the jury which car in this picture is the vehicle Armani Turner drove and the one that you were in all night? The one to the right with the doors, well, they both have the doors open, but the one to the right of the photograph? Yes. Okay. And there's another vehicle. Is that the vehicle that you saw eventually when you got out of the car and started talking to law enforcement?
Yes.
And is that the vehicle that you had previously seen Charles Jones in prior to the shooting?
Yes.
Okay. And is that the location where it was when you came back to Home to Suites after the shooting?
Yes, that's what we found him.
And prior to coming to court today, did I ask you to look at a video that was from the Instagram feed of Charles Jones on June 22nd of 2023 2024 going into June 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
And did that accurately depict his Instagram feed on those dates?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would introduce into evidence States Exhibit 85C.
Any objection?
Yes.
Yes?
Shout out the flesh of the gods. Tell everybody. Well, I still fight through the devils, man. Like, they be trying their best to hold me back, but y'all got to give the people what they want, bro. You know what I mean? The people want some real, man. It's time for the real people who ain't pretending to be in position.
They jump right into that sidebar, huh? Appreciate y'all being here. Don't forget to hit that like, hit that subscribe. You know what I'm talking about. Tap in, share with a friend. Michelle B said his PTSD was kicking in. Trakisha in the building, Allie in the building. I see y'all. We ain't got no more TiVo time. We live, so we just gotta wait for them. I do got some more clips though. We could play something in the background while we waiting for them.
And yes, tell me again what item we're admitting.
95A.
95A. Okay, admitted.
Well, Isn't this a nice surprise?
During this time, say what like the 10 girls, Stacey did with 30 and into, during this time, say
And is this Mr. or Miss?
Miss Mills.
Miss Mills. All right.
Crazy stuff. These youngins out here
Is this
killing each other like it's
the
nothing.
location
Like
of the Airbnb that Charles Jones and his friends were having a party at June 22nd of 2024?
Yes.
And you recognize that Airbnb and the people that are in that party?
Yes.
Okay.
The people that I know and myself.
You recognize yourself in there as well, is that correct? Okay. And is Miss Armani Turner, your friend, is she in there as well?
Yes.
Okay. And that individual right there, is that Charles Jones that night?
Yes.
And is that what he was wearing that night, June 22nd of 2024, going into June 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
And you said he was celebrating his birthday?
Yes.
Is this that last club that you went to with Charles Jones on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
And is that you actually, are you part of that group going to that club with Charles Jones at Truth 18?
Yes.
And are these some of the flyers that show that he was going to be there on Truth 18?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Ms. Randolph, after you got to that location where, and I'm going to go back to June 23rd of 2024, when you all got back to the hotel and saw Charles Jones' car, how long were you at that location before you were able to speak to law enforcement officers about what had happened?
Hours.
Hours? Okay. At some point, did Charles Jones' mother come to that location?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
So in the video, I do want to ask you just one more question about that party at the Airbnb. And in the video, it can be seen that there is Don Julio, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Was there any special, to your knowledge, was there any special association with Don Julio to your friend Charles Jones, Julio Foolio?
No, he doesn't drink.
He doesn't drink at all?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Nothing further, Judge.
Okay, Cross.
May need to refresh your browser if you don't got the Julio emoji for those who are members.
And when you say that Foolio does not drink, That video that we saw earlier, it shows him drinking that one night. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And that was the only night you've seen him drink ever before?
Yes, he's never been a drinker.
Okay. Do you know who Alicia Andrews is?
No.
You ever met her before?
No.
Have you ever seen her before?
No.
All right. Do you know what 6 Block is?
Yeah.
What is 6 Block?
Something that he sang about.
Something that
Charles sings
Charles
about.
Jones sang about?
Yes.
Okay. How long has Charles Jones sang about 6 Block?
I don't know. He been rapping since 6th grade.
Okay. Has he been rapping about 6 Block since 6th grade, though?
He's been rapping about a lot of stuff since 6th grade.
But what about 6 Block?
I don't know how long he been rapping about that.
All right. Is 6 Block a group?
No.
Is it a gang?
No.
All right. If I were to ask you whether you're a part of 6 Block, would you say yes or no?
No.
You're not? You're not a part of 6 Block?
No. Did you
All right.
see that I was a part of 6 Block?
I can't hear you.
No.
Okay. Are you a part of ATK?
No.
Do you know what ATK is?
Yes.
What is ATK?
Something. A group, I guess.
A group? All right. Do 6 Block and ATK get along?
I don't know. I'm a girl.
When you say you're a girl, what do you mean by that?
I don't get into all of that.
Okay. The night you said earlier that you were following Julio Foolio around wherever he went, you all went. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. You weren't in control of the vehicle?
No.
You weren't driving?
No.
And did you know where you were going every step of the way?
No, I've never been here.
At any point in time when you were riding around with your friends, could you have just gotten out of the car and went home?
My ride, I was riding around with my ride.
So you could not just get out of the car and go home, correct?
No.
Earlier you said Robert Howard was inside the car with Foolio at some point in time. Is that correct?
Yes, he was already down there when we got down there.
All right. So Robert Howard's in the car with Foolio, and he's also in the car with Gino at some point?
Yes.
Gino Norris, the witness that was right before you?
Yes.
The videos that we saw there is Alicia Andrews in any of those videos?
I don't know.
Was she at the Airbnb with you?
I don't know.
Was she at Teasers with you?
I don't know.
And was she at Truth 18?
I don't know.
All right.
I don't know her. She could have been.
You're aware of, obviously, the type of music that Julio Foolio made, is that correct?
Yes.
That is drill rap?
Mm-hmm.
That he rapped up.
I had to add the Alicia emoji too, so if you might need to refresh your browser for her. But justice for him don't necessarily mean that she has to go to jail. Just wanted to add that.
About dead people?
Everybody from my city do that.
You said everybody from your city does that?
Yes.
So it's a common thing in Jacksonville?
Yeah.
All right. And these people that are rapping about dead people or killing people, they are rapping about killing each other's friends?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't
Do you
know.
listen to the music?
Not really.
Why not?
I don't get into all that.
You don't get into all of it?
Yes.
All right, but you do hang out with the people who make the music?
I don't hang out with nobody. I've known him since 6th grade.
Okay. Have you hung out with him since 6th grade?
I got invited to his birthday party, and I went.
All right. So if other people in that group of individuals that went out to the birthday party, if they were gang members, would that make you a gang member?
No.
All right. No further questions.
Okay, redirect.
No redirect, Judge.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're free to go. All right, who's your next witness?
The state would call Camilla Bagley.
Okay.
Please watch the steps. Just raise your hand, just one back and forth.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Okay. Yes, yes, you should sit and you should speak loudly so that we can all hear you, all right? Into the microphone right in front of you. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Please state your full name for the record.
Camille Bentley,
Miss Bentley, where did you grow up?
St. Augustine, Florida.
And is that close to Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you also have family in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
And so I'm going to ask you, and you said you grew up in St. Augustine. Was there any point where you lived in Jacksonville?
No, ma'am.
And let's talk about June of 2024. Do you remember that time period?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have a friend back then by the name of Alicia Albritton?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know Alicia Albritton?
It was one of my good friends.
How long had you known her?
We known each other on social media for a while, and then we became really close. So for about a year and a half.
Year and a half. Were you supposed to go to a girls' trip on June 21st of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you supposed to go?
Here, Tampa, Florida.
Did you know somebody here in Tampa?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you know?
I have a friend here named Nisea.
And who were you going to come to Tampa with?
It was supposed to be me and Aaliyah, and we were supposed to meet Nisea here.
Did your plans change a little bit?
Yes, ma'am.
How did they change?
We ended up being at an Airbnb with others.
How did that happen?
From well, it was supposed to be me and Aaliyah. It ended up being me, Aaliyah, and I guess someone she was talking to at the time. And we came down here with him.
Was that Typha McCrae?
Yes, ma'am.
And so did you ride down here to Tampa with her and Typha McCrae?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what kind of vehicle Typha McCrae had?
Yes, ma'am.
What type of vehicle?
A Nissan.
What color?
Black.
Was it a black Nissan Altima?
Yes, ma'am.
When you came down with Typha McCrae and Alicia Albritton, was that on a Friday or a Saturday?
It was Friday.
Where did you go when you came to Tampa that Friday?
We just stopped to a gas station and went to an Airbnb.
Who was at the Airbnb?
When we first got there, it was no one there. I think maybe one of his friends. I'm not sure. I'm not aware.
Later, did you find out that Charles Jones was staying at that Airbnb?
Yes, ma'am.
Had you ever met Charles Jones before?
When I was there that weekend.
That weekend. But prior to that weekend, had you ever met Charles Jones?
No, ma'am.
Had you been familiar with a person by the name of a rapper named Julio Foolio?
Yes, ma'am.
Why were you familiar with that name, Julio Foolio?
He's just a big artist in the city.
What city?
Jacksonville, Florida.
And even though you grew up in St. Augustine, you said you had family in Jacksonville, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And were there times where you would go to Jacksonville and hang out in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am. And
when did that start?
Well, I kind of grew up in Jacksonville and St. Augustine. I have family and friends all over. So.
And you said he was a big rap artist, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see any of his music or anything about him on social media?
Yes.
What type of social media were you on back in June of 2024?
In the beginning, I was on Instagram and Facebook, and I think that's it. Twitter, maybe?
And were you familiar with the type of rap music that Julio Foolio, Charles Jones played?
Yes, ma'am.
Drill rap music?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that mean to you?
To me?
Yes.
Nothing.
Were you into drill rap music?
Was I into it? I listened to it.
You listened to it. Were you aware that there were rival groups in Jacksonville that would do rap music against the other group?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know what group or what gang Charles Jones, Julio Foolio was associated with?
Yes, ma'am.
And what gang was that?
I'm assuming KTA.
What was that?
I'm assuming KTA as far as I know.
As far as you know. What was the rival gang? Do you remember?
ATK.
ATK, okay. And are you familiar with a rap artist by the name of Young and Ace?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he associated with ATK?
Yes, ma'am.
And had you ever met either one of those people before?
Met as far as the two rappers?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
And that weekend was the first time you had met Charles Jones, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Had you met Young and Ace before
Yes,
from
ma'am.
ATK? When did you meet him?
Probably when I was younger.
When you were younger? Okay. Was it somebody that you personally knew and considered a friend or anything like that?
No.
Were you also familiar with him because of his music and his rapping in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
Were a lot of your friends familiar with both of those rap groups, ATK and Charles Jones, Julio Foolio?
Yes, ma'am.
So going back to that Friday and the Airbnb, you said that he wasn't there at first, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point, did he get to that Airbnb?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do the first night that you were there, that Friday, June 21st of 2024?
Well, we first got to the Airbnb, and it was no one there. And I was waiting for my friend Alicia to come get me and Aaliyah. And she finally showed. There was a backyard area with a pool, and me and the girls just sat out there, and I didn't realize that the guys were inside. And we came inside, but we weren't really around. We were just sitting in an area just by ourselves, just with the girls. And we left, and that was that.
When you say we left, who are you referring to?
Me and Alicia.
Where did
And
you?
Aaliyah.
And Aaliyah. Where did you, Nisea, and Aaliyah Albritton go?
We all went out.
Where?
We went to some club.
Where did you spend the night that night?
At Nisea's house.
Where did Aaliyah Albritton stay the night?
At the B&B.
The Airbnb that Julio Foolio had been? Did you know the address to that Airbnb?
Right now, not off the top of my head, no.
Was that the only time that you had been there?
Yes, ma'am.
Going now into Saturday, June 22nd of 2024, did you at some point go to a different Airbnb?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately what time did you go to the different Airbnb?
I can't tell you what time, but sometime in the afternoon.
And is this another Airbnb that Charles Jones was going to be at and have a party?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point, did you and Nisea go shopping?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you run an errand for Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about that.
I just remember when we went to the Airbnb, he asked if we could go to Walmart to go get a speaker so that he can have for the party.
Okay. Did you agree to do that?
Yes.
Did you in fact go and do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did he pay for the speaker that he asked you to get for him?
Yes, ma'am.
When you went back to the Airbnb, and this is a different Airbnb, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, how many people were at the Airbnb at that point?
I'm not sure. I honestly don't know.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Did your friend Nisea, did she hang out with you at the second Airbnb?
She left early.
Was your friend Aaliyah Albritton at the Airbnb?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have your bags with you at that point when Nisea dropped you off at the second Airbnb?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your plan for that night?
My plans for the night was to meet back up with Nisea, and me and Aaliyah and Nisea were going to go out because we were supposed to have a girls' trip.
At some point, were you aware that people were going to go to a club?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you get ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you get ready?
I was in a room at the Airbnb. I was by myself.
And was there a party going on in the Airbnb during that time period?
Yes, ma'am.
Did anything unusual happen at the Airbnb during that time period?
I'm not sure. I was in the room alone.
No kind of gunfire or anything like that?
Not that I'm aware. I was alone.
At some point, do you all go to the club?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were your bags at that point?
I just remember Taifa getting a call, and I think it was Foolio saying he was going to put him in the car maybe for us because I guess they had to evacuate the Airbnb.
Had you already left the Airbnb at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you leave the Airbnb with?
Aaliyah and Taifa McRae.
And where were you and Aaliyah and Taifa McRae going?
We went to the first club.
And at some point you were alerted that they got kicked out of the Airbnb, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Were you worried about your bag at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you already at the club or were you on the way to the club?
When we got alerted that they were leaving the Airbnb, we were on the way.
When you got to that first club, was that Teasers?
I believe so.
Was it a strip club?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did Charles Jones and other people from the Airbnb go to that club?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know if Taifa McRae, whether or not he was good friends with Charles Jones?
I knew at the end.
Yes, had you met Taifa McRae before then?
Yes, ma'am.
And you, prior to then, you didn't know how close they were, is that correct?
I didn't know that they were friends.
Okay. And you said that you were with Aaliyah Albrin and Taifa McRae?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember how many cars showed up from the Airbnb to that first club, Teasers?
I'm not sure. I was in the room alone.
So you didn't see when everybody left, is that correct?
I didn't see anybody at all.
Okay. So going back to Teasers, how long would you say you were at Teasers?
Maybe like, it wasn't really that long. Maybe like 45 minutes, maybe an hour, maybe.
Sorry to interrupt you. Where did you go after Teasers?
We went to another club that they wanted to go to.
Do you remember the name of that club?
No, but I remember it had stairs.
Was it on the second floor?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, who were you riding with from that first club, Teasers, to the second nightclub?
Taifa and Aaliyah.
In the same vehicle, Taifa McRae's vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got to the second club, do you know whether or not there were other cars from your group or your party going at the same time at that point?
At that point, yes, ma'am.
Okay. How many cars do you remember were in your group, or do you know?
I'm not aware. I don't know.
Were you paying attention to who
Not
you were
really.
going with?
No.
Okay. So now I want to talk about this second club. You said that it was on a second floor, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember how long you were at the second club?
Maybe the same time we were at the other one. Maybe like an hour.
And you mentioned all the people that were in your car. Did all of them go into the second club?
It was just me and Aaliyah and Taifa in one car, but yes, we did go in there.
Was Charles Jones at that club?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he have other people with him at the club?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long would you say you were at the second club?
Maybe like 45 minutes to an hour, maybe. I don't remember.
When you left the club, do you know what the plan was at that point? Where were you going?
I initially thought we were going to come back home that night, but I believe that they were just really tired and they wanted to lay down and get some rest instead of hopping on the road because it was late. And I guess no one wanted anything to happen. Anything can happen at night. So I guess they just wanted to rest.
Was it in the pretty early morning hours at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know what exactly time it was at that point?
I think maybe like 2 in the morning, close to 3 maybe.
Were you keeping track of the time?
No, ma'am.
What happened when you all left the club?
We all followed each other to a hotel.
Were you familiar with that hotel?
No, ma'am.
When you got to the hotel, tell me what happened.
I just remember we were driving around trying to find parking, and we couldn't find parking, and I guess they were trying to see if there was a room available or any rooms available. So we all parked by the front lobby.
At some point, where were you in the vehicle?
I was originally sitting in the back seat, in the passenger seat, behind the passenger seat.
Who was driving?
Taifa McCray.
And where was Aaliyah Albritton?
In the passenger seat.
Okay. At any point, did Taifa McCray leave the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
Aaliyah said she needed to use the bathroom.
Okay. And then what happened?
I moved into the driver's seat, the front driver's seat.
All right, I want to ask you what happened at that point when you got into the driver's seat of Taifa McCray's vehicle?
I just remember looking down at my phone and I got shot.
Did you hear any gunshots
Yes,
before
ma'am.
you got shot? Okay. How many gunshots did you hear?
A lot.
After you got shot, what did you do?
I prayed and I asked God to cut the car on because there was no keys in the car. And I finally got the car to cut on and I drove off.
Where did you get shot?
In my arm and in the back of my shoulders.
Do you know where you were going at that point?
I just wanted to get away.
Did anything happen in the parking lot as you were trying to get away?
I just remember everybody was just trying to back out of the cars and just try to save themselves.
And where did you go?
I remember pulling out of the hotel and I made a left down a street and I seen a police car and I stopped at the light and I instantly thought about everybody that I left behind at the hotel and I wanted to make sure they were okay, so I turned around.
Okay. Did you make any phone calls or did you get a phone call?
I remember making a phone call to Aaliyah and just telling her what happened.
And what did she say?
She was just in shock, and she said that she heard everything going on from inside the hotel.
What did you do at that point?
I turned around, and I made it back to the hotel, and there was nobody in the front.
Did you see any? I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. It's okay. Did you see any of the vehicles that you had originally got to the hotel with?
Everyone was gone.
So tell me what happened once you got back to that hotel.
Aaliyah and Taifa came outside, running outside, and I just remember my adrenaline rush was just my anxiety. Everything was up there, and I just begged them to take me to the hospital.
Okay. Did they do that?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got to the hospital, what happened?
I just remember Taifa being by my side, and he just never left until my parents got there.
Okay. Were your parents in Tampa that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you call them and let them know what happened?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how long it took for them to get there?
They wouldn't let my parents come back and see me till maybe like 4 or 5 in the morning.
Did a law enforcement officer come to the emergency room?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's marked States Exhibit 28. Do you recognize this photograph? Does that fairly and accurately represent you on that day after you had gone to the hospital on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time we'd offer into evidence States Exhibit 28.
Any objection?
No objection.
Ms. Bentley, is that you in the emergency room at Advent Hospital in Tampa, Florida?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us where exactly you were shot?
My right arm, like right here, my upper right arm. And there's gun pieces in the back of my shoulder.
Did you require surgery that night?
No, ma'am.
And you said that, is there still pieces that are in your arm?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Aaliyah Albritton, did she come into the hospital with you and Typhon McCrae?
No, ma'am.
Do you know what happened to Aaliyah Albritton after she dropped you off at the hospital?
No, ma'am.
You want me to have one moment?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, we pass the witness.
Okay, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Miss Bentley.
Afternoon.
How you doing?
I'm all right.
All right. I want to just ask you some basic questions. Do you know anything called 6 block? Do you know what that is?
Yes.
All right. What is that to you?
What is that to me?
Yeah.
A group of boys.
All right. Do you know what ATK is?
Yes, sir.
Is that another group of boys?
Yes, sir.
Would you call either of these groups of boys gangs?
No, sir.
Are you a part of any of these two groups?
No, sir.
All right. Are these boy-only groups?
I believe so.
All right.
I'm not aware. I don't know.
You mentioned earlier that you've met Youngin Ace before. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
He is a part of the ATK group.
Yes, sir.
Sort of like would you say a rival to 6 Block and Charles Jones, Julio Foolio?
Yes, sir.
And under what circumstances did you meet Youngin Ace?
He's friends with my cousin.
So Youngin Ace is friends with one of your cousins?
Yes.
And when did you meet him?
Just around family.
Around family?
Yes, sir.
You've seen him, I guess, multiple times around family?
No, sir.
How many times have you seen him before?
Maybe like once or twice in my lifetime.
Okay.
What you talking about, Willis?
Do you know who Alicia Andrews is?
No, sir.
And do you know whether Alicia Andrews is a part of any gang?
No, sir.
Do you know if Alicia Andrews was at the Airbnb with you?
I have no idea who that is.
Okay. Let me ask you this question. You were inside one of the Airbnbs, inside of a room by yourself?
Yes, sir.
Why were you by yourself?
Sometimes I just like to be alone.
All right. And you're by yourself while there's a bunch of commotion going on in another portion of the Airbnb. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna ask you like a sort of a strange question. The Airbnb, you didn't book that, right?
No, sir.
The Airbnb itself, did you go to the Airbnb to avoid being detected by any hotel lobby cameras?
No.
All right. Do you know anyone named Fat Boy?
No.
Now, do you listen to drill rap music? You said you do earlier, right?
Yes.
All right. Because you listen to drill rap music, does that make you a violent person?
No.
All right. Does that mean that you want to do the things that the drill rappers rap about?
No.
All right. The drill rap music, was that something that Charles Jones, Julio Foolio made?
Yes.
All right. And he made fun of people who were dead in his drill raps?
I guess so.
I guess he mocked individuals who had died or been shot?
Yes.
All right. And did people hate him for that?
I don't know.
Did people dislike him for that?
I'm not sure.
All right. The people that Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, that he would rap about, these were actual real-life people in Jacksonville. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you know any of the people that he rapped about?
No, sir.
I don't have any other questions.
Okay, thank you. Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're free to go. Okay. All right, state, who's your next witness?
Officer Guy Charles.
Okay.
They moving right on through. No delay, huh? Straight to the next witness. Let's keep it on rolling then. All right, I'm with it. Shout out to everybody in the chat. 59 viewing, 590 views. I appreciate that, family. Appreciate the love. Much love to that, for a fact. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button while you're here. Hit that subscribe. Tap in.
Well, isn't this
Come on, just raise your right hand. Just one by. Raise your right hand.
You swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you, sir.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name, please?
Officer Brian Godcharles, last name Godcharles.
And how were you employed, sir?
City of Tampa police officer.
How long have you worked for the City of Tampa Police?
Almost 3 years.
3 years. And what's your current assignment?
Patrol.
Back in June of 2024, what was your assignment?
Patrol.
Okay. Are you certified by state of Florida guidelines and regulations as a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
Did you attend a police academy at the beginning of your career?
I attended a police academy in Philadelphia.
Philadelphia, okay. I wanted to talk to you about that. Did you have to attend a police academy here in Florida when you came here, or did your certifications from Pennsylvania transfer?
I did an equivalency of training course.
An equivalency? Okay. How many years did you work in Philadelphia in law enforcement?
Around 5.
In what agency?
Philadelphia Police Department.
Okay. And did you work patrol there?
Yes.
Did you work anything else other than patrol?
No.
Now, here in Florida, you've indicated that you are certified as a law enforcement officer by Florida guidelines and regulations, correct?
Yes.
Does that require you to maintain annual certifications or qualifications or training of any type?
Yes.
Do you undergo periodic training as a law enforcement officer with the Tampa Police Department?
Yes.
I'm going to call your attention to the early morning hours of June 23rd, 2024. Were you on duty in the early morning hours, like say around 5, 6 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
Is the city of Tampa, is it divided the jurisdiction into districts?
Yes.
And what district covers the area near the University of South Florida, or I'm sorry, yes, the University of South Florida near Fowler and McKinley?
District 2.
District 2. Is that still your current assignment?
Yes.
And at the time you were assigned in that district?
Yes.
Did you have occasion to respond to a shooting call at a hotel complex at McKinley and Fowler?
Yes.
That area of that hotel complex, is that entire complex, the University of South Florida, and all the areas surrounding it contained within Hillsborough County?
Yes.
And is that area contained within the city of Tampa?
Yes.
Within your jurisdiction?
Yes.
There are areas near there where the city's jurisdiction ends and the sheriff's office begins, correct?
Correct.
But not that area?
Correct.
Okay. When you responded there, were there other officers there on scene?
Yes.
Were there other agency officers there on scene?
Yes.
And what agency?
University of South Florida Police.
Okay. And when you responded there, did you respond to an area on the southeast edge of that property?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as States 1. Just trying to orient it here. Okay, so it's oriented like a normal map. McKinley and Fowler?
Correct.
Do you recognize this area depicted in this aerial photograph?
Yes.
Does this photograph accurately depict the area that you responded to and that encompassed the multiple crime scenes in that area?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would tender States 1 aerial photograph of the hotel complex.
Any objection? No objection. Okay, admitted.
Move to tender and publish, Your Honor.
Yes.
Publishing States 1. Okay. Can you see that screen, officer?
A little bit.
Okay. If you need to reposition, please do so. You can come off the witness stand.
Okay.
If you need to. Okay. Would it be fair to say that this is McKinley, that's Fowler?
Correct.
Okay. And there is an entrance down here on the southeast corner of the property?
Correct.
Is that the entrance that you first responded to?
Yes.
When you entered there, where did you go?
I went to I kind of stayed right there because I saw another police vehicle and I got out of my car because I thought another officer was there, because at that point in time, I didn't know where the scene was.
Okay. Where was the other car that you saw?
So right as you enter there, it was just right off to the right, out of the way of the entrance.
Okay, so it would be to the north?
Yeah, to the north of that entrance.
Okay. So right up in this area where my pen is pointing?
Correct. A little further south. But
Now, at that time when you arrived, do you remember the time, approximate time?
I would say it's around 4:40 in the morning.
4:40. Was it still dark?
Yes.
When you came into that entrance, did you notice any debris in the roadway here?
After I got out of my vehicle, I had my flashlight, because like you said, it was dark, and I was looking around to see if I could find anything, and I found a couple pieces of, looks like broken plastic.
Okay. Did it look like to you items or material consistent with a motor vehicle collision or a minor collision?
Yeah, it looked like a fender bender type of plastic that came off a vehicle.
Now, when you were down in this area, how long did you stay there in that area when you responded?
I'd say less than 3 minutes.
Okay. And were you summoned to another part or another area of that property?
Yes, I heard over radio that the scene was on the Fowler side, so I got back in my vehicle and went up there.
Okay. Did you proceed up this eastern edge of the hotel?
No, I went through the west side and went around.
Okay. So that would involve going around this way?
Correct.
And coming back up, okay. When you came up to the Fowler side, and would that be this area where my pen is?
Correct. I parked my vehicle in front of the Holiday Inn, kind of park and drop off area.
Okay. So this would be the Holiday Inn that I'm pointing at?
Correct.
And this would be that area here?
Yeah, it was just north of that.
Just north, okay. When you came into this area, did you encounter University of South Florida Police Department officer?
Yes. And
did you talk to that officer?
Briefly, yes.
Okay. And were there some civilian witnesses in this area?
Yes.
Was there a motor vehicle a little further down this way to the east?
Yes.
And over in this area, was there a car that appeared to have significant damage to it?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get close to that car, the car with the significant damage?
I saw that car briefly when I was investigating the Hyundai, which was further up.
Okay. So the vehicle that was closer to the entrance to the Holiday Inn, that was a Hyundai?
Correct.
Okay. And were the civilians that you encountered, did they appear to be associated to that Hyundai?
Yes.
Was that an individual by the name of Armani Turner?
Yes.
And did you speak with her?
Yes.
And was there another individual there, Miss Randolph?
Yes.
Did you speak with her?
Yes.
And was there a male, a black male by the name of Robert Howard that was also in that area?
Yes.
And did you speak with him?
Yes.
When you got up on that north end, you indicated earlier you were summoned there. Were you summoned by a supervisor?
Yes.
And who was that?
Sergeant Portman.
And did you meet with the sergeant when you got to that area?
Yes, at a certain point in time, when I went to investigate the Hyundai, I spoke with Sergeant Portman.
Okay. Were there any individuals, any law enforcement personnel, whether it was you or the University of South Florida Police Department officers that began to tape off that area with crime scene tape?
Yes.
And were you all trying to get a handle on this area and secure it?
Yes.
Did it come to your attention that before you arrived, officers, including that sergeant, had entered the hotel and had gone up and were clearing the third floor of the hotel?
I know via radio officers were going into the building.
Okay. You were hearing radio traffic and people were doing that?
Correct.
And I'm pointing to my ear, but your radio is actually mounted on your chest.
Correct.
After you were in that area and you spoke with those witnesses and your sergeant and the University of South Florida Police Department officer, did you at some point after being in that area for a while, did you then travel to another part of the complex?
Yes.
And where was that?
So I traveled so I was trying to locate the scene of where the casings would be.
Okay.
So I went east, kind of in the parking lot, east, and then south, and I ended up finding the casings at the south side of the Home 2 Suites by Hilton,
Okay.
near their carport.
So would that take you east, where my pen is going, and then south down the eastern side of the Home to Suites,
Correct,
and then into this area?
correct.
When you got into this area, is this an area where you started looking for shell casings?
Yes,
Did you see what appeared to be damage to the front of the south end of the building?
I saw one window that had been shot by something, it appeared.
Okay. And did you find casings in that area?
Yes,
And approximately right where my pen is in this area?
correct,
Right to the west of the portico, the entrance?
correct.
Okay. And those shell casings, did they appear to be pistol
Yes.
rounds, 9mm casings?
Yes,
Did you find any rifle casings?
no,
Now, when you got down on the south end of the building, was it still dark?
I believe so.
And did you stay in that area down there as the sun came up?
Yes,
And you had a pretty good look in that area, around that parking area?
yes,
Or, I'm sorry, the portico, the entrance on the south end of the hotel?
yes.
All right. Publishing states 2E is an echo. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes,
Is this the Hyundai that you were talking about earlier?
yes,
And is this the car I was asking you about with significant damage to it?
yes.
Did you ever have any contact with any of the people associated to that car?
No,
When you arrived, were there officers near and around that car?
yes.
And was there a deceased person in that car?
From what I heard on radio and what I saw in the car briefly, it appeared to be someone who was deceased in the
Okay.
vehicle.
The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
What?
Shout out to our stream sponsors. NJB Nene, Ali, Chandmar Black is Golden. Appreciate y'all, family. Gotta fix that sponsor joint.
Your Honor, we would tender states 7A as an alpha through P as in Peter.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted.
Publishing states 7A as an alpha. Does that appear to be that same car I was just questioning you about?
Yes,
Okay. Seven B.
Damn.
Seven C. Seven D is in Delta. Seven E is in Echo. Seven F is in Foxtrot. 7G is in Golf. 7H is in Hotel. 7I is in India. 7J is in Juliet. 7K is in Kilo. 7L, L is in Lima. 7M, M is in Mike. 7. I have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Well, I was typing it.
7,
Just say in alphabetical order.
Okay.
You ain't got a Lima,
All right,
Alpha,
7
Charlie.
is a Nancy.
I know they be having to do that in court though.
7O is an Oscar. And 7P is in Peter. All right. The damage that you saw on that vehicle, did it appear to you to be from gunfire, from gunshots?
On the Charger, yes.
Yeah. Have you ever seen that type of damage before on vehicles?
Yes.
Sheet metal and motor vehicle glass?
Yes.
Publishing states 5A. In this photograph, is this a view, Officer Gottschalk, from the southeast section of the home to suites facing through the portico entrance?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry. States 5B. In this photograph, do we see the entrance up here? In this area, I'm sorry.
I'm not sure what that is. I'd have to.
Okay. So, I'm sorry, 5C. In this photograph, you talked about earlier finding debris that may have been consistent with a minor fender bender. Is this the debris or part of it?
Yeah, that's the debris.
Okay. Did it appear to be possibly a cowling from a side mirror on a car?
Yeah, it looked like to be the shell to the driver's side mirror.
Okay. Now, this would be the entrance here. Is that correct?
Yes, that'd be the entrance where the vehicles were and the fired cartridge casings were.
Okay. States 5D is in Delta. Is that just a straight-on shot at the entrance?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know if you can see it, but do you see one of the windows with damage to it?
I can't see it from here. No.
Let me see if I can zoom in on it.
But I know it was to the right of the walkway door.
It's fine doing this backwards.
Looks like the third to the left,
Yeah.
third from the left is broken.
Okay. States 5E. Do you see in this photograph, officer, the area where you were looking for shell casings?
Yes.
Okay. And would that include this entire area around here?
Yes.
Okay. And is this the area up in here where you found 9mm shell casings?
Yes, between the portico and the white SUV.
The Lexus SUV sitting here?
Yes.
Publishing 5F. In this photograph, is this a northbound view of the west side of the hotel?
Yes.
And we see a vehicle here that has some red and blue lights, and it looks like a uniformed officer standing here. Is that accurate?
I see red and blue lights, and it looks like a uniform officer, yes.
Let me see if I can zoom in. I can just see barely a yellow tag on his sleeve there. Do you see that?
Yeah, it looks like a dark
Looks
unit.
consistent with what's on your sleeve.
I agree.
Okay. There are other officers out there. And it looks like crime scene tape had already been put up or was being put up?
In that picture, yes.
Okay. States 5G in this photograph, are we seeing now northwest looking view of that west side of the home to suites?
Yes.
And this building appears the Holiday Inn, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And we see a yellow vehicle here, correct?
Correct.
And a Mercedes, is that right?
That looks like a Mercedes, yes.
Okay. And crime scene tape?
Correct.
I'm talking.
Make
It's
me.
my time.
Make
It's
me.
my time.
Monkey shit.
Ain't your money.
States 5W. In this photograph, now that debris in the southeast section has been marked with evidence markers, is that correct?
Yes.
And have you seen evidence markers like that before?
Yes.
Is that something that is utilized by crime scene investigators when they're marking evidence
Yes.
for documenting during photographing and for other purposes, collection of evidence?
Yes.
All right. And in the upper or the middle of the photograph, going to the right-hand side of the photograph, are we looking at crime scene tape?
Yes.
State would tender states 6A through Q, as in Quebec. I think you've seen this, counsel? You saw this? Yeah. Okay. Tender.
I'm sorry.
It's all right, tendering for admission.
Go ahead.
Okay. And moving to publish, state 6A. All right, so now we're back up on the north end, the Fowler end, as you referred to it earlier. This would be the Hyundai, is that correct?
Correct.
And this roadway up here would be Fowler?
Correct.
All right, and we see the Holiday Inn photograph down here, or I'm sorry, sign down here?
I can't see it from here, but
Okay.
that building would be the Holiday Inn.
Okay, and this roof here would be over their portico or entrance?
Correct.
State 6C. You can see that Hyundai now that you were dealing with earlier when you first arrived?
Yes.
All right, and we can see the entrance to the Holiday Inn?
Yes.
State 6E, as in echo. Can I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
And that made me want to grab that clip of Whoop-de-doo, Basil. I don't know if y'all know about that from Austin Park. Whoop-de-doo, Basil. I'm going to have to grab that so we can slap that in every now and then. You know what I'm talking about?
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State 6E. You said earlier when you had come into contact with that motor vehicle that there was an individual still inside of it, a deceased individual?
Correct.
Okay. Do you see him there in the photograph, or at least his legs?
Yes.
Stage 6F is in Foxtrot. Is this a view from the back seat of that individual?
Yes.
Did it appear to you when you saw him that he is straddling, his body is straddled through the two bucket seats across the center console with his head back here?
I only saw it through the windshield, so I didn't have a great view.
All right.
Fucking nuts.
Officer, other than the individuals that you told us that you spoke with, did you conduct your investigation at the south end of the hotel, did you conduct any other investigation that day?
When the window was shot, I tried to see if they can get camera footage.
Inside of the lobby?
Yeah, inside the lobby, and I tried to find a bullet that went inside the gym area of the Homes 2 Suites by Hilton.
All right. So the gym area, in the photograph we looked at, that was facing directly at the entrance from the south to the north. You have the entrance there under the portico, and we had those windows to the right. Were those windows to the gym area?
Yes.
Okay. Did you actually enter the gym, go in through the lobby, and look in there for a projectile?
Yes, someone gave me access, and I was unable to locate a projectile.
Okay. While you were there on scene, and I believe you cleared that scene sometime between 6 and 7 that morning?
Yeah, I left around 6:30, I believe.
Okay. Were detectives or crime scene investigators on scene by the time you left?
I believe so. Most of the investigation started up north on the Fowler end, and then it kind of progressed down towards me.
Okay. Did you notify either your supervisor or detectives about your finding of the shell casings on the south end?
I went over radio as
What up, Miss DB? I see you. Appreciate you joining, family.
soon as I found them.
You have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Guess I could have waited one moment for that.
No
Huh?
other questions at this time, Judge.
Okay, cross-examination.
The absence of evidence is not the evidence of
All right, good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon.
Your job in this case entailed you going to the scene and roping the scene off and collecting some evidence. Is that correct?
I didn't rope any scene off.
Did you try to rope the scene off or tape the scene off at some point?
I think another unit started putting tape up, and I think I might have put some up at the rear, helped him. I believe he put up the most of the tape.
But you put up some tape.
I don't recall.
All right, no problem. So you go to the scene the night of the shooting or the day after, the morning after?
Can you restate the
Was it nighttime or was it daytime when you went there?
It was around 4:40 in the morning.
All right. Did you stay until it became daytime?
I stayed until around 6:30 in the morning.
Okay. Was it daytime when you were gone?
I don't know when the sun rised that day, but it was brighter out.
Was it as bright as the pictures that you're showing the jury?
Some of these pictures are hard to see from the way it's projected to me.
Like you can't tell how light it is outside from the pictures.
From this angle, it's hard to. Some
You
things
can,
are bleached
if you
out.
need to step down to get a better view, you can.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you go to the scene for 2 hours, about 2 hours?
From around 4:40 to 6:30 in
All
the
right.
morning.
So you're there for 2 hours. You're there. You see some individuals, some witnesses. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Some victims. Correct.
I don't believe I see any victims.
You didn't see anyone that was shot.
I did see the individual shot in the car, but I couldn't confirm it myself.
Okay.
It's just basically on radio, and it looks like someone was in the car, and from what I heard, he was deceased.
All right. Would you consider him a victim?
Yes,
All right. So you saw some witnesses and some victims. Correct.
I saw.
Or at least
a
one victim. Correct.
Correct.
All right. And you collected or tried to collect a bullet that was inside of the Home 2 Suites?
I tried to locate it
Okay. Why did you think that there was a bullet inside the Home 2 Suites?
because the window pane had broken.
All right. You didn't locate a bullet inside?
I did not.
All right. Did you collect any evidence?
I located evidence, but I didn't collect it. We have a crime scene technician who collects things.
All right. So you located it. You told the crime scene, I guess, analyst or the crime scene personnel where the evidence was that you located?
I passed the information on to other officers.
On the radio?
They came on scene earlier, and I held the scene.
Okay. All right. So did you ever speak to the lead detective in this case, Detective Ramos?
I don't believe I did on scene.
All right.
Maybe afterwards.
Maybe after? All right. And do you know who Alicia Andrews is?
I've never met her.
All right. Did you do any investigation after that 2-hour period where you were on the scene?
I know I've had follow-up with the state attorney's office.
All right. That's just to prepare you for trial, right?
Correct.
But that's not an investigation in this case.
I would say no.
So your investigation stopped at 6:30 on the morning that Julio Foolio died.
Well, I know I had to write reports about it, so I would say it kept going until my reports were done.
All right. When you were between the time that you left at 6:30 and the time that you finished writing your report, did you do any investigative work?
I don't believe so.
So writing the report is not part of your investigation. You're not investigating anything.
Sustain the objection.
All right. You didn't do any investigative work after you left the scene, right?
I don't believe so.
All right. You didn't take any photos?
I might have via Axon capture.
You mean your body-worn camera?
No, we have a device that uses Axon capture. It's basically the same company, Axon, and it gets sent up to evidence.com.
Okay, but you're saying you don't remember if you took photos?
No, I wouldn't have. There'd be access to evidence.com.
All right. And did you have anything to do with fingerprints or DNA in this case?
I did not take any fingerprints or DNA.
All right. No further questions.
Okay, redirect.
Yes, sir. Officer Godcharles, as a uniformed officer, is it your role in a situation like this to respond to the scene and try to secure the scene? Is that the first role?
Yes.
Overall, go ahead.
Is another part of your role to try to secure the scene, like I was asking you about with crime scene tape, or make sure someone does, to try to protect its integrity?
Yes. I didn't put up crime scene tape in the front, but I might have helped someone in the rear, the south end of Home 2 Suites.
Okay. You mentioned earlier on cross that you held the scene. On that south end of the hotel where you found those shell casings, once you found those, did you remain in that area until at least another officer came to secure that scene, or until it was taped off?
I remained in that area until I was relieved by day shift units.
Okay. So other uniformed officers coming out?
Correct.
Now, when you have a homicide scene like this, where there's a murdered individual or a killed individual found in the scene, like the person in the car, do uniformed officers have certain roles and responsibility in scenes like that compared to, say, crime scene investigators or detectives?
I would agree with that statement.
All right. And would one of those be to hold perimeter?
Yes.
And would one of those duties be to take a crime scene log of anyone who's entering past the tape into the crime scene or exiting the crime scene?
Yes.
Have you ever had occasion to do that?
I've done a crime scene log before.
Hold
yes.
a crime scene log, either in Philadelphia or down here?
Yes.
When detectives arrive out to the scene, do they begin investigating the case, the homicide itself?
I would assume so.
Right. And homicide detectives, would you agree with me, their role is to investigate homicide cases?
Overall, go ahead, if you know.
Do homicide investigators, homicide detectives, do they investigate homicides?
Yes.
When you respond to a scene like this as a uniformed officer, once a detective, whether it's a homicide scene or a rape scene or a burglary scene, do you continue investigating once you're relieved by a day shift, or you're told you can clear that scene and go to your next duties?
Not an on-scene investigation, no.
And as far as collecting evidence or photographing evidence, is that a role that is accomplished by another section of the Tampa Police Department, typically?
Usually our crime scene investigators.
And you have crime scene investigators at the Tampa Police Department?
Yes.
As far as the homicide unit, is that a single detective unit or a multiple detective unit?
Multiple detective unit.
And are there detective sergeants that supervise that unit?
Yes.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You're free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, who's your next witness?
Officer Michael Fusco.
Okay.
Somebody's.
Hey, Judge, can we take a break, please?
Sure. Is this witness going to be relatively quick or no?
Relatively quick, Judge.
Okay. All right. Like, how quick? Because we're probably going to break at 5. Will we be done by 5? Maybe not?
Probably.
Okay. Can't wait till 5, or is it like, is that a yes, or can we? Okay. No, it's all right. Okay, we'll take a quick.
Okay.
2 minutes. 2 minutes. We'll take a break, and if anyone needs to use the restroom, you can do it now, and then we'll wrap up with our last witness.
She said she gotta take a blue. I'm just playing. I don't know what it is. 2 minutes. They say 2 minutes, and then they gonna come back and wrap it up. What up, Miss DB? I see you. Appreciate you joining, family. Shout out to all y'all in the chat. Let's see, I got a little bit more we can run for their 2 minute break. Then get on stage and be bragging about it. They on mute right now. Oh, they calling.
Just changed our phone system, and so I don't exactly know how to use it now. Let me see here.
That was them, not me.
Like, come on, bro. You know I'm down here for this, bro. You know I ain't. What I do? What you tell me what I do? Why did they just hate me so much? The police.
That's Young and Ace, the one who named. She kept on saying. She kept on mentioning Young and Ace. That's him right there.
My thing is, I don't fear going out there for people who don't like me. I just fear the police because I feel like they just could get away with so much shit. They can kill you and be back at work. They can kill you and get suspended. Or you be straight. Like, you might get 2-3 years if you do. Versus a nigga like me, where I'm from, like, we going down, we fighting life, boy. And you think you can just pull up on us and beat us? They'll pull up on us and play music that we, people that we don't.
Let me check my
that we
emails. They just changed
ain't
out
seen
our
eye to eye
phone
with.
system. And
They'll pull up on us and
they
play
did
the
something
music.
different as far as making
Yeah.
calls. Let me see what.
It'd be like, this in the dead, my dead. But y'all be coming up trolling me. You know? And like, the sheriff was by our city. He just got it terribly out bad. Like, I ain't been there in years. That's my first time there in so long. Like, he just targeted me and everything around me. Anytime he talk, he got my name in. I ain't been there in 7 years. What's going on, buddy? You got nothing better else to do? Like, you got nothing else better? I'm way over here. You ain't got, I promise you don't even have to see my face. Unless you go from your phone, you gonna see it. But you ain't got to see my person. So, it's just so much shit that like you said, bro, there's so much shit on my mind. That's why my mind going way over here, way over here. And I was just like, shit just be.
Yeah.
I've been waiting to have to sit down with y'all though.
That's it.
When I first got my other crib, like a couple years ago, like 4 years ago, and I seen y'all doing an interview. And I was in my movie theater room, and I was in there with my cousin. I was in there with my cousin Corey.
That's what we developed the platform for.
For sure. Mm-hmm.
It look like I'm gonna have to skip past a little more because I don't know what they got going right here. Trying to call somebody. Hey, we got TiVo time.
Judge Cisco, is this? Good afternoon, this is Judge Cisco. Is this Miss Mills?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry about that. I don't know what happened. I'm sorry.
It's all right. Listen, we're going to proceed forward, so wherever you are, please raise your right hand. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Mr. McLyman, you may proceed.
All right. Good afternoon, Miss Mills.
You may have to, I don't know if she can hear you or not, but this, it's
Can you hear
very
me from
antiquated.
here? Can you hear me?
I can hear. Good afternoon.
All right.
Okay, go ahead.
If you can't hear me at any point, just let me know, please. All right. Ms. Mills, can you please tell us where you currently live? Not your address. Yeah, okay. And how do you know Alicia Andrews?
She's my daughter.
All right. And did Miss Andrews, your daughter, did she live with you at any point in time in her life?
Can you repeat the question again?
Yeah, did...
I'm sorry, Judge, can we turn down maybe just a
Yeah, I'm going to need you to step up here to do the questioning because I've got to turn this volume down. So just stand up here next to the phone, Mr. McClyman, and make life simpler. Okay, go ahead.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. So, the Miss Andrews, Alicia Andrews, how long did she live with you?
21 years. 21 years.
Her whole life?
My whole life. Yes.
All right. At any point in time, did Miss Andrews live with anyone else besides you?
No, sir.
All right. And who all lives in the home?
Alicia, my other daughter, my grandson, and my husband.
All right. Your other daughter is how old?
She'll be 25 on Sunday. But she called 24, but she'll be 25.
And then your husband, what does he do for work?
Okay, very good. Jury's back. We're going to proceed. Next up is Officer, is it Michael Fusco?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God? Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Please state your full name for the record.
Yep, Officer Michael Fusco.
How are you employed?
I'm employed with the University of South Florida Police Department.
How long have you been with the University of South Florida Police Department?
I've been sworn in for about, I think, 2 years and 8 months, but I was a civilian there as well before.
Where is USF, the University of South Florida, located?
It's going to be between Brisbane Downs, Fletcher, 50th, and Fowler, just quite a few blocks.
And what county is that located in?
Hillsborough.
And what jurisdiction does the University of South Florida Police Department cover?
1,000 feet off of anything the university rents, owns, or leases.
Now, you've kind of given a broad, I know the campus is big. Do you know where Home to Suites is located and Holiday Inn, that kind of 3 strips of hotels?
Yes, ma'am.
Where's that located?
It's just south of Brisbane Downs and Spectrum Boulevard, which is part of our jurisdiction.
Now, I'm going to go to June 23rd of 2024, the early morning hours. Were you working on that shift?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you a uniformed officer at the University of South Florida Police Department?
Correct. At the time, I was part of patrol.
What kind of vehicle did you drive?
At that time, I believe I was in a marked Ford Explorer.
Was that have lights and sirens?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, going to approximately 4:42 a.m. in the early morning hours of June 23rd of 2024, what were you doing?
I was completing a traffic stop with a subject we just did a vehicle search of.
Where were you located?
I was on East Fowler and North 50th.
Who were you working with?
I had Corporal Frank Adams, and I had Officer, now Detective, Diana Surratt.
And you said you were on a traffic stop, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
While you were on that traffic stop, did anything unusual happen?
Yes, ma'am. A sedan went through the intersection of 50th and Fowler. and positioned their vehicle between Officer Surratt's vehicle and my vehicle, and got our attention and let us know that there was a shooting that happened at the Homestone Suites.
Okay. You said sedan. Do you remember the type of vehicle it was?
It was a Hyundai sedan.
Was that a gray Hyundai Sonata?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said some individuals got your attention. How did that happen? What did they do?
Yep, there's 3 individuals, 3 occupants of this vehicle. One individual exited the vehicle, and 2 other ones had loud screaming, saying that there has been shooting, and one of them stated that her boyfriend had been shot.
And you said 3 individuals. Can you tell us what the sex of each of those individuals were?
Yes, there was one male who was positioned in the rear passenger seat. I believe that was Mr. Howard. Then there were 2 females. One was Miss Randolph, and another one was Miss Turner. Miss Turner was the one who was screaming that her boyfriend had been shot.
Did you know their identities at that point?
No, I found out later on.
That's something that you learned later on?
Correct.
Now, when they said that, as soon as they said that, what did they do?
They're screaming, typical emotions when, someone has witnessed a shooting being involved. So they were very animated.
Okay. And after they got out of their vehicle,
No. No, he's sleeping.
Did they do anything else?
They got out of the vehicle. Once I was approaching mine to get in the vehicle to respond, they spun back around and traveled to the Homes to Go Suites as well.
Okay. Did you realize they were going to leave again in their vehicle?
No.
What did you do when you saw? You said their vehicle spun around. Can you kind of describe what they did exactly?
So when I got my vehicle, because I was actually in front of them, I had gone to U-turn lane, and I didn't notice they were going the opposite direction until I was already driving on Fowler. So
And what do you mean they're going the opposite direction?
they're driving the wrong way of traffic.
Okay.
They're going westbound in the eastbound lane.
And I think you said it was Armani Turner who was originally driving?
I don't know who was originally driving. I believe it was, but I can't.
You can't say for certain?
Yes.
Okay. But you said the male got out of the passenger seat?
He was sitting in the rear passenger seat.
Rear passenger seat. So one of the, if there's 2 females and 1 male, one of the females was driving? Okay. And after you saw the car go down the wrong way, going the wrong way on that street, what did you do?
I still continued my way to the shooting. Obviously, my job as an officer is to preserve life. So if there's any chance to preserve life, I'm going to look at the immediate threat, which was the shooting.
Okay. So she gave you some initial information that her boyfriend has been shot. Was she able to tell you the location of where the shooting occurred?
She just said the Homes to Go Suites.
So is that the direction you headed in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What side of the road are you going on?
The correct side.
As you're responding to Home to Suites, can you still see that gray Hyundai Sonata?
So momentarily, but I was going a little faster than I was.
Did you eventually get to the Home to Suites?
I did.
How did you proceed when you got to the Home to Suites?
When I rolled on scene, myself, there was another Tampa officer who we both pulled in at the same exact time together. We approached from the southeast entrance and went around the building because we didn't know where exactly the shooting occurred. Once we were able to approach to the north side of the hotel, we were able to see a vehicle that was still smoking and clear signs of bullet holes.
Okay. What do you mean by still smoking?
When I got on scene, there's smoke literally still in the air, just from the rounds hitting the vehicle. Plus, there were still glass fragments still kind of in the air.
And what was the glass fragments from?
From rounds striking the vehicle.
Is that the type of glass that the vehicle, that is in the windows of the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I want to go back to the gray Hyundai Sonata. Do you see that vehicle there next to the vehicle that had all of that damage?
Yes, ma'am.
And where are those occupants? Are there still those occupants around those vehicles?
Yes, they're outside the vehicle at this point.
What happened when they got outside the vehicle?
They were still yelling and worried about the occupants that were in the Charger that was on scene. Because this is another agency, Tampa, that's their primary jurisdiction. We fall into mutual aid. Tampa will be the one who takes over the entire investigation or anything, so we're just there as support. So the officer is on scene, I believe he was a sergeant, requesting them get back, so I have them go back a little bit and then proceed with helping him with the Charger with the victim inside.
Was that Sergeant Portman with the Tampa Police Department?
I don't know who it is, unfortunately. I didn't
That's
see
okay.
enough of that.
But it was a rank of sergeant, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And clearly it was a Tampa police officer?
Yes, ma'am.
So did you kind of take custody of the individuals that came out of the gray Sonata, Hyundai Gray Sonata?
Momentarily.
And you said that you later learned what the names were for all those individuals?
Yes, ma'am.
And who were they again?
It was Mr. Owens, Howard, Mr.
Robert Howard?
Howard, yeah, thank you. Mr. Howard, Ms. Randolph, and Ms. Turner.
After TPD responded into the hotels, you said you only had custody of them momentarily, is that correct?
It was a very brief moment. I went to go render aid to the victim with the sergeant.
That's what I want to ask you about. When you went tell me your initial observations of the black Dodge Charger that was there.
It had extreme amount of rounds through it, multiple windows shattered or just not there anymore. Upon walking up to the vehicle, the sergeant from Tampa had tried to open the door. He got the door open. That's where we were able to see there's still a victim inside.
And was there any aid that could be rendered to the person that was still in the vehicle?
No, ma'am.
And was it even from outside the vehicle, could you see injury to the individual inside?
Yes, ma'am. There was injuries throughout the individual's body, upper torso, upper body, and there was other signs of matter and blood throughout the vehicle.
Were there any signs of life from the person that was inside the vehicle?
No, ma'am.
What up, GSM Drew? I see you, family. Appreciate you joining.
Evidence States Exhibit 2E. And the vehicle over to the right of the photograph, is that the vehicle that came up to you when you were on that traffic stop?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this the second vehicle that you said when you pulled up that you saw that still had the person inside?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time we would pass the witness.
Okay, cross.
Is it just me, or did that first girl, the first one's on the stand, seem like damn near more guilty than the one they trying to convict? It seemed like that's like a habit out there. Like they convict the ones that they know don't did it, make them snitch on people that they know don't did it.
Officer Fusco, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You mentioned that you were on a traffic stop when this all occurred,
Correct, yes, ma'am.
and that was unrelated to anything that you ran into afterwards.
Correct.
Okay. About how long would you say you were on scene?
That's the lies of the police.
The shooting, approximately 20 minutes or so.
Okay. And in the time that you were there, you didn't take any photos of the scene?
Correct.
You didn't take any sworn witness statements from any of the three individuals that reached out to you or that came to the scene where you were?
Correct.
You didn't do any processing on the scene?
Correct.
All right. And in the 20 minutes that you were there, other than those three individuals, and obviously the officers that you would speak with, do you come into contact with any other witnesses or any other individuals?
No, ma'am.
Okay. You mentioned that you went inside of the hotel.
I did not go inside.
You did not go inside the hotel?
No.
Okay. All right. You didn't collect any physical evidence while you were on the scene as well?
Correct.
Right. And when you say that you momentarily took custody of the individuals that were there, You don't mean that they were arrested. You just were where they were. Is that accurate? Okay. All right. And you didn't arrest anyone on scene?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else that you did on scene other than observe the individual inside the vehicle?
I set up perimeter tape.
I'm sorry?
Perimeter tape.
And you put up the perimeter tape?
Yes.
All right.
That's
No
it.
further questions.
Okay, redirect.
Just briefly, Judge. Officer Fusco, as a agency that is assisting another law enforcement agency, would it be your role or responsibility or the USF Police Department's responsibility to collect any evidence in this case?
No.
Would the originating agency, Tampa Police Department, would they have assumed the responsibility of the crime scene and collection of evidence in this particular case?
Yes, ma'am.
But as a fellow law enforcement officer, you would assist whenever requested by a fellow law enforcement officer, including one from the Tampa Police Department?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
And you did do a report regarding your involvement in this particular case and the assistance that you rendered to Tampa Police Department. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further, Judge.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. You're free to go. Do you have any other quick witnesses that are here so they don't have to come back tomorrow?
Motherfucker.
What?
A motherfucker.
Judge, I don't think we need to call anyone else today.
Okay, all right, very good. Okay, so it's 5:05, so we will break for the day. Just remember my previous admonition. Don't read, watch, listen to any media related to this case. Don't do any independent investigation, and don't speak to anybody about this case at all. We will begin tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. All right, so you all have a good evening. We'll see you tomorrow.
Well, it looks like that's it for them. I do still have a little bit more. I'll play a little bit more of that clip I was playing before if y'all want to stay tuned and see a little bit more of what happened prior to this trial. Appreciate y'all being here. Make sure y'all hit that like button, hit that subscribe, tap in, and share with a friend. That's the Woody dance. That's the wrong one.
Shout out to Flesh of the Gods. Tell everybody. Well, I still fighting through the devils, man. Like, they be trying their best to hold me back, but y'all got to give the people what they want, bro. You know what I mean? The people want some real, man. It's time for the real people who ain't pretending to be in position.
We'll keep that running in the background just in case they pop up with anything, you know, after the jury leave. But I do have some more to fill out some time, so y'all ain't got to leave yet. We still rolling. Appreciate y'all being here, family. Hit that like button. I appreciate that.
He drives what?
Tugboat.
Tugboat.
Like T-U-G?
Like semen, like what's the semen?
Can you spell semen? Can you spell semen for us?
Semen, S-E-A-M-A-N, semen.
Okay.
Like what's the semen? Like a...
Got it. How long has he been doing that for?
I'm not sure. Over 5 years? I'm not sure.
All right. And do you all own a home?
Yes.
Can you tell us, do you know who Isaiah Chance is?
Consideration at the time of the pretrial detention
Who is
hearing.
Isaiah Chance?
Hold on. They do still got some more. Hold on. She is talking. Hold on.
Here. No, if you can articulate it since defense is here.
Oh, yes. De Jesus, Conaway, Aramonte, Gabor, Calderero, Legg, Portman, Kansas, Martinez,
One Nation in the building. What's good, family?
Adams, Stevenson, Douglas, Jordan, Alverson, Watcherami, Lassini.
Okay. Okay, very good. So see you guys tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Great, thank you.
All right, she wasn't saying much, so yeah, we get back to it. We still got a little bit to keep rolling. I'd say about maybe 10, 15, maybe 20 minutes, and I'll spend some time with y'all in the chat while we catch up with some of what happened prior to being here. Shout out to One Nation in the building. I see you. Shout out to GSM Drew. Shout out to Ali. Shout out to, what's that, Dylan? Shout out to Dylan. Miss DB, I see y'all. Appreciate y'all. And shout out to our stream sponsors, of course. And we gonna keep it rolling.
The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
What?
Alicia friend.
All right. And do you know when Alicia met Isaiah Chance?
I believe around 2022, I believe.
And what was your understanding of the relationship that Alicia had with Isaiah Chance?
She was just friends.
Okay. And would she leave the house to go to his house at any point in time?
She left with him once when I first met him.
All right.
But I don't know him, personally. I just met when I met him the first time.
When you say you don't know him personally, you didn't have any relationship with him?
No, sir.
All right. And Alicia, was she in a sort of relationship with him? More than just a friendship?
Yes.
Okay. And did you at any point in time learn about any issues that they had between each other?
Yes.
All right. What issues did they have?
I learned about the domestic violence.
What did you learn about it?
When she came home and he hit her in the eye.
Do you know when that happened?
It was I know it was like a week or two before all of this stuff transpired.
All right. Is that the only time that you're aware of any physical altercation between the two of them?
Yes.
All right. Yeah. Did you hear of any others since that time period?
No, only when she told us about the hit in her eye.
All right. And when she was hit in her eye, what did you do about it?
I asked Alicia, did she want to go to the police station and put in the report, but she was afraid.
What was she afraid of?
She was afraid of Isaiah Chance.
Were you aware of any alleged gang affiliation with Isaiah Chance?
No, sir. I'm just learning about all this as all this stuff happening now. That's how we all learning about it. I never knew.
And if Alicia were released, let me ask you this before I get to that. Alicia, did she graduate school?
Yes, she did. Yes, sir.
How far did she get in school?
She graduated to the 12th grade.
All right. And did Alicia have any jobs after she graduated?
Yes, she had several part-time jobs.
Could you explain what jobs Alicia Andrews had?
She worked at Amazon, Firehouse. She was a substitute teacher who was a last employee when she worked with special needs kids. And she also had
One second, Ms. Mills. 1 second. Give me a second. Hold on. The court reporter is having trouble hearing you. At times, just kind of slow down so she can hear you better because it's a little bit of static.
The last I heard was Amazon and I think Chick-fil-A, and then you said she might have been a substitute teacher where?
Yes, she worked at Amazon, Firehouse, and she was a substitute teacher where she worked with different kids like special needs. And she also had a suite.
Where the hell you hear Chick-fil-A from? She said Firehouse. That's not Chick-fil-A.
Where she rented a suite where she did lashes and facials and she does hair.
Okay. So in Alicia's, I guess, spare time, is she working majority of the time?
Yes, she was doing hair and different facials and lashes. She went to school for esthetician. She got an esthetician license. So she was doing that on the side.
Do you know of her to be involved in any gang activity?
No, sir. My daughter's not in the game now. No, sir.
And if she were released or granted some form of release, where would she go to live?
She would be home with me and my spouse and my daughter and my grand.
Okay. When you say your grands, are you referring to Alicia Andrews' daughter?
My grandson and my granddaughter.
Is the granddaughter you're referring to, is that Alicia's child?
Yes.
All right. And do you work currently?
No, sir. Right now, I'm unemployed right now.
And if Alicia were released, I guess, to your custody, would you be able to monitor her?
Yes, sir.
All right. And would there ever be a time when she's at the house, I guess, by herself?
No, sir.
And why not?
Because I have my daughter here and I also have my husband here.
All right. And
And I
say the last part again. You broke up.
my daughter and my husband and my grand.
Okay. 1 second.
What up, Ali? Miss D56, Sunshine, Tack Clouds, Aubrey Yah. Appreciate y'all being here, family. Watch the rise. Factual Live. Much love. That's TiVo time this.
State, do you have any?
No further questions.
Okay, State, do you have any questions of this witness?
I do not, Judge.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. I'm going to go ahead and hang up now, all right?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right, bye-bye. All right, you want to have your next witness call in as well?
Doing that right now, Judge.
Well, isn't this a nice surprise?
While we're waiting, Judge, let's get the statute printed up. So I'll provide a copy to the state and to the court.
And what was the effective date?
Give me a second.
The effective date was February 13th, Your Honor.
I know, but that's what I'm looking at online right now. So I don't understand where the, let me see what you've got, because I'm looking at it right now online on Westlaw. 907.041, pretrial detention and release, effective February 13th, 2025. And I just read you all the pertinent statute. And the version you have says current through the 2025 regular session. When did the regular session end?
I don't know the answer to that question, Judge. This is the statute that I pulled in Lexis. It just came up.
I don't know who this is. I'm scared to even answer.
That's
Mr. Torres. Why don't we go to call him? I'll answer the phone. Hi, Mr. Torres?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good. Wherever you are, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, and I'm going to turn up the volume for him because he's a little bit see how this goes. Okay, you may proceed.
All right. Mr. Andrews, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you quite fine.
All right. So, could you please tell us your relationship to Alicia Andrews?
I'm sorry. I am Alicia's father.
All right. And could you tell me if at any point in time you lived in the same home with Alicia?
Yes, all of her life. He was living with me and her mother. Alicia.
All right. Are you and Miss Mills, are you two together?
No, we're not.
And when...
We've been co-parents.
Okay, so how long have you been co-parenting?
I would think that Alicia was 2 years old.
All right. So you interacted regularly with Alicia?
Yes, of course.
All right. And like, how often would you see her?
Probably every other weekend, or every weekend, and some days during the week.
Okay. And what about holidays?
Yes, of course on holidays. Every holiday. We never miss a holiday or birthday.
All right. And do you own a home?
Yes.
And who lives in your home?
Me, my wife, and my bonus child.
You said in what?
My bonus child, stepdaughter.
Okay. All right. And where would Alicia be going if she was...
This nigga said, maybe I just never heard that before, but he said, me, my wife, and my bonus child. When you... my bonus child? Is that a thing? Do they do that? Maybe I'm out the loop. Y'all let me know. My bonus child.
Granted some form of relief before the trial.
She would be here with me or with her mother. Me, my wife, and my bonus child.
You said in what?
My bonus child, stepdaughter.
Okay. All right. And where would Alicia be going if she was granted some form of relief before the trial?
She would be here with me or with her mother. One of the two.
Okay. Do you know who Isaiah Chance is?
I don't know him. I have never physically met him. We were supposed to meet, probably one holiday, but he never showed up. But I never got the opportunity to meet him personally.
Okay. Do you know if that was for any particular reason?
To me, after all this has transpired, I think it may be, the way I carry myself, and, I'm not that type of guy. My lifestyle is not structured that way. So I believe he may have maybe felt as if I would not allow him to see her going forward.
When you say you're not...
That's the only thing I could possibly say. I can't really say what it would be because I never met him.
Okay. Now, you have a job.
Yes.
What do you do for work?
I'm a refrigeration container refrigeration mechanic.
And how long have you had that job
for? 27 years.
All right. So you have a stable job, and you're able to manage Alicia if she's out?
Yes.
All right. You're able to provide support?
Yes, definitely.
All right. Are you able to keep her just away from certain individuals?
Of course. Now that this transpired, we would definitely, much less her mother, would definitely make sure that doesn't happen. Or anyone. So for the most part, she will be at home. She won't go anywhere.
All right. Did Alicia ever hide things from you? And let me be more specific. Did Alicia hide her relationship with Isaiah Chance from you?
I can't say. I would say so because I never got a chance to meet him. You know, I know more about him based on what's going on now than I ever knew about.
And you also became aware of this domestic violence?
Yes.
When did you become aware of it?
Was one particular day, her mother called, and when I arrived, I learned that she had a black eye, and I asked her what was going on, she said other, and if I'm not mistaken, I asked her what happened, and I assured her that, you know, no one should be putting their hands on. I never put my hands on my daughter, so I wouldn't allow anyone to put their hands on my daughter. So, you know, one thing led to another. We never really got into the conversation. You know, I think she was more or less hurt, was scared, and, you know, for the most part, she stayed away. Then all of a sudden, you know, this happened.
Do you know Alicia to be a violent person?
No, she's not a violent person.
Is she dangerous?
No, she's not dangerous. She wouldn't hurt a fly.
All right, and well, I guess, give me one second. All right, you said that Alicia is not dangerous and she's not violent. Are you saying that just because she's your daughter?
No, I mean, in the view that, you know, other people may see, or the view, if that's not the view for me. You know, Alicia's never been in any trouble. Alicia's never harmed anyone. She's never been in trouble. She's not a violent person. You know, she's my sweet little girl. And no, I won't be just saying that because that's my daughter. I have other children. And the way I raised my children, I didn't raise them this way. To be violent. Or to be considered some kind of member of a gang.
I have no further questions.
Okay, any questions? No, Judge. Okay. All right, thank you so much, Mr. Torres, and I'm going to hang up the phone now. Your testimony is concluded.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, any additional witnesses?
Just Detective Ramos.
Okay.
So the results from the last one, will Alicia get bond? 58% say no, 29% say not today, maybe later, and 11% say yes. And I started a new poll of, do you think Alicia was involved in Foolio's murder or Red Rum? Do you think she had something to do with it, or is she pulled in? Or do you just need more information? Maybe we don't got enough information to decide yet, but so far, what do you think?
Okay, you may proceed.
All right, Detective Ramos, you are the lead detective in this case from Tampa Police Department.
Y'all are disrespectful. I'm trying not to laugh. Look, this is not a funny matter now. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and I guess there's no other police officer or detective in Tampa Police Department that knows more about this case than you.
That would be correct.
All right, and you've been on this case from the beginning?
Correct.
And you're still the lead detective now?
Correct.
All right. You had a role in issuing the warrants in this case?
Yes.
All right, and you testified at the pretrial detention hearing?
Correct.
All right, in the pretrial detention hearing, do you remember testifying about Alicia Andrews sort of following JULIO FOOLIO, Charles Jones around Tampa, Florida?
Of course.
All right. When you testified at the hearing that Alicia Andrews was following Charles Jones around, can you say when, from your, I guess, investigation, when it was that Alicia began to follow JULIO FOOLIO, Charles Jones?
So we had multiple pieces of evidence to include GPS, cell site data. So the device of Alicia Andrews shows that device traveling from Jacksonville in the early afternoon of Saturday the 22nd, traveling from Jacksonville to Tampa, Florida, where obviously Mr. Charles Jones was expected to perform. As far as when they began the act of driving to where he was physically located, it happened approximately between 1:30 and 2:30 in the morning of the 23rd, when Mr. Charles Jones was expected to be at Teaser's Lounge.
Okay, so Mr. Jones, he is at Teaser's at what time?
Between 2:30 and 3 in the morning on the 23rd.
And Teaser's is the first place that Mr. Jones goes to that night, public place.
Public place, correct.
All right, and then after Teaser's, Mr. Jones goes to Truth 18, correct?
Correct.
All right, and then after that he goes to a hotel.
Correct.
All right. Did Alicia Andrews, from your investigation, did she follow Charles Jones to Teaser's, the first location?
Yes.
How do you know that?
Because she's on video and she identified herself from that video.
When I say did Alicia Andrews follow Charles Jones, like, was she behind his vehicle, driving behind him to get to Teaser's?
I'm not going to get into the specific of what the definition of following is. Mr. Jones arrived on video, and then shortly after, Alicia Andrews arrives on video. She is seen getting out of the car, walking up to get within eyesight of the front door where Mr. Jones was waiting to go in. After Mr. Jones goes into the club, she then retreats back to her vehicle and drives away in stages nearby based off of the cell phone data. So by following, I mean Mr. Jones arrives, and then Alicia arrives shortly after, and on video you can see Alicia positions herself in a position where she can see Mr. Jones.
All right. So I kind of want to take this step by step. And the first thing you're saying is that...
Objection, Your Honor. I am going to object.
I'm going to sustain the objection. This was all part of the initial hearing. I've read the transcript. So again, and we'll talk about what you gave me and what I see online regarding 907.041, specifically, and what you gave me from Lexis, and I cannot explain this. But Westlaw has something different from Lexis regarding what 907.041 says, both of those showing being effective February 13th of 2025. I would note in the version you gave me, there is no provision for even reconsidering a pretrial detention motion. It's not even in there in what you gave me. The only place that I see it is...
God damn, hold on. That's a hell of a sustain, huh? Hold on. Is she objecting or sustaining the objection? Hold on, I'm confused. She's still going. Hold on. She started banging on him. Is that sustained? Is that how you... I'm confused. All right, come on.
In the Westlaw version, and again, as I stated, the only way that the court can reconsider it is if there was information that was known at the time and that the information has a material bearing. So we're not going to revisit all of the testimony taken by Detective Ramos at the original pretrial detention hearing. I've read the transcript. I am familiar with it.
Still going.
And so we need to focus on what evidence was not known at the time.
All right. So...
Damn, Gina. Damn, Gina. That's a hell of a sustain right there. That was one of them funny sustains. If Fonnie was a judge, that's how I would imagine her sustains would be.
Lady Justice is blind. Everybody can get it.
I would like an opportunity to at least hear a legal objection from the state and then give a chance to respond to it.
They did just object, and they said
I
it's...
didn't get the legal basis. It just said objection and the court sustained it. I didn't get an opportunity to...
Okay, go ahead, state the legal basis.
Judge, we'd object as to relevancy, as we have previously...
Look, then they're going to try to come and follow up off of her word. They're going to try to come and repeat what she said. What the hell going on, Bobby?
Stated, this is all of those questions have already been litigated in the original pretrial detention motion.
Sustained. Okay?
And I didn't get a chance to respond to it. But again, and for the record, the state is arguing a standard for reconsideration of a pretrial detention motion. I filed a motion for an Arthur hearing under 3.131.
Right, but if we're going to first address under the standard of the pretrial detention statute, because if I find...
Bruh, she back again. What the fuck? Hold on, she back again. I'm sorry to cut y'all, but what the hell is going on? How do judges sit here and debate?
Bruh.
That the motion for reconsideration should be denied, then the Arthur factors become moot. And again, Judge Sabella didn't even address it at the original hearing. So you've made your objection noted for the record, but...
And I want to also add this. If the court could revert to the pretrial detention standard when someone files an Arthur hearing, the Arthur hearing standard and the Arthur hearing, the constitutional provision for it, the statutory provision for it.
I'll tell you one thing, it's one hell of a referee. That's a great referee job. I don't know what type of refereeing it is, but man, that's classified.
Would be meaningless. It would have no effect because the state would file a pretrial detention motion, it'd have a hearing on it, and the court would do what it's doing now, which is to say, hey, let's deal with the pretrial detention standard, let's not deal with the Arthur hearing standard, which is also what happened, apparently what happened at the first hearing in this case.
So again, under either standard, okay, we're not revisiting what already occurred at a pretrial detention hearing. Judge Sabella has already ruled, and you're asking me to undo what Judge Sabella did. And I'm telling you that we're not going to get into any of the facts that were developed at the pretrial detention hearing. This is a motion for reconsideration. This is not a reopening of all of the testimony. We're just not doing it.
Again, I'm not asking the court to...
Okay, Mr. McClimate, we're not going to see eye to eye. I've ruled, so you need to elicit from this detective any facts that were not developed or testified to at the pretrial detention hearing, whether they be pursuant to the pretrial detention statute or Arthur. That's what we're doing.
All right, and this fact that I'm trying to get to is a fact that was not elicited during the hearing. And if I could proffer, I guess I'll proffer the issue here. The issue is that Detective Ramos testified at the pretrial detention hearing, and just now, that Alicia Andrews arrived at Teasers after Charles Jones got there. His report say different, the video evidence says different, and that is the point that I'm trying to make right now. That would be new evidence that the court did not consider the first time around.
Okay, go ahead with that issue.
Detective Ramos, you wrote a report in this case, right?
Yes.
And in the report...
So keep in mind how insane that is. Think about how the lawyer wasn't arguing nothing. He was arguing back and forth with the judge. So this was not the lawyer's objections. I'm going against you. The judge is telling him, you're doing wrong, you're doing wrong. And then she says at the end, okay, well, go ahead for that. Well, why are you even arguing it? Why are you even saying anything? That is not a referee's position. The other side didn't say nothing. Why are you arguing for them? And then go say, okay, well, go ahead. Fuck out of here.
You list, at a certain point in the report, you list the times that you see different vehicles and individuals.
Your Honor, I apologize for interrupting the state earlier, but the state can talk the ears off a donkey. This continued filibustering has got to stop.
Correct?
Correct.
All right. And do you remember writing in your report when the silver Chevy Cruze arrived at Teasers?
The silver Chevy Cruze arrives before Charles Jones does, correct.
Okay.
But Alicia Andrews is not visible in that silver Cruze that first. It drives through the parking lot and then it leaves. I don't see Alicia Andrews visible on camera until after Charles Jones arrives. So if your question is if the vehicle arrived before, yes, it did.
Well, her cell phone data shows that she was there in that vehicle at the time when the Chevy Cruze was on camera, right?
Correct. I believe her to have been in the vehicle before Mr. Jones arrives.
So
sure.
So why are we suggesting that she was not in the vehicle?
I'm not suggesting that. I believed her to be in the vehicle.
So she was at Teasers before Charles Jones got there?
That is my belief, yes.
All right, so there's no way that Alicia Andrews followed Charles Jones to Teasers, correct?
Again, Mr. Jones was expected to be there. It was publicized on his social media, so she would have had knowledge that he's going to be there. So we have established through the evidence that the sole purpose of her being there is to get to Mr. Jones.
You've established that through evidence.
Through the investigation, yes. There was no other reason. In her statement, she claimed that she was there to possibly patronize the club, and she stated that she talked to the bouncer and inquired about the price to come in, and that's disproven via the evidence. So based off of all of the video evidence and the ultimate investigation, it is our belief that her sole reason for being at Teasers was to track Mr. Jones' movements.
All right, so that's your belief.
Yes, of course.
Now, Miss Andrews, after they leave Teasers, they go to another location, correct?
Correct, yes.
They go to a club called Players Club, correct?
The Truth 18.
No. Did you look at the call detail records in this case?
Okay. Yes, I did.
All right. And you're telling me that Alicia Andrews left Teasers and went directly to Truth 18?
No, I'm not saying that.
So where did Alicia Andrews go after she left?
Somewhere off of Hillsborough for a few minutes, and then she returned to Truth 18 when Mr. Jones was exiting, and then it went back to somewhere off of Hillsborough, and then she made her way to Truth 18 after. Yes, she was loitering in the area of Hillsborough Avenue. At least her device was in between Teasers, when Mr. Jones went into Teasers and came out of Teasers, and in between when Mr. Jones came out of Teasers and got to Truth 18 and came out of Truth 18.
So just to simplify it, after Miss Andrews leaves Teasers nightclub, she goes to somewhere on Hillsborough.
Correct.
And that area where she's at on Hillsborough is right next to the Players Club.
I'm not familiar with whether there's a club there or not.
All right. So did you get any video footage from the Players Club?
Again, I have no. I'm aware of what you're referencing, and the cell site data is consistent with that. That yes, her vehicle and her device made its way to Hillsborough, somewhere in between. But there's two vehicles working in concert, in this. So, and I don't know what she was doing on Hillsborough, and that wasn't. I'm not sure if she went to a Players Club on Hillsborough.
All right. So that you don't know where Alicia Andrews went after she left Teasers, you don't know what she was doing in that moment in time.
No.
And Charles Jones leaves Teasers to go straight to Truth 18. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And when Charles Jones is at Teasers, or when he goes to Teasers, is Alicia Andrews following behind him?
When Charles Jones pulls out the Black Impala, which was Sean Gaithwright's Black Impala, as Charles Jones is coming out of the club, he gets into his car. You can see on video the Black Impala arrive and position itself directly in front. There's also some communications in the phone from Sean Gaithwright's phone to Alicia Andrews' phone, and then Alicia Andrews' device starts making its way back up towards Teasers as Mr. Jones is leaving. But there's limited angles in the video, so I do not see Alicia Andrews' vehicle arrive on video prior to Mr. Jones leaving.
All right. Do you remember what the question was that I asked?
Shut the fuck up! If Mr. Jones is being followed.
Well, the question was, did Alicia Andrews follow Charles Jones from Teasers nightclub to Truth 18? Behind him in the vehicle?
No.
All right. Was she even at Teasers nightclub when Charles Jones left Teasers nightclub?
She was working her way back to Teasers nightclub, so no.
She was not there?
Correct.
All right. And by the time Alicia, did Alicia actually go back to Teasers at any point?
The device appears that it made it back to Teasers, yes.
Did it make it back or did it drive by Teasers?
I can't tell that based off of the data from the device.
All right. And the reasons why, I guess, like you testified in the past, that the reasons why Alicia Andrews is involved in this case is for a few things. One is because you're saying she tried to book an Airbnb. That's
Correct.
The first reason.
Correct.
All right. And is that the first indication that Alicia Andrews had anything to do with this murder plot?
Yes, I believe that message was sent Friday, the 21st, so it would have been the first act implicating her in the plot to murder Mr. Jones, yes.
All right. And Alicia Andrews, from your investigation, she sends a message to someone on Instagram asking them for information about an Airbnb.
In Tampa, correct.
All right. And at that point in time, you don't know if Alicia had any knowledge about any murder plot.
No.
All right. There was no message that showed Alicia Andrews saying, hey, we're going to Tampa, booking an Airbnb.
I've never testified to such. Yeah, no, there's none.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right. And you don't have any evidence that she knew of any murder plot when she tried to book this Airbnb, or when she inquired about the Airbnb, right?
Of course not.
Okay. When you say of course not, what do you mean by that?
Well, what I mean is the message is sent on the 21st. Mr. Jones doesn't get killed on the 23rd. I have no way of proving at that time what is in her head. I know now, after Mr. Jones was killed, that the purpose of the Airbnb was to house a group of individuals that came from Jacksonville whose primary mission was to kill Mr. Jones. But I can't know on the 21st that she knew that that was going to happen.
Got you. When Alicia Andrews left Jacksonville to go to Tampa, do you have any evidence that says she knew that she was traveling, or that the group was traveling down to Tampa to kill anyone?
No.
All right. When they got to Tampa, do you have any evidence that shows that Alicia Andrews knew that these other individuals were going to kill Charles Jones?
The first indication that there's some possible consciousness of guilt is in the arrival at the Airbnb. There's a Ring camera that covers the front door that captures any movement near the front door, and I stated this in my report. You know, it is our belief, based off of analyzing that footage and speaking to the owner, that there was no way that the four gentlemen who came with her would have been able to get into the Airbnb unit without activating that camera through the front door. The only person seen going into the Airbnb on the arrival is Alicia Andrews, and therefore it is our belief, based off of analyzing that there's two ways in, a back door that would have been locked. We believe Alicia Andrews went into the Airbnb and unlocked the back door to allow the four gentlemen to come in through the back. Which, you know, I would argue is you know, a consciousness of guilt, or if she knows that these four men need to conceal themselves from this camera.
All right. So whether the back door,
I would argue is you know, a consciousness of guilt, or if she knows that these four men need to you know, a consciousness of guilt, or if she knows that these four men need to conceal themselves from this camera.
All right. So whether the back door was locked or unlocked, that's pure speculation.
Again, objection, Your Honor. We're going into an area that definitely was covered during the pre-trial.
I agree. Sustained.
Well, so this is what happens. I'm asking a question. Detective Ramos is going on a very long tangent from the questions I asked, and he's bringing up a lot of things that are...
Well, then why don't you cut him off? Like, if he's going on a tangent, then cut him off and say that, thank you, you've answered my question, let's move along. Because this was all testified to. All of this was testified to at the original pretrial detention hearing. These are not new facts. These are all known facts.
So, I mean, they're alleged facts. And
I understand they're alleged facts, but they're all known alleged facts. This is nothing new. This is nothing new.
If I get an opportunity to cross him, you would find new information. And if the court wants me to cut him off while he's answering questions, and if I have that leeway, then I'll take it. So,
well, what you can't do is, if he answers the question and he goes off on a narrative, you then can't bootstrap that and come back and say, well, now, Judge, I get to get into everything that happened before because Detective Ramos just kept answering. So, Detective Ramos, please just try and answer the question asked, okay? And I think that will help everybody.
All right. So, you're saying the first indication, I guess, that Alicia Andrews has any consciousness of guilt is when she opens the Airbnb door in Tampa.
Yes.
All right. And you have a video of her opening this Airbnb door.
Entering through the Airbnb door. Through the front door.
All right. And in this video, when Alicia Andrews approaches the front door, you see someone let her in from the inside, correct?
No.
You don't? How did she open the door?
She rings the doorbell, and I spoke to the owner. He has a way to unlock the door remotely and speak to her through the intercom on the camera.
So, are you saying the owner opened the door for her?
That is my belief, yes.
When you say it's your belief, did the owner tell you that?
Yes, I spoke to him. He said he let the first, he didn't say that he let specifically Alicia Andrews in. He said he let the renter in through the door by unlocking it remotely. That's what he told me.
All right. And that's your sworn testimony?
Yes.
What's the owner's name?
I don't recall.
How many times did you speak to him?
Once.
And when Alicia Andrews goes to the front door,
I don't want to be here. I don't recall none of that. All I recall is going back to prison.
Does she have, who's she talking to on the phone?
I don't know.
She's not talking to Isaiah Chance when you want to let her in?
I don't know that she was talking to anyone on the phone. I hear audio, and it sounds like she's talking to somebody possibly through the intercom of the ring. I don't know who she's talking to.
All right. So you don't know who she's talking to?
Correct.
And you don't hear the owner saying that he's going to let her in?
No.
Yes.
The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
What?
Yo, big shout out to Ali. Appreciate you for the gifted membership. Y'all show her some love. Drop some coins. Drop some what up, what up, what ups. Drop some smoke emojis, all that. Show her some love. Shout out to Ali. Again, a stream sponsor. Appreciate you. Appreciate the support. Much love, family. Y'all show her some love. Blaze one up for her.
You had an opportunity to have a full conversation with an individual named Robert Howard after the pretrial detention hearing. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And Robert Howard is one of Charles Jones's, or was Charles Jones's friend, correct?
Correct.
Close friend?
That's what I understood.
Robert Howard was driving the vehicle that Charles Jones was in the night he was murdered, right?
At some point during the night.
All right. And his Robert Howard's, I guess, nickname is Kenny Caps?
Correct.
And Robert Howard, was he a documented member of any gang?
I don't know.
You don't know?
My understanding is it's 6 block, but I haven't seen that documentation myself.
Okay, so your understanding is that Robert Howard is a member of 6 Block.
Correct.
And 6 Block, according to, I guess, the Jacksonville detectives, is at war with ATK.
And 1200. And others.
Okay, but ATK is a gang, one of the gangs that 6 Block is at war with.
One of them, yes.
All right. And is your understanding that Isaiah Chance is a part of ATK?
It is my understanding that Isaiah Chance was originally a part of ATK. There was some kind of falling out, and then he started associating with 1200.
All right. And 1200 is also a rival gang of 6 Block.
Correct.
So, in either way they put it with Isaiah Chance, he's involved with people who are rivals to ATK.
Correct.
But Isaiah Chance had a relationship with Robert Howard in 6 Block, right?
Yes, he did.
And that
The
relationship
evidence is going to show that anything that I may have said, they exacerbated it.
Friendly?
Yes, according to Mr. Howard, they had conversations.
All right. Hours-long conversations?
That's what he said.
On FaceTime?
Correct.
With Alicia Andrews' phone, right?
I can't recall that part.
You can't recall? Do you remember Robert Howard telling you that his girlfriend put Alicia Andrews' phone number in Cash App and then questioned him about why he's talking to a woman named Alicia Andrews?
Vaguely, yes.
All right. And do you remember Robert Howard saying that he doesn't know an Alicia Andrews? And him learning that that was actually Chance using her phone?
I can't recall that fact.
When's the last time you talked to Robert Howard?
Oh, I just caught that. Sunshine was gifted. Is Sunshine in the chat? New member, new to the chat, and you got membership gifted from Ali. That's what's up. Appreciate you saying thank you, and shout out to Ali for that. New member in the building. I like to see that.
A few weeks ago.
And he's a state witness?
Yes.
All right. And was he prepared to testify to these things before trial?
Yes.
All right. And at the pretrial detention hearing, did you have this knowledge? Were you aware that Robert Howard and Isaiah Chance were cordial and talking to each other on FaceTime with Alicia Andrews' phone?
No, I was not aware of that.
All right. And Robert Howard and Isaiah Chance were actually cordial with each other, talking to each other with Alicia's phone leading up to the night of the murder?
It's my understanding now that they were cordial, but they were not on the same side of the gang rivalry.
Right, that's the whole point.
Yeah.
They're on two separate sides, but two of them are friends.
I wouldn't say that they're friends. They're cordial, I would agree with.
But they're talking on the phone, FaceTime for hours.
Sure.
I think they're friends do.
Sure.
And Alicia Andrews is obviously aware that Isaiah Chance is talking to Robert Howard.
If I'm guessing if he's using her phone, sure, yeah.
Real quick, my bad. I had adjusted my ad frequency. I just realized that.
Does Robert Howard have any evidence that Alicia Andrews knew that JULIO FOOLIO Charles Jones was going to die on June 23rd,
No.
2024? Does Robert Howard have any evidence that Alicia Andrews was involved in the planning of murder of Charles Jones?
No.
And does Robert Howard have any evidence, did you get any evidence from him as to whether Alicia Andrews even knew that Charles Jones was going to die on June 23rd?
No.
Did you talk to Sean Gathwright's grandmother before or after the pretrial detention hearing?
I've never talked to Sean Gathwright's grandmother. That was a different detective, but that was done during the investigation before the pretrial detention hearing.
Okay. Since the pretrial detention hearing, you've had an opportunity to run ballistics in this case?
Correct.
All right. And you had an opportunity to collect and analyze guns, ammunition, casings, all of those sorts of things, correct?
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor, because we're now clearly going into facts that did not exist at the time of the original pretrial detention hearing.
I thought that was everything the court wanted me to get into were things that
Go ahead.
didn't exist.
Overruled.
All right. You had an opportunity since the pretrial detention hearing to analyze different pieces of physical evidence, right?
Yes.
All right. That includes guns and ammunition, casings, and of that sort, right?
Correct.
Things that were involved in the planning and the murder in this case, right?
Correct.
All right. None of the evidence, physical evidence, contains Alicia Andrews' DNA. Right?
Correct.
None of the physical evidence in this case contains Alicia's fingerprints, right?
Correct.
And you can't say whether Alicia even saw a gun on the night of June 23rd or June 22nd, leading up into the 23rd.
No, I can't.
All right. No further questions.
Okay, Frost?
We're almost about here, family. As soon as they finish with him, we gonna wrap it up. Appreciate y'all being here. Hit that like button.
The absence of evidence is not the evidence. Silver Chevy Cruze being at the location at Teasers prior to the victim Charles Jones, is that correct?
Correct.
And you testified that there was communication between Alicia Andrews' phone as well as a phone that was in the black Chevy Impala, Sean Gathwright's phone, is that correct?
Correct.
Was the, based on that same phone evidence, now we're talking of Sean Gathwright, were there indications that the black Chevy Impala had been earlier, before the victim had arrived, Charles Jones, to either Teasers or to Truth 18?
Yes, approximately at 10 p.m., Sean Gathwright's device can be seen going by Teasers.
And how many times or how long the street in front of Teasers was that black Chevy Impala and Sean Gathwright seen earlier, 10 o'clock, before the victim even went to that appearance in front of that club?
It loitered in the area for approximately 30 minutes to an hour and drove by teasers multiple times.
Okay, and these were known locations where the victim, Charles Jones, was going to be, is that correct?
Correct.
And then going back to the silver Chevy Cruze that the defendant was in, the only time where she actually got out of the vehicle is after the victim, Charles Jones, and his entourage had arrived, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, I have nothing further, Judge.
Okay, redirect.
All right. So Alicia Andrews gets out of the vehicle after Charles Jones arrives, which you just said on redirect or cross. So when Alicia Andrews is in the back of teasers in that vehicle, can she see Charles Jones arriving to teasers?
When she's parked in the back?
Parked in the back, and they're back next to the gate. She can't see Charles Jones arriving to the teasers nightclub.
From that position, no.
All right. So when you make the point or the argument that she does not get out of the vehicle until after Charles Jones arrives, she doesn't even know that he's there.
Mr. Jones arrived and parked and loitered in front of the club for a while. So her vehicle arrives after Mr. Jones' vehicle has arrived and he's gotten out of the vehicle and he's loitering. So she would have been able to see him before she parked. From when she's back there, she can't see him, but then they walk towards the front.
You testified earlier that the silver Cruze was there before Charles Jones got there, right?
That it circled the parking lot before.
On the video, Alicia Andrews arrives, or let's say this, the silver Chevy Cruze arrives before Charles Jones, right?
Okay, I don't want to go on a tangent, but I want to make it very clear, okay? The silver Cruze.
There's different times that she arrived. The Chevy Cruze
yes,
arrives.
Different
correct?
times. The
There's
first
a first time and a second time.
Correct. Yes.
So again, we're repeating yourself, but again, walk us through what occurred the first and second time.
All right. So
go ahead, Detective Ramos. Just tell us. No, actually, he didn't, because I feel like the record's getting a little bit muddied between the first and the second time the Chevy Cruze arrived. So I think it would be helpful if Detective Ramos just walked it through one more time regarding the Chevy Cruze at teasers. Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. So the silver Cruze is seen on camera arriving into the parking lot. It is not seen parking a first appearance before Mr. Jones arrives. The silver Cruze then goes off camera, then Mr. Jones arrives, then the silver Cruze is seen coming back on camera a second.
The appearance of the defendant as required. Tell me what the new or what the unknown facts were at the time of the pretrial detention hearing.
Right, so there's several things that Judge Sabella did not consider during that hearing. One would be...
No, listen. I'm not revisiting the legality of Judge Sabella's order. I'm not an appellate judge. I'm asking you what was not known at the time of the hearing. Not that he overlooked it. If it's already in the record, I'm assuming he heard it and it factored in his decision. I'm asking you what was not known at the time of the hearing.
Judge, I'm trying to answer the question.
Okay.
This is the third time I'm trying to answer the question.
Okay.
The things that he did not know, or the things that weren't presented to him, the parties didn't know. One, the parents testified here today. That didn't happen at the hearing. So the information that they provided today was not privy to the court previously. In addition to that, the testimony about Robert Howard. And I'm going to go over why this is relevant and the court should consider it, but I want to list out the things that are new for us and then go back over it. The testimony about Robert Howard that was listed today was testimony that the officer did not know at the time, the lead detective, the court did not know. Right? And I don't know if the state knew at the time either. In addition to that, there's the domestic violence information, which goes to the state of mind and whether Alicia Andrews had the motive to sit around and support her boyfriend's mission to go and kill an individual. So those three things, in addition to, those three things are new. I guess new information that the court didn't consider at that hearing. Not that he overlooked it, he just didn't consider it. And then the other thing I forgot to mention is the fourth thing, which is that since the pretrial detention hearing, there's been an opportunity for the state and the Tampa Police Department to go over, analyze, and look at all the ballistics in this case and determine whether Alicia Andrews even had any of the guns in her possession at any point in time, whether she saw any guns, whether her DNA or prints were on any of these guns. And so these four main, points I want to harp on for the pretrial detention issue. The Arthur hearing is separate and aside. I'll make some arguments about that after, but I think it's relevant to the court, and I think it's pertinent here for the court to consider these 4 different things, because they all weigh in favor of Alicia Andrews. And why do they weigh in favor of Alicia Andrews? Because they all show that she had no motive, that she had no knowledge of what was going on, and that she was a person that was just really tagging along. And again, Robert Howard, I'll start from Robert Howard. He is a member, according to the state, of 6 Block, this survival gang. Alicia only knows that Robert Howard is talking to her boyfriend, who's supposed to be in a rival gang, through her phone on FaceTime, several times for hours on end. So the state paints a picture. The theory of prosecution is that, hey, why would Alicia Andrews drive from Jacksonville to Tampa if she knew that her boyfriend was at odds with 6 Block and with the members of 6 Block? Why would she do that? Alicia Andrews did not know that her boyfriend was at odds with 6 Block. I mean, from the evidence, it appears that her boyfriend and members of 6 Block were friends. That her boyfriend was using her phone to FaceTime Charles Jones' best friend at the time of his murder, leading up to his murder, in weeks and months before that. So from Alicia Andrews' standpoint, she has no idea that the Murphy brothers are even coming to Tampa. She has no idea that the Murphy brothers have their own issue with Charles Jones. She's coming down from Jacksonville to Tampa with this understanding that there is no problem between her boyfriend and 6 Block or Charles Jones or Robert Howard, his best friend. In addition to that, the whole idea behind the state's case is that Alicia Andrews is, her and Chance, they're together, they're thick and thin. She doesn't have any actual problems with 6 Block. She doesn't have any gang affiliations, any gang membership. She's not involved in any of the gang activity, the back and forth. No one from her family or her friends have died at the hands of a 6 Block member. So the only motive that the state has put forth for Alicia Andrews is that she's so in love with Isaiah Chance that she would do anything he asked her to do. That she would follow behind him, do this, do that, and she would even go as far as the evidence from the hearing that was not considered or known to the court before is that Alicia Andrews was being abused by her boyfriend at the time, abused by Isaiah Chance, and that this relationship that the state paints, this fairy tale relationship that they paint, is not accurate. And no matter how much the state wants to say that the friends didn't call the police, they didn't get involved, these things happened to Alicia Andrews. There's proof of it. We didn't make up text messages from the past. We didn't make up photographs, and we didn't pull a witness in here to perjure herself. These things actually happened, and they were happening right up until the incident of this case. In addition to that, her parents testified to that domestic violence. They testified that they learned of it just shortly before this incident happened. They didn't really know Isaiah Chance because Alicia Andrews kept some things from them about her relationship, and they testified, which is important, to talk about the environment that Alicia Andrews will be going back into if she's released. She has 2 families, a mother, a stepfather, a biological father, and a stepmother. 2 homes in Jacksonville, separate and apart from anything to do with Isaiah Chance. She does not live with him. She never lived with him. It's important for the court to know that. If we're releasing someone, we're not releasing them into a similar or same situation that they were in prior to the incident in this case, that she's going into a situation where she's got support, she's got people that are going to be watching her, looking out for her, someone in the house with her the entire time, and as the court knows, we're asking for a form of house arrest in this case. So someone would be at the home with her pretty much 24/7, a supervisory figure. And in addition, the last part is the physical evidence in this case. And physical evidence is, in most cases, the most important thing. If Alicia Andrews' fingerprints or DNA were on a casing, or on a magazine, or on a bullet, or on a gun, anything, a mask that these individuals use, the brass catchers, any of that, if her DNA or fingerprints were on any of these items, you could say maybe that she knew that guns were involved, that she knew that someone was going to get killed. There's not a single piece of evidence that shows that Alicia Andrews touched or saw a gun during that night or at any point in time, because her DNA or fingerprints could have been left on any of those items at any point in time, leading up to the murder or even after the murder. And there is nothing that shows that Alicia Andrews' DNA or prints are on any of these things. So those are the things that I guess the court is allowing me to argue at this hearing. Of course, again, the defense's position is that we filed a motion for an Arthur hearing as well, and that we should have been and should be allowed to get into much more than what we were allowed to get into today. And that the standard in an Arthur hearing is that the state has to prove by proof evident presumption great that Alicia Andrews is guilty of the crime that she's charged with in order for the court to hold her. We're arguing that the state, even with the information that was elicited today, I mean, limited information that's, I guess, better for the defense, because the state isn't able to prove proof evident presumption great that Alicia Andrews is guilty of these charges. So we're arguing that the state hasn't proved that she's entitled to a bond in that instance, and that had we been allowed to, let me just proffer for the court, had we been allowed to question the detectives more about their investigation in this case, we would have learned that ATK is really not a gang at all. It's a group of kids who make music. That there are state witnesses who testified on behalf of the state to testify to say that ATK is not a gang. They're state witnesses that have turned into informants for the state. Testified that ATK is not a gang. Several of them. Detective Nieder testified that he's never even had. He's the gang detective for JSO. He's never even had an informant talking to him about ATK. Everything he knows, and I would proffer, most of what he knows comes from off of YouTube videos. The state has turned over in discovery evidence of charts, organizational charts for these different gangs, ATK in particular. And in these charts, you see a hierarchy, you see a level of some sort of these different members and their names and their associations with these gangs. The chart that the state turned over, the state used in the first pre-trial detention hearing, is a chart that is taken from off of a YouTube video. And Detective Nieder uses these videos to come up with his conclusions. And we would have learned through Detective Nieder that Alicia Andrews is not like any of these other people who are involved in ATK, for the simple fact that when other people in ATK have criminal cases, their fees, their legal fees are paid. Alicia Andrews doesn't have any connection to these individuals. She doesn't know them. The only one that she knows is affiliated with ATK at all is her previous boyfriend, Isaiah Chance. And he's in jail. And he's not, I mean, I don't think he's getting out right now, right? That's another big issue in this case, is that any influence that Alicia Andrews had from her previous boyfriend is gone. The fact that he's in jail. She would be out, she would be at home with her parents, monitored by them, and she would have an opportunity to prepare for her trial that is coming up and not be in jail preparing for the trial, because it's very difficult to prepare for a trial while someone is in jail. To talk to the person, to communicate with them, to show them videos, to go back and forth. These things are difficult when it's time to prepare for trial. And so I'm asking the court to take into consideration the things that I mentioned that are different now from the first pre-trial detention hearing, the things that the court has an opportunity to hear and weigh now that the court did not have an opportunity to hear and weigh at the original pre-trial detention hearing, and reverse the pre-trial detention order in this case. But I'm also asking the court on a separate procedural vehicle to issue an order that the state has not proved by proof evident presumption rate the burden that they have in this case, that Alicia Andrews is guilty of the crime that she's charged with.
Okay, Sturdy, response?
Yes, Your Honor, I'll be brief. All of the facts that defense has gone over with, they do not have a material bearing to the decisions that were made by Judge Sabella. I do want to speak briefly about the ballistics evidence, the fact that she is not in a gang. Those have been facts that have been known all along. We never expected to see her on any shell casings holding a gun. We have never alleged that she was ever the shooter in this case. It is clear based on the video evidence, which is evidence of the crime itself, which there is a significant amount of video evidence, because where this crime took place were at public venues, at 2 clubs, and that in a hotel, all of which had video surveillance. So that the evidence here is actually what happened in this case. And she is seen on all of it. And she admits to being at all of those 3 locations in her interview with law enforcement. And it is very clear by the timing and the different camera angles exactly what the circumstantial evidence and nature of this case is. It has always been a circumstantial case, but it is overwhelming on the timing of the tracking of Charles Jones in Tampa by 2 vehicles, and the tracker vehicle, which always comes before the black Chevy Impala that housed 3 gunmen that were heavily armed, very sophisticated crime, brought here from Jacksonville to Tampa. And the tracking of these vehicles is done through license plate readers that leave from Jacksonville to Tampa starting the day before, where they are traveling in tandem, where both the Chevy Cruze and the black Impala both show up similarly through this route. So you have 2 vehicles traveling together. So it has always been the state's position, even at the pretrial detention very early on in this case, that she was never the shooter, that she was never in a gang, that the only connection that she has to the gang is through her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance. So all of those facts were known. So the fact about ballistics, the facts about the parents testifying, all of that does not have any sort of bearing on why the facts that were presented at the pretrial detention hearing and why Judge Sabella made the decision that he did. He watched and saw all of those video surveillance and saw the timing of when one vehicle came, when the victim came, when the victim was seen, when the victim left, and then when those vehicles left. And he saw the coordination at each of those locations, as well as the cell phone information, which is her cell phone, by the way. And based on that and the type of crime that was committed, this was a crime where this victim was gunned down and was targeted, and where 3 heavily armed assailants that were prepared to take out this victim, 2 of which had assault rifles, the other one had a 9mm that was completely unloaded with 31 casings that were found left in Tampa, and a Tesla video, as well as the video surveillance at the hotel, which showed that the victim was targeted. And all of that is a dangerous crime that she participated in as a principal. We have never suggested that she had a gun in her hand at any time, but that she clearly was tracking the victim along with her boyfriend based on what was seen on that video. And so based on that, the judge found that this crime, the egregious nature of this crime, was a dangerous crime, and it was the way that it was instituted definitely indicated a disregard to the safety of the community. There was additional testimony that there were guests staying at that hotel, that bullets went into those guest rooms. There were 2 guests, in fact, where families had been staying.
I'm familiar with the facts, Ms. Doherty. We need to just stick to, listen, Mr. McClymonds raised 4 points that he said were not known. One is the ballistics. However, there was no ballistic evidence, I don't believe, that was presented, so that's nothing.
Hey, I must have missed that right there. Shout out to Fighting. Came through and said thanks for the gift. Shout out to that. Appreciate you joining, family. Much love, much love.
Ballistics did not play a part in Judge Sabella's decision because there was no ballistic testing done at that time and there was no evidence introduced as to that. The information regarding Ms. Andrews being a victim of domestic violence, that is new. And then Robert Howard, what's your position on if that has any material bearing?
Judge, it doesn't. Robert Howard was an eyewitness and was with the victim, and he was not very cooperative or did not give a full statement initially. We have since taken a sworn statement, and yes, he has tried to say that 6 Block or ATK, they're not gangs, but he is a member, and he's actually in federal custody for a manslaughter, not in federal custody, but he has previously been sentenced to a manslaughter.
Hey, and let me put some respect on your name real quick. I only saw the first part, but I looked over here. It's actually Fighting Lupus. Shout out to you. I appreciate you joining, family, and much respects to your fight. Stay strong, family. I know someone who actually was fighting lupus before, so I respect that. 994 views, family. 6 more to go. 6 more views and we out.
Slaughter for another death as a result of this gang war. So whenever you ask one of these members if ATK is a gang or 6 Block is a gang, they will say no, that it is not a gang. But that is not what determines what a gang is in Florida or how it is documented per statute. So it doesn't have any material bearing on why the judge made a determination that there was a need to protect the community, and that holding her that there were no reasonable means to or no reasonable conditions released to adequately protect the community. It has no relevance or bearing on that whatsoever. The domestic violence judge, obviously, we're not contesting that that happened. Domestic violence should be prosecuted wherever and whenever it happens. She has never reported it. There was nothing ever that we could find to corroborate or not corroborate it until they listed witnesses. But again, under the state of Florida and the law, this is not a case where she is murdering or trying to defend herself against her attacker. Duress is not a consideration and does not excuse her participation in killing or murdering another individual, not anything having to do with her abuse. It just is not relevant.
Okay.
And was there any other fact?
No, that's fine. So, okay, so based upon the testimony and the governing statute as I interpret it, first of all, with regards to the parents, I know they testified that they could basically monitor and provide a home for Miss Andrews, but the situation remains, she has no ties to Tampa. And that was articulated at the pretrial detention hearing, and that remains a fact today. She may have some place she can live in Jacksonville, but she doesn't have a place here in Tampa. With regards to, so their contention that they could monitor her around the clock in Jacksonville does not have material bearing to me as far as Judge Sabella's original decision. The testimony of Robert Howard and the lack of ballistics or fingerprint or DNA, as well as the domestic violence information, again, I find those do not have a material bearing, and therefore I'm going to deny the defendant's motion for reconsideration for release pursuant to 907.041, the pretrial detention statute. Now, if you would like to make your Arthur argument, please do.
Well, on the pretrial detention issue, so you mentioned that the fact that Alicia has family in Jacksonville does not, I guess, quell the court's concerns about Judge Sabella's order from the pretrial detention hearing.
Well, it's just, it's a one of a number of factors that don't.
You mentioned it, so I want to just...
That's fine, go ahead.
Judge Sabella, in his order, did not say that he made any factual findings that Ms. Andrews was a flight risk. What his order says is that I find that the factual circumstances of these crimes indicate a disregard for the Tampa community. So if she's at home in Jacksonville, then his factual findings of her being in Jacksonville would be fine. And then he further says, I further find that there are no conditions of release available that are sufficient to protect the community from risk of physical harm, not to prevent her from, or to keep her from coming back to court. And there's a distinction there, a clear distinction, because he could have made a factual finding that he says, or that he believes that there's no condition that could have her come back to court. And he didn't make that finding. And so when I discuss, or when we bring up the evidence about the parents being in Jacksonville, that doesn't negate anything that, or it doesn't harm Alicia Andrews in relation to what Judge Sabella issued during the ruling he issued during his pretrial detention.
Again, I find it does not have a material bearing on Judge Sabella's initial ruling. So do you want to make your argument for the record with regards to the Arthur factors?
Well, I made the argument with the Arthur factors.
Okay, so you rely upon the record for that. Okay, very good. Okay, so we are concluded, and Ms. Andrews will remain held in custody pursuant to the pretrial detention statute. And is there any reason we need to get together before jury selection you all can think of?
I might file a motion for like a more specific exhibit list.
Okay. Whatever you do, please just do it sooner as opposed to later. So if you need to get back before me, it's fine. I'm heading into a death penalty case starting September 24th, so my calendar is going to get very tight quickly. So if we...
Judge, I had that ready, so that's something that I may make some amendments to that, but I certainly can give him those things.
Okay, very good. Okay, we're concluded. Thank you.
Court adjourned.
Hey, if you gotta go, you gotta go. But hey, I'm doing like old boy. I brought a bonus with me. It ain't over yet. We hit the goal. We had 1,008 today. I appreciate that, man. That's much love. That's gonna definitely help me get back in the algorithm. Definitely appreciate the love, man. We ain't all the way done yet, but shout out to all our stream sponsors. Shout out to everybody in the chat.
Well,
Shout out
family,
for all the love, man. I definitely appreciate
as we already
y'all.
suspected, the bond was denied, but it brings a little clarity. It looks a little different than what we all may have thought we was looking at. I mean, I don't know. I guess I ain't really seen enough to determine if she was guilty or not. I got to see some of the other evidence, but we know
The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
What?
we already know how they operate, how they do their investigations. They just put stuff together that don't even be matching, don't even be making sense. Just because somebody knows somebody, connected with somebody, they just automatically assume that, you know, you guilty in the matter. So I don't know. We'll have to see. It's not over yet. I got a couple clips I'm gonna play before we get up out of here, just to help us get a little bit caught up. Just some quick short clips, and appreciate y'all. Hit that like, hit that subscribe, tap in, share with a friend, show our sponsors some love. Shout out to Ali, Chan My Black is Golden as always, and much love, much love. Let's keep it rolling. Let's see, I got something else for you though. Let me pull it on up. Don't forget to hit that like, hit that subscribe.
Step on out! Step on out! Look away! Back up to the sound of my voice! Yep. Stop right there. Lift your shirt up. Turn. Do a 360. What? Just listen to us. We'll talk about it. Keep going. Keep going. Turn. Turn. Now walk back to the sound of my voice. Come on. Keep coming. 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 Walk back to me. Can't find back.
It was at 4:13 when that thing was. Isaiah Dan, this is the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. We are here for a driveway. We have a warrant for your arrest. Come to your front door with nothing in your hands. You are not going away. We're headed your way to a...
Hands up!
Come on out, with your hands up.
You're good. Come on out. Hands up. Put your hands up.
Hands up. Bring it to the officer.
Can't tell. The target? Yeah, it looks like.
Yeah.
Yep. Put your hands up!
Listen, put your hands
in the air! Hands up!
Hands in the air. Hands in the air.
All right, stop! Stop! Turn around. Keep your hands up. Turn around. Hands up. Keep your hands up. Hands up. Don't reach for your waist. Do not reach for your waist. Look at me. Back up. Okay. Back up. Back up. Back up. Back up. All right, go to your knees. Put your hands behind your back. Stay there. Stay there. Don't move.
Isaiah? Isaiah?
Stand up.
I got the step clips on deck. What? We up out of here though. Got the step clips on deck. Cut that down a little bit, that air. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Chan My Black is Golden. Trakesha, appreciate y'all family. Ali in the building. That shit might be echoing. Let me cut them down some on that side too. Fighting Lupus, shout out to you for joining. Appreciate you, family. No one in the building. Much love, much love. I have to make sure they wasn't talking. They is talking. Hold on.
Have a seat. All right. Are we anticipating anyone appearing via Zoom? Okay. Here we go. All right, guys. Okay, thank you. All right, and Mr. Chance is where? Okay. Good morning. And then Sean Gathright.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Michelle Rayner on behalf of Mr. Gaffray. He's present and in the box room.
Okay, and are you Mr. Gaffray? Okay, good morning.
All right. We ain't doing all that. I'll save some of that for tomorrow. You know what I'm talking about? But I appreciate y'all joining. That's most definitely, man. That's much love. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Let's see, I shouted out most of y'all. Shout out to Dylan. Shout out to Miss DB. Appreciate you, family. Let's see. Shout out to, I'm seeing doubles. One Nation. Shout out to One Nation in the building. Shout out to GSM Drew. Appreciate you, family. Miss DB. Let me see. I don't know. I'm seeing doubles. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Michelle B. Michelle B was hanging out with us. Shout out to all y'all, though. T. Roberts. Shout out to T. Roberts and everybody in the chat. Shout out to our stream sponsors.
The evidence is not the evidence. The absence.
What?
Shout out to our stream sponsors. And so I will be going live. After this video ends, I have the link to the live for tomorrow. I'm going to try to start about 8 o'clock. Please don't be mad if I don't. But I'm going to try to start about 8 o'clock. I got the timer set. And so, yeah, go ahead and hit that like and hit that notification bell so you'll know as soon as I go live tomorrow. And we're going to get it in. Shout out to Chan My Black is Golden, the queen of the building. But, yeah, y'all make sure y'all hit that notification bell. It's going to lock you in right after this stream ends. And other than that, I appreciate y'all being here. Stay fresh. Stay blessed. Have a great night, family. Peace out. You dig? I think I don't know why I keep forgetting that these days. You said, wait, 8 court starts at 9. No, I'm on a whole different time. So, okay, I'm glad you said that before I end it. So, when I say 8, I mean 8 Pacific Standard Time. So, it probably won't be till about 9. I mean, till about 11. 11 your time. Maybe about 10 or 11 your time. I don't know. 8 or 9. I don't know. But PST, I'm talking about Pacific Standard Time. So, 8 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. So, right now it's 3:30. So, whatever the different time difference is, right now it's 3:30 for me. So, 8 o'clock tomorrow morning at this time. Y'all have a good night, man. Stay fresh, stay blessed. Much love. Peace easy. I'm out. Just set your notifications. It's gonna pop up as soon as we end this live. Peace out, family. Much love. We hit and one more thing. We hit 1,020 views. I appreciate that. I definitely appreciate that, man. 1,020 views in one live. It was a long 8 hours and 25 minutes, but we did it. Let's get it, family. Peace out.
Our kids will not be. It ain't your money. I will be fine. Our kids will not be. It ain't your money.